3, 2, 1. Chair Carr.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call this meeting of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of May 29th. Sorry, not really. May 19th, 2021 to order. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meeting Regulation, and the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. And as such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note, if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If committee members lose connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. The video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. The committee is also reminded we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please do be sure your video is enabled. May I start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having cared for this land, and look forward to working together with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work very hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please? Or Madam City Clerk.
Mayor Stewart. Mayor Stewart. Chair Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
And I know you have a LOA, a leave of absence between 3 and 3:45 today.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present. And Tina, I'll just note I have a sick child at home today, so I may need to turn off my camera occasionally if I am tending to him, but I am present. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh.
Present.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to go over the plan for the day, starting off with some of the regular announcements following the updated guidance issued on December 4th, 2020, and further extended on February 5th, 2021. In-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is not permitted under the Provincial Health Officer Order on Gatherings and Events. Therefore, speakers who will be providing comments to Council will be by phone, and a moderator will assist in patching the speakers through when their turn comes up. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. And I also want to note that the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. So, Council, we have 10 items of business on today's agenda, 4 staff reports, and 6 motions that were referred from yesterday's Council meeting. We will recess for lunch at noon and reconvene standing committee meeting at 1 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene the standing committee meeting at 6 p.m. And just so you know, Council, we have a lot of speakers for items on our agenda. The backup date is, or the dates are as follows. The backup to today, we go till 10 tonight, but the backup to today is tomorrow, Thursday, from 6 to 10 p.m. Then next Tuesday, May 25th, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then the Wednesday, May 26th, from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. As chair for this meeting, I am suggesting for reports that have no speakers, presentations, or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers for item 1 to 4, and I see we have 4 councillors on the roster to speak. So I'm going to turn to you to see if you want to hold any of the above items for debate or questions to staff. So go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to hold report 1 to hear the presentation and for questions.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to hold a report for business license panels to amend the schedule.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I have a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay. I was going to, yes, you've got the floor now, so you can put it forward, but I just wanted to let you know that I have got a recommendation around amending the agenda that I've talked through for the item, sorry, the referred item number, just looking at my actual agenda here, for referred item number 8, accessible washrooms. So if it's something different, go ahead, or even if it's that, go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was just going to, I just sent the amendment in, and it's that there's 128 speakers for the motion on social housing, which by my calculations is 16 hours if we don't ask them any questions. So it doesn't look like we'll get through very many motions today. And yesterday we talked about doing the washroom motion first. So my amendment here is to do the washroom motion and then do the social housing motion and put the other ones off to another day so that we can notify the speakers for the other motions that they don't have to sit around all day today.
Right. Okay. So that your motion is to amend the order so that referred item 8 becomes the first referred item. Is that correct?
Just a second, I just sent it.
Accessible washrooms and elevators on Millennium Broadway Line Extension.
It's I move that we vary the agenda to hear the speakers and deal with motions 6, 7, 9, and 10 on another day. So that leaves the washroom motion to be dealt with on today. Today, that's number 8.
Yes, but I thought that, I'm sorry to clarify, I thought you said to hear it first, i.e. before the referred item number 5. Was that
Point of
not what?
privilege? Yeah, that's.
Yes, you didn't say that. Okay.
I didn't say that, but I should have.
Well, just one second. I have a point of privilege, Councillor DeGenova.
I was just, it's a bit confusing going back and forth, Chair Carr. I think I get the gist of it, but considering we usually have our amendments in writing, I was hoping that maybe we could see this in writing, as could the public, before we vote on it. To be clear, as there's been a lot of back and forth. Thank you. That's my point of privilege. I will need that to be able to vote.
I understand that is a perfect point of privilege, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Swanson, have you sent that motion in? And if so, clerk, could we see that up on our screen?
It's up there now.
Oh, it is. Okay. Okay.
It just needs a little amendment that we deal with number 8 first.
Well, that. Okay. A motion to vary the agenda. I know it's not debatable, so I'm not sure if it's actually even amendable. So I'm going to just check.
Point of procedure, Chair Carr. I'm on the queue for it. I believe it is debatable. We have in the past.
No, actually, I've been informed by the clerk already. I anticipated this, that a motion to amend the agenda is not debatable. So
actually, if we just pass this and deal with your recommendation, it'll work.
Sorry.
just one second. I have a point of order, Councillor.
On that point of procedure, just to finish, Chair Carr, could you guide us to where that's indicated in the procedure bylaw? Because we have debated these on many occasions at council previously. So
Yeah, clerk, I wonder if you could inform all of council about that.
Thank you, Chair Carr. So it's in the procedures bylaw. It is section 3.4. It is not debatable and it is not amendable, and it requires 2/3 vote. Did that answer the question? I'm not sure I heard it completely.
It did answer, I think. Yeah.
great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion that. Sorry, clerk. My screen is not up, so you're gonna have to read it for me, and maybe you could have IT make sure my screen gets up. It's in the council chamber. Thank you. I don't have it.
Yes, it is moved by Councillor Swanson that we vary the agenda to hear speakers and deal with motions 6, 7, 9, and 10 on another day.
Okay, so council, that's the motion in front of you. It does not deal with the order of 5 or 8. Yeah, and so I could just test the room to see if there's support for that motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed say nay.
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 That did not pass by 2/3. Okay, Councillor Swanson. Are you finished at this point?
I was just going to say, if we pass this, we could deal with the part about the washrooms being first next.
Yes, I think we'll need a motion to do that. So I'm going to advance the queue. So Councillor Kirby Young.
I was on to speak to the motion, but I was told it's not debatable, so I'm just advocating that we continue with the agenda as planned.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova. You're muted, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you very much. Chair Carr, just a point of information to you first. Accessible washrooms and elevators on the Millennium Broadway line extension. Just wondered what item is that on this agenda? I've heard 3 different numbers for it, so just want to make sure.
Yes, that item is number 8.
Okay, so I have just sent in an amendment to the clerk. Has everyone received it?
Clerk, have you received it? Again, I don't have my screen, unfortunately, so in chamber. I have not received it by email myself, so.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay,
I just sent it in writing. It is to hear the item first.
It's not received, actually.
Oh, okay, well,
Yeah,
I will wait.
Wait a second. It has just popped
Sorry,
up.
the little circle was going round and round on my phone, so I wasn't sure. Thank you.
All right, so
I did want to say that I would like to vary the agenda to make sure that we do, as it was well said and pointed out by Councillor Weep yesterday, and I've been a liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and understanding that there's very unique circumstances, regardless of the fact that there's no attendance at City Hall. The fact is that many individuals with disabilities, do need a certain amount of care. Some do, some don't. But just in respect, out of respect for that, and because it was noted that this would be helpful to them, I'm more than happy to vary the agenda for those reasons of making sure that this is accessible to them to speak. So that's all I'm proposing, and then that we would go through the rest of the agenda as is currently set out, and we'd make our decisions as we do at breaks for dinner time, and at our, I guess, normal end time of 10 p.m. in the evening, which would need unanimous support, I understand, for us to continue. But that's what I'm proposing, Chair.
Okay, so is all of council clear? This is a motion to vary the agenda to hear number 8, accessible washrooms and elevators first, and proceed with the remainder of the agenda. My understanding is that the speakers to this would have been ready by 9:45, so it is 9:52. And just in case anybody is wondering about whether the speakers are ready to this motion, I believe that they are. So council, I'm just going to ask for a vote on this, and uh, let's try and make it clear. It's got to be 2/3. Clerk, would you prefer if this is an actual vote that's recorded as opposed to verbal?
Yes, please.
All right, then move us to a vote on this amendment to the agenda. Okay, that does pass by 2/3 majority. We have everyone in favor except one in opposition, Councillor Kirby Young. So we are going to vary the agenda, and at this point, but I'm going to finish with the speakers on this queue because some of you may be wanting to hold items, and that's originally what we started with. So just so that we know that it will come as soon as we finish going through this particular part of the agenda to see which items council you want to deal with by consent or not. So Councillor DiGenova, did you want to deal, or did you want to talk to anything else about the agenda items?
No, I tried to take myself off. I couldn't. Thank you, Chair.
That's fine. No problem. Councillor Bligh? Again, we're looking to which agenda items you may wish to hold for debate or presentation.
I can be taken off the queue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato, you may be muted. I'm not, Clerk, I'm not seeing Councillor Dominato.
Chair Carr, it's the clerk here. We're just checking on Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair Carr, it is the clerk here. It appears
Yes.
Councillor Dominato is now available to speak.
Oh, that's great. Councillor Dominato, you are up on the queue to indicate whether you wish to hold any agenda items.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yes, item 4, please.
Yeah, that has already been held.
Thank
Great.
you.
Okay, good. Council, just before we proceed, I want to know if any member wishes to declare conflicts of interest on any consent items. Those consent items would be items 2 and 3 on the agenda. Hearing none, need a motion to adopt the recommendations
Motion
in items
to adopt the recommendations
in 2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick. We don't need a seconder. So all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Yay. Any opposed say nay. Great, those are adopted on consent. Thank you. So we are now proceeding to not to item 1, but because we varied the agenda, we are going to proceed now with what was referred item number 8, accessible washrooms and elevators on the Millennium Broadway line extension. Oh, sorry, just before we do that, I just want to make sure it's clear and for the record verbally, the items that have been approved on consent, number 2 was contract award, construction services for 2021 gas systems expansion and upgrades at Vancouver landfill, and number 3, contract award, processing and marketing of scrap metal. Okay, so item number 8 on our agenda. We have had that item introduced. We are now going to hear from speakers on item 8. Madam Clerk, can you please, Clerk, could you please advise if we do have speakers on the line at this point?
Chair Carr, it is the clerk here. I'm just double checking that we in fact have our speakers. If you could give me a moment, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chair Carr, the clerk here, yes, we do have our first speaker.
That's fantastic. Okay, our first speaker is Laura McEnroth. Are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, hear you perfectly. So go ahead, you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Laura McEnroth, and I'm the former co-chair of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. Our concerns about washrooms and elevators in the Broadway stations have been ongoing for over 4 years. In 2017, advisors participated in consultations about the Broadway extension. We were advised that only plumbing would be installed for future washrooms. Washrooms are a basic need we all experience every day. This is not just a persons with disabilities issue. It is an accessibility issue that affects us all. PDAC, SAC, the Active Transportation Committee, and the Children, Youth, and Families Advisory Committee created motions about this on the Broadway stations, which included asking for washrooms. In 2018, TransLink completed a survey indicating that the majority of current users would want washrooms in the stations. On December 6, 2018, I presented to the TransLink Board of Directors on the necessity of universally accessible washrooms in all our stations. TransLink approved a washroom policy which included the potential for washrooms in new stations or access to nearby washrooms such as within local businesses. PDAC still maintains that all stations should have a washroom since many people are impacted by this issue and may not have the ability to walk extra distance to be able to get to a washroom. Further, the accessibility obligations of TransLink should not be offloaded onto private businesses. In fall 2019, PDAC had a presentation from the provincial team working on the project, which led us to believe that all 6 Broadway stations would have accessible washrooms. We later discovered that 4 stations, in fact, would be unmarked, locked, and open only at the discretion of the station staff. This is certainly not what any reasonable person would understand to be accessible washrooms available to the public. Also, there's not always a staff person present at each station. In January 2020, PDAC passed motions on this matter, which again highlighted the accessibility features that we want in the stations. We also wrote to the TransLink CEO about this. We then came to the realization that the 2 stations that were being touted as having washrooms available to the public, which were the Broadway City Hall and Arbutus stations, still were only pipes in the walls and do not have flushable toilets. When TransLink says there is quote-unquote space allocated for washrooms to the public, that is literally what they mean, space, with no toilets currently being designed at this point. TransLink has advised us that an implementation plan and operations policy must first be approved by TransLink. 4 years later, we are still in the same position as we were at the beginning of this issue, namely that we have nothing but pipes in the walls and staff bathrooms. As well, PDAC notes that there is only 1 station, that at Broadway City Hall, that has paired elevators, while the Oak, BGH, and Arbutus stations have been future-proofed, and the other 3 stations have not. It seems illogical and not cost-effective to delay immediate implementation of a second set of elevators within those available stations that have been future-proofed at those 2 stations. The estimated rides, once the stations are open, is for rides to be between 200 to 300,000 per day. People using mobility aids like wheelchairs and walkers are not the only ones that use elevators. People pushing strollers, cyclists who have difficulty taking their bikes up or down the stairs, and travelers with suitcases also use them. If the only elevator in the station goes down, this could create havoc. We are therefore asking the mayor to advocate on behalf of the residents of Vancouver, commuters to our city, and those traveling here to advocate to the TransLink Mayor's Council for the importance of TransLink to create the implementation and operations plan to be able to have universally accessible, gender-neutral, and publicly available washrooms on opening day with actual flushable toilets for all 6 stations. We would also like the mayor to advocate to the TransLink Mayor's Council to work with the province in providing a second set of elevators included in each station. Thank you.
Great, and thank you very much for being available, in a timely way for this agenda item. You do have speakers. If you could just stay on the line, please, or questions rather. Councillor Weeb, go ahead with your questions for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot for sending us the information that broke down all the motions. Can you talk what future proofing means when you talk about the future proofed elevators?
Yeah, it means that there's like as I've been told, it's like not even like a hole. It might not actually be a hole that's already created, but there's space for where a potential second set of elevators could go. And it doesn't necessarily mean, by the way, that it's like right next to the first set. It might be somewhere else, but that's okay. But at least it's in kind of now being worked into the design plans that there is, so that hypothetically in the future at some point they could go back in and put the elevator in. But if for more technical information about that, please talk to the staff.
And can you talk about what the conversation between you and staff and TransLink have been as well? I think you play a role with TransLink. Can you talk about that role and how this conversation's been going?
Sorry, some confusion about the question here, and I just will briefly mention, by the way, role with TransLink. I do actually have a role with TransLink in general. I am the vice chair of the Handy Dart Users Advisory Committee. So just to put that on the record, and that is with TransLink, advising to them on issues relating to Handy Dart. But if you're talking specifically through, are you just talking about specifically through my role through PDAC here?
No, I guess one of the questions I have as well is you talked about multiple advisory committees that you don't sit on. So how was it brought forward that the Children, Families, and Seniors Advisory Committee and others were involved in this work?
Got it. I started on this project I think it was for the Transportation Plan 2040 meetings. I went to them for years. And then I started listening. We had the provincial team came to speak, I believe, on that in 2016. And then we had some people from them as well and staff come and talk to us into PDAC, to our transportation subcommittee. I believe it was in early spring of 2017, and that's when we kind of realized, there's only pipes in the walls. So we reached out to the chairs. So I had become familiar and knew then, going through all these consultations, the chair of the active transportation at that point, as well as the chair of the Children, Youth and Families, and the chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, because I am the liaison to that committee as well from PDAC. And then we all started talking and realizing, all the things that we wanted in the stations, and the agreement that we had amongst all 4 of us is that we would want publicly available, accessible washrooms and the double elevators available. So and then we all agreed to write letters or motions, which we did.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's your time, Councillor Weeb, but that's great. And you do have more questions. So if you can just, sorry. Yes, I'd like to go ahead. Sorry. I am having problems with my screen. So, um, if Councillor
I think it's
DiGenova, you are
Councillor
next.
DiGenova, but I
Thank
didn't want
you.
to overstep there.
No,
Thanks, and I've
things are
been there,
popping up.
Chair. I've been there. I
Go
think we
ahead.
all have.
Up
So,
to 3 minutes. Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much, Laura, for coming to speak with us and for all of the information you continue to provide council with the important work that you're doing and that you've done with the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee at the city, and as you've shared also in your advisory roles with TransLink. I'm wondering, do you? And sorry if this is just too much of an overarching question. Is it amazing to you that in 2021 we're still here talking about sort of accessibility and the need for this? Is this not something that just should happen, that there should be accessible washrooms whenever a washroom's built, refitted, that there should be accessible washrooms and that they should be built from the least amount of accessibility for a person who may need that, um, perhaps adaptability level 3, um, and that should be the standard, not built to sort of what the basic average need of someone who's ambulatory is.
Yes, of course. I believe that all the washrooms should have stations. We're notorious in Vancouver for people not being able to utilize any kind of washrooms in the city or in the connecting, SkyTrain network around Metro Vancouver. So a lot of people dehydrate themselves, or it can be a huge factor in why people don't go and take the trains and the bus system and stay home, stay socially isolated if they're people with disabilities or seniors, or perhaps why they're maybe taking the handy dart. And I know able-bodied people continue to use their cars because they just don't have, they know they're not going to be able to have access to any kind of washroom. So yes, having washrooms, period, is phenomenal to be able to have. But of course, we would want those washrooms to be universally accessible, and that means that they would be good for people who are using mobility devices, including large power wheelchairs as well, so that everybody has the ability to use the washrooms. And I don't really see why, if we're in we haven't, even started the building stage, why we can't make sure that there isn't washrooms, and not just pipes, so that in 10 years or something, or when potential lawsuits come in or something, then why can't we just build the bathrooms now to be able to provide that? And so also that will help to keep our city a lot cleaner.
Sorry, I've less than 30 seconds left, but just to ask you, do you think this also needs to go beyond physical accessibility and also consider people with visual impairments or visual disabilities or other disabilities? Should Vancouver be a leader in this?
Yes, of course. We always want Vancouver to be a leader in how we address our issues of accessibility. And when I say that something is universally accessible, or asking for a washroom to be universally accessible, or for the station itself to have universal accessibility features, I am, of course, advocating not just on behalf of people with mobility issues, but also those with intellectual disabilities or those with other kinds of sensory impairment. So I'm always advocating for all people with disabilities, just to make that very clear. Yes, of course.
Thank you, and
Great.
Thank you for making the time to speak with us today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. And thank you so much, Laura McEnroth. That's it for your questions, but very much appreciate you taking the time and the diligence to be here and in a timely way for you in terms of your participation. Thank you. We have others. Yep, other speakers on the list. Speaker number 1, Nathan Davidowitz. Is Nathan Davidovich on the line?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Councillor Carr and members of the committee. This is going back to all the problems that we have at the governance, at TransLink, and all the bad rules that they have, and the way the staff at the City of Vancouver interact with them and don't report to council. You know, there is 3 shell companies or 3, there is the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, there is the IT Corporation, and there is the BC Transportation Financing Authority. They're all shell companies to shell the government away from taking responsibility for building proper stations and proper train system in Vancouver, which is way inferior compared to other train systems in Ontario and Quebec. And the city of Vancouver is paying $100 million toward the Broadway SkyTrain and has no say whatsoever on anything. How is that possible? I can tell you how it is, because the staff and the city manager don't want to report to city council anything about it. The last person who asked some questions.
Just 1 second. Excuse me, Nathan Davidowicz, if you could refrain from from speaking in those kind of negative and accusatory terms regarding our staff, please.
Well, I was just going to compliment former director of planning because he was the only person at the development permit board who asked some questions. And that's the whole problem, you know. Unless you get the information, how would you know what's happening? You know, this is the whole problem. I mean, the BC Accessibility Act was only introduced to the BC legislature just a couple of weeks ago. I mean, the American Disabilities Act has been around since 1990. And, I mean, this is the problems, you know, and you're asking the mayor to write to the mayor council. He has no power whatsoever. You know, he has to write to the 3 wise ministers that are in charge of transportation. Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Minister George Heyman, who is the minister in charge of TransLink, you know. And why doesn't he do that? We're going to start demonstrating outside Minister Heyman next month. And I will invite all of you to come and demonstrate with me, because nothing will be done unless we start talking to the BC government. So, you know, we are just so far behind. It took 21 years to get the Granville station to be accessible. And we just can't do it in the 21st century to take so long to get things accessible for all the people. We need to upgrade the existing 53 station, not just thinking about the future station that they say it's going to be open in 2025, but we'll see about that. So there are just so many problems in our transit system, and unless council somehow, establish a committee or work directly with the provincial government, as I said, I just can't see anything much being happening, but, it's out of your control. That's the whole problem. We have over 50% of the riders on transit are in the city of Vancouver, and the city has very little control of what's going on. So I don't know. What could you do? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you. You don't have any questions from councillors, but very much appreciate you speaking to council. Thank you so much. Our second speaker is Richard Campbell. Is Richard Campbell on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Hello?
Go ahead to council, up to 5 minutes. We can hear you perfectly.
Hi, good morning, council. And I'd like to really strongly echo the comments of the first 2 speakers, and specifically the need to engage the BC government on this. It's Minister Heyman that's responsible for TransLink, as you know. And I think also the project is being built by the BC government, so they can make the decision to add the washrooms now, and then they also have a variety of revenue sources, so they could make sure TransLink gets the funding to this. This issue has been going on for way too long, and people are rightly frustrated about it. And I think the time is to say enough is enough, and the BC government really needs to step up and take some action on this, and not really hide behind TransLink and the rather opaque structure that's been set up, arguably to avoid the BC government taking the heat for these type of decisions. So I'd strongly encourage that. And another couple of things I would like to add. A couple of years ago at a conference, I ran into somebody that was working for the company that has the maintenance contract for the stations, and he says it's costing them a fortune to clean human waste out of the stations. Not only is it rather disgusting, but TransLink might actually could probably actually save money by operating and maintaining washrooms, so people have an option. Lastly, this was a few years ago, I was out at Braid Station along the Central Valley Greenway, and I ran into someone I knew who was sneaking out after the station in some bushes behind there so she could go to the washroom. Not really a safe thing for a woman to have to do, or anyone, for that matter. So, I think the BC government needs to be aware of this situation is not acceptable, and they need to, resolve it immediately. So there's probably several ministers whose area of responsibility is it goes from women's to accessibility to TransLink, and then also I would encourage engaging the MLAs along the Vancouver MLAs along the SkyTrain line. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There are no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us on this matter. Thanks. So that moves us to speaker number 3, Neil Wiles. Is Neil Wiles on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great.
Excellent.
Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes. 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you very much. Mount Pleasant Business Improvement Association. I'm here to speak in support of the accessible washrooms and elevators on the Broadway line. While I do support this, I don't want to miss an opportunity to express my support that we actually go one step further and make the washroom facilities open and available for all people. This is a drum I've been banging for a little while. And I'm not going to, Laura did an excellent job of sort of citing all of the surveys and whatnot, all of the information, feedback that TransLink and this city council has. And I don't think I'm here to convince anyone on this city council that washrooms are needed. I think that that's pretty much a given. I think that even in our own City of Vancouver survey questions, the number one question, whether it be for or against, was about washrooms. And anyone who was against was concerned about cost and maintenance. This has been, as somebody pointed out, we can't believe that we're actually in 2021 discussing this. And I don't know, I've maybe shared the article by local historian Christine Hagamoan that this has been going on for 100 years in Vancouver. It's about funding or maintenance of washrooms, and it's primarily the reason that we don't have them. TransLink has like a $2 billion budget. They spend $42 million on security, and we're trying to shake the bushes and find some money for some janitors in the washrooms. That's, I think, the crux of the issue here is that there's no funding for maintenance. The capital cost of putting in the washrooms, I think, is really inconsequential in the larger picture of the overall budget of these projects. And given the fact that 65% of the money that TransLink receives is government funding, I just find it incredible that we can't find the money to put the capital cost in, not alone the maintenance. As a city, and I think we're seeing this before our very eyes, we're moving towards multiple modes of transportation, bike lanes or walkable neighborhoods, and as well as all of the transit, so on and so forth. we're spending more time, or the hope is we're, of course, spending more time outside of our homes, moving about our city, which is fantastic. But the more time we spend out of our home, sometimes we're going to need to access these facilities. And I think this pandemic has really highlighted that for us, the lack of public facilities. As soon as the libraries and the community centers were closed, we found people just not having anywhere to go, and restaurants and cafes basically closing off their washrooms to public access because of pandemic. So the pandemic has highlighted these facts, but they've always been there. Anyways, I just want to say I do support this, and I hope that council and the mayor go forward with recommendations to TransLink to put these washrooms in. And I will leave you just with one last thought, because TransLink's washroom policy, of course, aligns with TransLink's washroom policy, which is, of course, no washroom. So it's a bit of a circle. Imagine if YVR had a similar policy of no washrooms and was allowed to get away with that decade after decade. Anyways, thank you very much for hearing me out, and I look forward to seeing your support moving forward to TransLink.
Great. Thank you. You do have Councillor with questions, if you would mind staying on the line. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes for questions.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Neil, for calling in today. You identified something I've always been curious about, which is, aside from the capital costs, the concerns around ongoing maintenance and sanitation and cleaning. And I've seen models and shared, I think, some with council and read about models of washrooms that are self-cleaning, technology equipped. And I'm curious if you've heard of similar models out there that might be available, if it's a concern around janitorial costs. And I'm just wondering if that's something you've read about.
I've seen and heard about some self-cleaning models, and I've heard an amusing story, of course, of someone trying to sneak into the self-cleaning washroom without having to pay the $1, and of course got showered down with all of this stuff. But there, you know what? There are so many different opportunities here for Vancouver and TransLink to move forward. We have a peer managed. It could be managed through a different contract with the city. The same people who do the bus shelters and garbage cans, so on and so forth. There's a lot of different ways and creative ways to come up with this. Honestly, I think that's what did Laura say? It would be, when this is done, it would be approaching 300,000 daily trips on transit in Vancouver. Like, add a penny to the cost. What's that, like? $3 million a year. How much does it cost to employ a janitorial crew that moves from station to station? So there's a lot of different ways. I don't necessarily think we need to go the high tech way. Maybe we just start with low tech and just use people power. There's lots of social enterprises out there that are looking for additional things to do. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it absolutely does, and thanks for calling in and support.
Thank you.
Indeed, those are your questions, and thank you again for calling in. That was great.
My pleasure.
So Council, great. Council, that is the end of our speakers list. Oh, sorry, just 1 second. You just popped up. Are you still on the line, Neil? I'm sorry, Councillor DiGenova.
No, that's okay. I wasn't on for questions.
Oh,
thank you.
Oh, okay. Then you can put yourself back on the list again. We are this motion, as you all know, has been moved and seconded already. So we are now into debate and decision. Councillor
Thanks very much.
DiGenova,
Sorry,
you are first.
I was muted there. I'm sending an amendment right now, and the amendment that I'm sending in, bear with me here. The council requests the mayor write a letter on behalf of Vancouver City Council to the minister, the BC Minister of Environment and Climate Change, notifying him of this motion, or I should say them, of this motion, and emphasizing the importance of providing universally accessible public washrooms to further encourage and increase active transportation and public transportation province-wide. So that's something I've just sent in. Let me know when you receive that. But I thought that that was a good point made by the speaker. Also hoping that Councillor Weeb would understand that I would move that as a friendly amendment if we could do that. But I do think that it's important that this motion is shared and that we try and encourage the province, that also has a voice, sometimes louder than us, and definitely with a budget that's larger than ours, to also be moving in the same direction. So I'll speak about the amendment right now. I know we're not on amendment
Actually,
queue.
yes, I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue. So
I
go
think
ahead.
I've
I'm
said
just going to,
enough about the amendment, so I'll just leave it there. But I have other comments on the motion afterwards. Thank you.
yeah, well, you're still on the queue for that. So I see no one on the list to speak to this amendment. Yeah, so Madam Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a vote on this amendment. That would be, Council, the amendment that is up on your screens by Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry, if you haven't yet voted. Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. And I will move us back to, oops. So back to the main queue. Councillor DeGenova, you still have time.
Thanks. I'd just like to thank the speakers who made the time to speak today, and I also want to apologize, especially to those who sit on advisory committees and represent um, people with disabilities. It's difficult, as we've heard, even for people who do not have disabilities, often to access and gain access to public washrooms. But when you have a disability, it can be even more difficult, if not sometimes impossible, depending on where you are, in what neighborhood you were in. And I have to wonder, here we are in 2021, and we've talked about certain standards, and I would hope that this becomes a standard, that we're looking at ways to make sure that not only are washrooms accessible in terms of adaptability for people with mobility issues or physical disabilities, but also for people with visual impairments. And beyond that, even, considering, different sensory design guidelines for people who also have autism or on the spectrum. There's a number of different ideas and pilots that I've seen, that I've heard of, and I really do appreciate Councillor Weeb bringing forward this motion. I think that this opens the door, and I hope that it does that for a bigger conversation about what our expectations are in our city across the board, not just for uh, the Millennium Broadway line extension, but also to make sure that we're looking at, not forgetting that we need publicly accessible washrooms citywide, and that we encourage other cities to do this as well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Boyle, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I also just want to speak strongly and enthusiastically.
Councillor Boyle, we can hardly hear you. I wonder if you could just speak more directly into your mic.
Okay. I will speak very loudly. Just to
Still a difficulty, Councillor
I'll
Boyle.
go back on the end of the list.
Okay, that's great. Councillor Dominato, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to, I'll take off where Councillor Boyle left off, is to speak enthusiastically in support of this motion. And I thank Councillor Weeb for bringing it forward. Councillor Weeb and also Councillor DeGenova, and I know others involved with the committee, persons with disabilities, are strong advocates for accessibility in our city. And it was really compelling hearing Laura speak this morning. And Considerations around, for example, elevators in the stations, because we know we've had numerous stations since we've been on council where the elevator breaks down and there's no alternative. And that's simply not acceptable in this day and age. And washrooms, we all need them and need to use them at certain times. And it is a basic human right, but also to the points that Neil was making around the fact that we are increasingly mobile. We're going to be carrying thousands of passengers on the line out to UBC, and we're multimodal as a society in the city of Vancouver. And so, yes, we're going to need washrooms, and they should be accessible. They should be universal. They should be available 24/7 when people need them. And while, I don't have a disability, I haven't had to deal with that. I do know as a young mom going into, I had my daughter with me about a year and a half ago, and she really needed to use a washroom. And I went to a store and they refused us service. They wouldn't let us use the washroom. And and I think that is probably a common occurrence for families and parents who have young ones as well, who need to change their children. But at the end of the day, I think we need to think differently. And Neil was making the point of how do we get to yes. We have lots of reasons we can come up with as to why we can't do these things. But I think fundamentally what we're advocating here is how do we get to yes? How do we ensure that these stations are equipped and, as Councillor Weed put, future-proofed and accessible, and have the accessible washrooms, have the elevators, and to ensure people who have mobility aids can get around and use our public transit system. And these are simply fundamental elements. And if we're building out a new system, then it should be equipped not just for today, but for the future and for all of our citizens. And I think there's just no wavering from these things. These are basic fundamental elements that we should be incorporating into our transit system. And so thank you to Councillor Weed for his leadership in bringing this forward.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Laura and the people that are working for this, and the people on the seniors committee who are pushing for it. And I just want to say that I think it's absolutely absurd that we have to be begging to get washrooms in transit stations. We're supposed to be a civilized country. I hope when our reps go to the mayor's council, if it's the mayor or whoever it is, that we can really lay it on the line that we need washrooms, accessible washrooms in every transit station, and not as an afterthought, but on the day that they open. That's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead, up to 5.
Yeah, I'll be brief because I know we have a full agenda. I'll just say it is unfathomable and shocking that we don't have, it's just not a given that we would have washrooms in facilities. And as everybody said, it's a basic human need. And it should be an automatic service. It shouldn't be a dialogue and a question. So I do really appreciate all the advocacy. I'm grateful to Councillor Weeb as the liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Committee for bringing this forward. And, really, if people are complaining about human feces or, and other sort of byproducts on our city streets and locations, it's pretty hard to do that if we're not providing facilities and places for people to go, because everybody has to go, and there's just such a lack of dignity in not having that. So it's both, I think, a sort of a societal responsibility to deliver it, but it's also practical, just in terms of if we want to sort of keep our city clean and in good shape, it just makes sense to provide those services. So it's to me, it's right on so many levels, and it's wrong on so many others not to do it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Can I just check that you can hear me better
yes.
this time? Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And actually, I'll echo what other folks have said. Particularly wanted to speak to what Councillor Dominato mentioned as well about that this is it is so valuable that this has come forward to us from the People with Disabilities Committee. Their advocacy has been so important. Similarly, Neil and the Mount Pleasant BIA have been so strong on this. It's clearly a need. I just want to add as a parent the need I have experienced for this. I have a memory that still makes me shudder of when I was on the SkyTrain with my son, who was being toilet trained at the time, and the look on his face as he said to me that he needed very badly to use a washroom, and scanning the map to try to guess which station coming up would have stores closest to it that we could rush into to avoid what would have been quite a sticky situation. So I know that this is a need for many people with disabilities, for many seniors, for many parents, for so many of our residents. And of course, the challenge is jurisdictional in terms of the capital as well as the upkeep costs. But for us to be amplifying with the loudest voices we can these calls from our residents to have washrooms on opening day is so important, and I am absolutely committed to doing that work as well as the work we have on more public washrooms in across our own city. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And Councillor Fry, you're up next.
Yeah, and only to echo some of my colleagues and just reflecting how bizarre it is that we're even advocating this at a council level and that this is not part of normal everyday planning for significant transit hubs and stations. Obviously, for any of us who've traveled to other cities here in North America, around the world, washroom facilities are part of the course for transit stations. And as we contemplate how we're going to get more people onto transit, it seems like an absolute no-brainer. I note that I'm hopeful that with the new direction, many of us attended the Transport 2050 presentation by TransLink at UDI a couple of weeks ago, and of their three key kind of platform pieces that they're advocating, the number one was people first streets, and extrapolating out of that is that transit is more than just buses and trains moving on time. Transit is about people. It's about moving people, and this is so clearly a human people kind of need, is washroom facilities. And I might add that, and I'm hoping that TransLink is listening in on this conversation and some of the comments from council and some of the comments from the excellent speakers who attended. One of the other pieces that constantly baffles my mind that we don't include in transit stations are things like lockers. If we want people to be able to go shopping downtown or whatever, and then not have to lug around all the stuff they've just purchased, a locker facility is such a standard operating procedure in any other transit station I've visited around the world. Japan is great for that kind of thing. Those are the kind of pieces that we could actually add to our transit infrastructure that would make transit more attractive, more viable, more pleasant to take transit to go to places that we need to go. So super appreciative of the advisory committee for bringing this forward, and super supportive of the mission. And thanks, Councillor Wiebe, for stick handling it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. And on to you, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, this one's been tough. I've sat on this committee for over 7 years, and when TransLink has come back and said that there will be a unmarked room that might have a toilet, might not, that someone could call a number and a person from 3 stations over might be able to come in and help them find a spot, is unbearable when you look at what we do at the City of Vancouver to ensure that small business owners have to put a certain amount of washrooms per seats, and that we make sure that a arts and culture facility has a certain amount of washrooms to meet the needs of the people in that space. So I've been trying to figure out how this is not involved in our permits, because we as a city need to make sure that there is a washroom available. I think it's instrumental that this is one of the first times I've ever heard that the active transportation, the children and families, and the seniors, and the Persons with Disability Advisory Committee all got together years ago to advocate this, and that it hasn't been able to get the traction it wants. TransLink has made some movement, and I think that we need to continue, and hopeful with some of the new direction that this can be something that can be an instrument in ensuring that we bring active transportation and public transportation to where it needs to go by having proper accessible public washrooms and paired elevators, as well as I love the idea of having lockers and other end of trip facilities available for people, recognizing that we don't have the same ability we used to with our own cars to be able to lock our stuff in the back of the trunks. We don't have the ability to have as many washrooms. And I don't think it's fair that TransLink states that there could be restaurants near stations that could provide this service. I think it's a public service for the public good. And I really appreciate everyone's comments today.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. I certainly agree that we need to be providing washrooms near transit. I recall when I sat on the development permit board in the period between 2005 and 2008 when we were approving the stations for the then just called RAV line, now Canada line. And it was very problematic to get any kind of facilities for the public at that time, and that continues today. That said, I don't support the Broadway subway, and I have to go on the record for saying that. I would be a hypocrite if I didn't. I think it's the wrong approach to distributed transportation to foster the kind of complete communities that we talk about in the city. So I'm going to abstain on this because I do support the need for washrooms, and I hear you there, but I do not support the subway and cannot, for that reason, support it overall. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much. I just want to add a couple extra thoughts in addition to most of the comments that we've heard so far from other councillors who are supportive of the subway, of course, and supportive of washrooms. It is absurd. I think Councillor Swanson said it's absurd that we are advocating at this level for washrooms, but then I think, well, here we are, and so why are we? And it strikes me that we need to unlock some creativity about how we think about this and why it is seems to be such an uphill battle. And we've been talking about this for a couple of years now. And as I understand it, capital is not the issue. Building the washrooms, plumbing them is going to happen anyways. It's the operating. And then the discussion is who benefits. And we know who benefits. We've heard from our advisory committee members today who spoke very well to the need, and other councillors who spoke to their experiences having young children, the public in general. But I think that seems to be the debate is who benefits. The city benefits for sure. TransLink benefits because they're users. The businesses, of course, benefit, and so do the public. So how do we find a way to bring those groups together and leverage and enable these washrooms to happen? And so whether it's flipping the script, and rather than leaning on businesses to use their washrooms, have businesses buy into a larger facility of washrooms that their customers could use. And perhaps there's some way that there's worked into the lease agreements to include washroom facilities, or perhaps even looking at private investment. I mean, I've heard that private investors are actually interested in making our transit hubs more functional, whether it's lockers, washrooms, and what we lack. And I'll sort of plug a previous motion, the social impact investment motion, is the framework to enable private investment to come in and help us make these things happen. But what I see here is not just sort of pushing it over to one side or the other, but how do we get more creative in terms of partnership and how we fund these absolutely necessary and sort of undebatable, really, public services. You wouldn't possibly have a business be able to service that amount of people and not provide a washroom at the end of the day. So I really appreciated the dialogue and all the council's comments. I'm fully supportive of this motion, but I do hope that, as Councillor Fry said, if everybody's listening in, let's hope that they are. TransLink, our city staff, of course, would be, that we can find a creative way to find a solution here, as the issue is only going to grow, and our transit system needs to grow, as does its user, as does its ridership. So this is an important part of this discussion, and hope that we find some resolution. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. And you were the last speaker on this subject, Councillor Bligh. So, Clerk, I wonder if you could move us to a vote on this amended motion. Yeah, this motion passes unanimously with none in opposition. There are 2 abstentions, but actually, oh, I'm sorry, 1 abstention and and the mayor is absent. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Council, and thank you to the speakers. We are now going back to our agenda as the order that has been presented to us today by this morning. That we just altered to look at agenda item 1. These are the looking at the items that have been held. And Councillor Kirby Young, you held agenda number 1. I just want to make sure everyone's clear that this is the contract award for supply and delivery of LED luminaries and intelligent street light control systems. And this is a report from Engineering Services. Lon Leclerc, General Manager, and Susan Jingsu, Category Manager, Supply Chain Management, are here. I understand there may be a presentation if Council is interested. Perhaps that could be clarified by Lon Leclerc. And at this point, maybe I could get that clarification and I can ask Council if they are interested in the presentation. Lon Leclerc, could you just let me know?
Yes, we do have a presentation with more detail if Council wishes to see that, or I can just give a high-level overview of the project.
Okay, Council. Is there interest in a high-level overview or a presentation? I guess I'm going to just have to say.
Yes, Chair Carr, I'd like
presentation.
I indicated that when I pulled the item.
Yes,
okay.
please,
Full
Chair.
presentation.
All right, we're hearing presentation, Lon, so go ahead.
Okay, if I could just provide a few introductory remarks. I just wanted to point out that this project actually delivers on a number of priorities that this council has identified. In particular, this council has identified a real focus on walking and on supporting our vulnerable populations. And to that extent, the new light fixtures that we're putting up deliver on, first of all, real safety improvements, because we have demonstrated data information that shows that they actually support reduced collisions and improve safety wherever we install them. But equally importantly, the quality of the light also improves the perception of safety. And for a lot of people who choose not to walk because they don't feel safe, the quality of the light allows them to identify facial features and things like that, which actually make people feel safer walking. Another item that this council has asked, because clearly understanding that lighting is important, they've asked for more ways to report lights that are out to us in addition to 311 and Van Connect. And with this type of system, in fact, the lights actually report themselves as out. And so it actually eliminates the need and actually eliminates our reliance on residents and businesses to notify us when street lighting is out. I just wanted to identify a few connections with key council priorities that I've heard from this council. And in summary, I do want to kind of say that it is kind of rare that we have a project that delivers such significantly improved service levels across the entire city at a significantly reduced cost. So with that, maybe I'll just turn it over to Terence Collard to provide a little bit more detail on the project. Terence Collard is our Deputy General Manager of Engineering Services.
Great.
Thank you very much. I believe the clerk has the presentation ready to go. I saw it in the background there. Excellent, thank you. Thank you. As Lon mentioned, we're here to chat briefly today about the supply and delivery of LED. And you'll notice in the picture on the left there, we've pirated the normal picture just to illustrate for you the difference, if we could, in a picture between the quality of light between an HPS and an LED system. Next slide, please. So as Lon mentioned, this project delivers on a variety of council objectives and priorities. But first I want to say that This is a business case that we've looked at over a number of years, at least while I've been in engineering, and I'm excited to say that with the cost of the equipment coming down, we're finally able to make this work. We're also have chosen to spread it over multiple years to spread out the capital load, as well as that provides the ability for internal staff to deliver the project, coupled with regular work so that we don't have to contract out. We've also been able to learn from other municipalities, since we're not on the bleeding edge of conversions, where other groups have had to redo work because they have chosen inappropriate lighting temperatures that the citizens didn't enjoy, and so had to redo that. And this is also our first step in modernizing our system to 24/7 power, which doesn't exist in most locations. So as we mentioned, this will cover the 44,000 HPS lights to Cobra style, and we do spend almost $4 million a year in electricity currently. Next slide, please.
Yeah, just before you go on, if you don't mind making sure we're sharing this on WebEx, Clerk, can you just please affirm if you can see it on the WebEx panel as well as in the public, on the public screen?
Yes, this is the clerk here, Chair Carr. It has to be shared by the presenter. We're not able to do that from the chamber. However, we do have the public screen being shared.
Oh, so you're able to do that yourself now? If this is, she can proceed?
So the presenter, the staff person presenting, needs to share for the WebEx. We do have it up on the public screen.
Okay, so is it possible to get that shared? Yeah.
I can share my screen if that's the preference.
Yes.
Sure, let me try to do that. I'm sorry here.
No, not a problem. Just take the time you need. I think it's just important for the
Yes, no, absolutely.
Great.
Excellent.
Yeah,
And
it's not
everyone
quite
see the
caught up,
deck?
but yeah. But great.
Okay. I'm not able to see it. There we go.
Yes.
Are you able to see that?
Absolutely. Clerk, are you fine about this now?
Yes, Chair Carr, it is working now. Thank you.
Thank you, Taryn.
Great, thank
Appreciate
you.
that. And sorry for interrupting you, but it was
No,
important.
no problem. No problem at all.
Yes.
I apologize for being a slight Luddite when it comes to WebEx.
That was
and
actually
sharing,
impressively fast to get that done. So go ahead.
And so all of that lead up to this most important slide, which really highlights our five key initiatives that this project, as Lon mentioned, delivers. First is the substantial energy savings, leading to both CO2 and operating dollar savings. Second being reduced maintenance. So as Lon mentioned, we will no longer be, once the full build out, be relying on 311 or Van Connect people to let us know when the lights are out. And so therefore we can have reduced maintenance as well as smarter maintenance. And so we can get reports that will have the team going out fixing lights in a more effective and efficient manner. Third, certainly, is the improved safety. Not only have we seen it at intersections, but the plan is to partner with our ACS teams internally to really fine tune which areas the rollout of these LEDs will go first in order to aid in that safety and perception of safety for some of our vulnerable communities. And second, lastly, is this is following in the footsteps of our outdoor lighting strategy that was approved a number of years ago, where we're really trying to focus on putting the right light in the right place. And that really does help reduce the light light pollution and trespass. And with these new fixtures, we do have a lot more technology and options than we used to. And lastly, Smart City and the Internet of Things framework. Initially, that will provide us the controls that we need to be able to see our system correctly, but in the future, we will be looking at implementing some of the Internet of Things, and there's a little bit more on that later. But this will be the beginning of the upgrade of our network. So we did follow a standard procurement process, included both our IS/IT team, our procurement team, and engineering. And we got a great response from the industry. And as part of this, we did a live demo of the streetlights, as seen in the picture on the first slide, as well as testing some of the components to make sure that they would work with our existing systems and would be able to take a variety of smart applications moving forward. And here is just some pictures of what this equipment looks like. I know I'm always interested in what things we're actually buying. And so here is a picture of what those look like as they're installed to make the network upgrade. And on the right is what the teams will see in terms of street lighting out in the network, allowing us to leverage more efficiency in changing bulbs. And so lastly is the Internet of Things, where it was important to include our ITIS partners. They really mapped out for us the system requirements to meet both privacy and security needs. And on the right there, you'll see some potential sensors. We don't at this point have an idea of or a priority as to what we will install, but we'll be working internally with engineering as well as other partners in the city to determine the prioritization of which of any sensors we would be putting in as this system rolls out. And one other exciting thing, as we move to 24/7 power, it does increase the risk, while still relatively low, of an energized pole. And so we were able to gain great procurement efficiency savings by including a voltage sensor within the light so that we only have to install one thing instead of going back and installing two. So I'm excited about all of those options. And with that, I will bring the presentation to a close for questions. We do have staff from our procurement team, our ITIS team, as well as our electrical team for specific questions if you'd like. Thank you.
Yes, you do have a number of counselors with questions. Thank you so much for the presentation. That was great.
And I will
Councillor
unshare.
Fry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Super cool. I really appreciate the whole sort of smart city integration and the Internet of Things. That's pretty exciting. Councillor Carr and I sat in on a meeting with a German producer of sockets that are being retrofitted into. I'm assuming this is just replacing the head, not the lamp post itself. But with the reduction in energy requirements moving from sodium to LED, they're retrofitting them to accommodate EV chargers in lampposts. Would this be possible through this kind of technology adaptation?
Yeah, I can start, and if the team wants to jump in, if I don't provide a fulsome answer, that would be great through the chair. Yes, this would provide us the start of a framework to do that. Right now, our streetlight system in most places isn't 24/7 power, and our conduit, which connects them, is aging and in need of repair. So one of the ways where we can squeeze a little more juice out of the electrical lemon, I suppose, is when we switch the system over to LED. It does provide us a little buffer of additional electricity that we could use to reallocate to things. We've done it previously in other locations for some of the bike share and for some of the CBS Deco. And so with renewed conduit, it does also provide us the ability to do this in other locations. So yes, so we won't be able to do it necessarily in all locations right off the hop, but it will be the basis to do that.
Awesome. So my second question, and this is a little bit less comfortable, and is some of the studies. Obviously, I checked out Acuity's website, and I see that they have turtle-friendly lighting temperatures that they're deploying with their LEDs, and that they have the ability. How are we contemplating the extent of the blue light? I saw in the presentation that we're focusing on a lot of blue light, which we know is also a significant source of light pollution, regardless of the overhead effects. Has this been?
Yeah, thank you. I will turn the question over to Deminda Epa, our Manager of Traffic and Electrical Design and Operations, who can answer that technical question. Over to you, Deminda.
Thank you, Taryn. With regard to that question, in this whole selection process, we have selected the right color temperatures which are matching to the city requirements. So basically, throughout the rollout, we are not exceeding 4,000 Kelvin color temperature. So in majority of the locations, we will be installing 3,000 Kelvin color temperature, which is adopted by most of the cities, and it is the most attractive and inviting color temperature for the citizens in any neighborhood. In high collision intersections, we are, depending on the collision levels, probably we may include 4,000 Kelvin color temperature just to improve the visibility. Otherwise, our installations will be 3,000 Kelvin in most cases.
Thank you. That is helpful. And we can adjust these on the fly, yeah?
Yeah, when we are selecting the LED fixtures, we have to define the color temperature. So when we are doing the lighting simulations prior to ordering, we will be picking the right color temperature prior to the order and place the order.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. I think I'm out of time, but I would love to explore that more. But I'm out of time.
You have 5 minutes to.
Oh, okay. So then, so if I'm following you correctly, then we don't have. So we pick the color temperature once and done. We don't have the ability to adjust the color temperature like with a dimmer switch or a lot of the modern LED fixtures for home use that can change color. We can't do that with this.
No, not for the roadway lights. We don't have that ability. That kind of fixtures are not commonly available in the market, so it's not an option in this case.
Okay, well, that's a helpful technical perspective. I'm going to pass the mic to my colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. Presentation. Councillor Fry knocked off one of my questions, which was great, and which was about the ability to retrofit poles and utilize them for EV charging or e-bike. So appreciate that. I want to go into sort of the notion of the quality of light. And I think Taryn referenced the right temperature of light. And I want to understand a bit more from a layman's perspective, because I do hear some feedback from members of the public that they find this light is very bright or cold, or potentially, where's that trade-off with safety versus sort of dark skies, feeling like the urban environment is too lit up, or sort of that light pollution. So can you speak a little bit to how it might feel and sort of what the technology does or looks like? Because that's the one concern or question that I hear from members of the public.
Yeah, certainly there has been a change between the HPS and the LED. And while LED does feel brighter, it's my understanding that it is actually brighter. All of the fixtures that we are procuring are dark sky friendly, and so they don't have uplight, which does help, as well as just a clarity on the dimming aspect, which may help in this. The dimming, we do have options to dim. That doesn't affect the color temperature, it just affects the brightness. And so moving forward, would have options to dim an area certainly later in the evening if it wasn't needed, and then could motion sensor brought up based on timing of the day. Deminda or Henry, do you have any more information on the lighting and perception?
Light is 4,000 Kelvin color temperature, so it's much more whiter light. But in the rollout, we are installing 3,000 Kelvin temperature, pretty much similar to high pressure sodium color temperature. So like a feel. So in that sense, probably when we install the LEDs, the feeling or the experience is much more inviting, and I don't expect major problems or any feedbacks from the citizens because of the color temperature, especially because 3,000 color temperature.
Okay, so can I follow up on that then, just to clarify a couple of points, because these are questions I get asked often, and I find it's helpful for the public to hear it. So we do have the ability to dim. So for example, making this real, if it's in a residential area in the evening, right, where there's a lot of apartments and people are living, that might be an area, for example, where it would be appropriate and there would be a level of dimming applied so that people can sleep, those sorts of things, right? So dress concerns of idea of people saying it's too bright near my windows and I can't, impacts my quality of life. Is that a fair example to give?
Yeah, that's right. It is true. And the good thing with this network configuration is we can individually control light fixtures. So we don't need to group them. We can go to a specific fixture where the problem is existing and we can dim down to the right level to match to the need of that application.
And how do you envision that process working? Would it sort of be on as residents indicate that there is an issue? Is the idea to roll something out that's consistent across specific areas, or how would that be managed to a reasonable degree so that you don't get different neighbors vying for different opinions on what's the right light level, for example?
Yeah, our strategy is actually to identify these issues at the design stage first of all. As I mentioned, we are doing the lighting simulations before we even prior to the ordering the fixtures. So that way we are trying to address the concerns, light trespass issues at the design stage. If for some reason, if citizens are experiencing these after the installations, we have the option go individually to each fixture and dim them down without compromising the safety in that neighborhood.
Okay, and just
if I could just offer, one of the big benefits is actually related to the directionality, the power we have to direct the light into the areas that we need it. And so the fact that what we have right now is the existing fixtures actually intrude into people's windows much more than we would want them to. And so I just point that out just because it's not so much about the brightness of the light, but where it's directed, and our ability with the new fixtures is to be much more directionally focused.
Okay, that's really helpful. If I can ask one other clarifying question, and thanks for that, Lon. So in the design phase, when you're addressing that, would, for example, you be setting sort of a higher level at things like major intersections versus in a residential neighborhood? Would that be how that would potentially apply?
Yes, generally when we are doing the designs, we are following the IES guidelines, that is the Illumination Engineering Society's recommended guidelines for North American installations. So we are basically going by the recommended lighting levels for the intersections as well as for mid-blocks residential areas. So there are lighting levels recommended by that guideline. So we basically follow that one. And also in addition to that, we have some guideline coming from our outdoor lighting strategy approved in 2019 and also City of Vancouver design guideline. So all these will be.
Well, I'm going to jump in just for time because I have one more quick question, but thank you because I know this impacts people's daily life. My other quick question is, if we were able to do the work sooner, say 3 years versus 5, will we not start accruing that $2.3 million annual savings more quickly?
Yes, the annual savings does start accruing earlier once it's finished, but we did discuss multiple times with our finance team and tried to come up with a balance of capital spend as well as keeping the work internally. If we sped up the installation, we would very likely have to go out for contract as well, potentially increasing the cost of the rollout.
Okay,
right. And that's your time, Councillor. Clerk, I noticed that the list seemed to have been altered at one point while the councillor was speaking. So can you just let me know if it indeed is Councillor DiGenova who's up next, even though somehow Councillor Kirby Young was not on that list. So is Councillor DiGenova next? Are we on the right queue? Is this the right list now up?
Thank you, Chair Carr. We do have Councillor DiGenova on the queue. The Crestron seems to be a bit messed up. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. So if you could check with Councillor DiGenova and then we could reset it.
Okay, I can reset the timer. That's not a problem. Councillors, I've got Councillor DiGenova up next, Councillor Boyle, Swanson, Weeb, and Hardwick. Can anybody let me know if they are missing from that list that was on that list?
I was removed from the list, but I've put myself back on.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry for
I,
that.
I've
Technical.
also been removed from the list, Councillor Carr, or Chair Carr, but I can
Sure.
go back on as needed. I'm just listening to questions right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Councillor DeGenova, I'm going to let you proceed now. I'm starting your timer now. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Councillor DeGenova? I'm not seeing her on our WebEx screen, so I'm not sure. Clerk, can you just verify if she is not available right now? Seeing her.
Yes, Chair Carr, I do see Councillor DeGenova on the WebEx, but I see her as muted.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova, if you unmute now, I'll give you a few seconds and go ahead with questions. Otherwise, you can join the list again. Okay, I think I'm just going to advance to Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Let's see if it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if there are any civil liberty concerns here around privacy. I noticed that the presentation said one of the potential sensors was for pedestrian monitoring, and I'm wondering if the privacy folks have had a look at this and if they have any concerns.
Through the chair, Councillor Swanson, we haven't explored in depth any real applications at this point, and so if we were going to go forward with pedestrian counters, we would have them do a fulsome review, but that work has not yet been done.
So there's no privacy violation things happening with the current proposal?
We have no proposal yet on which sensors to install, so that detailed work hasn't been done yet.
And that would come back to council before it happens?
We could bring it back to council if that's what council wishes.
Well, I'd like to see it if there's any thing involving privacy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Is that it, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Great. Councillor Weave, over to you.
Yeah, my question to staff is I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to bring this in front of the Vancouver Bird Advisory Council just to see if there's opportunities to make sure that we're reducing the avian effect of this in relation to our dark skies policy.
Certainly staff could do a presentation to that committee if that is interested. Sure. We did choose fixtures specifically in line with the outdoor lighting strategy, which did take into account the bird strategy, and so we should very much be aligned. But we're happy to meet with them and discuss specifics.
Yeah, that'd be great. Recognizing that LED lighting across the city, and mostly on the Falls Creek Flat, significantly seem to increase the light pollution. Do we have a strategy as part of the City of Vancouver overall to start to reduce light pollution across the city?
In addition to the outdoor lighting strategy?
Yeah, it seems to mostly on private property be getting significantly brighter. A lot of this is to deal with security issues. I'm just wondering what we're doing as a city overall to reduce our light pollution beyond our current strategy, or if there's been enforcement, or what we're looking to do as a city, recognizing that light pollution becomes a bigger and bigger issue with these new LEDs.
Yeah, unfortunately, engineering only deals with the on-street light, which certainly is only part of the challenge. I know the private property teams were involved in the original outdoor lighting strategy, but I couldn't speak specifically, I'm sorry, nor I think anybody on the team about private property lighting issues or changes at this point. I'm sorry.
If I could offer through the chair as well, is that just because Councillor, you mentioned that it's more of an issue with LED, it's actually less of an issue. I mean, we have LED on the Arbutus Greenway in the darkest section, in only the darkest section, which was so dark that you couldn't see anyone in front of you. but the light is so directly focused down that if you step off the path, you're in darkness. And in fact, it was very much about the concerns that residents had about unwanted light into living rooms and backyards. And in fact, the results of that from the response from the residents is overwhelmingly positive, because the light is exactly where it's wanted and it's not occurring where it's unwanted.
I guess, yeah, I mean, LED has the opportunity and technology to narrow it. I just know that there are certain lights near my home that at midnight it feels like noon on a bright sunny day because they are so extremely bright that it lights up everything. And so for me, it's making sure that these lights are as narrowed as we can and how we can make them so they're sensor mode activated so that they can turn off and we can have darker skies here in Vancouver. Other than that, I really appreciate the report.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Hardwick, you're next.
Thank you. Having looked at the RFP, I'm going to build off of Councillor Swanson's earlier question. There's some slight mention of cybersecurity as part of the Schedule C checklist, and the only mention of privacy in the document seems to be related to the bidding and contracting process. So I know Vancouver's very early in the process, but I'd like to ensure that privacy and cybersecurity is firmly on the agenda from the very start. So to staff, is this the time, or can you suggest how we can factor in those concerns around privacy and cybersecurity, being that the larger area of smart cities does include this implicitly, and we're seeing other cities, particularly in the United States, that are waiting on regulation before flipping the switch, so to speak, on streetlight sensors. So I'd appreciate some more full elaboration on this subject, and also suggestions on how council, and if council needs to ensure taking extra steps around this. Thank you.
Thank you. And
Councillor
through the
Hardwick,
chair, I'll ask Leo D'Souza to answer the question. Sorry, Leo.
Oh, thank you, Taryn. Councillor Hardwick, as we implement technology, we actually do extensive reviews on cybersecurity and privacy. So we work very closely with our Access to Information Office and make sure that should any technology that could contain personal identifiable information, we run it through a complete privacy impact assessment and get clearance before we adopt any of those. So as Taryn said, this implementation is really around the lights. So there are no sensors or any data collection of people or traffic at this point. If we decide to add sensors over time, we would treat those as individual projects and then run it through our extensive cybersecurity checklist, as well as a privacy impact assessment.
Terrific. Thank you for elaborating for me. You can imagine the concern, and I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the team for the update. This is really exciting. I did have a question with respect to the rollout, and does it include Hastings Park and the PNE? Because I know that we're also looking at lighting there, and I just want to ensure that there's some coordination. So I'm just curious if staff could comment on that.
This project here does not specifically include Hastings Park for the PNE, but I believe, and the procurement team can correct me if I'm wrong, this does provide a platform to buy additional equipment should we want to expand the scope to that location.
I think it would be welcome, because I think right now we're at the risk of considering that that Hastings Park is sort of an entity of the city, and the PNE itself is looking at lighting, that I think there are some real benefits to coordinating both the cost benefits and just the technology and so on. So that would be my suggestion, and that we can take that offline. And then just could you remind me just around the rollout, the timing of the rollout for the LED lighting?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. We had initially planned to do the rollout starting this year, but we're at council late because of supply chain issues, generally speaking, with COVID. And so the design, once approved, will start. And we're looking at fixtures being installed beginning of next year, allowing the next couple months for design.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for the update.
Okay.
Happy
And
to
I
make
think
the
that
recommendations, Chair Carr.
absolutely. If we are at that point. So the recommendations have been moved by Councillor Kirby Young. And so I'm going to move us to the main queue for debate and decision. Ooh, we have a lot of people on the main queue. So Councillor, this must be an old queue, but Councillor Kirby Young, you just happen to be first on this queue. So go ahead to the actual debate and decision.
Yeah, I'll just thank staff for the work on this. This is stuff that gets me as a city municipal councillor. Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but one of the councillors just spoke without their mic muted. So please, councillors, be aware of that. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, no problem. I just want to express appreciation to staff for the work on this. Like this kind of these city building pieces in terms of infrastructure do get me fairly excited as a city councillor because it's directly under our purview and it impacts our public realm tremendously in terms of how people feel in the city, how they enjoy public space, their feeling of safety and security, a sense that their city is well sort of looked after and taken care of. And those are all really important things to residents. And so it, might seem like it's less and it's technical, but it kind of really comes down to impacting people's day-to-day lives. And that's why I asked the questions with respect to sort of the impact on light and trying to really understand that from an individual resident's point of view. So appreciate the clarification, the responses from staff on that very much. It's always nice to see sort of those triple home run projects that are both green, sort of have a fiscal business case to support them and result in savings, but also, as we said, will provide for better metrics, better maintenance as was expressed without the need to call 311, which is something that we've talked about as well. But also hopefully some good data too, in terms of how people move around the city. And just understanding, sort of supporting public space initiatives and where people are and where that I think can also assist in quality design of public space to ensure that we have a good public realm for everybody. So I'm happy to support the work and I really appreciate the presentation today. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. And Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
That's a holdover.
Councillor Swanson? Oh,
That's
it's a
a
holdover. Okay. Council, I do not see anyone else on the queue. So, Clerk, could you please move us to a vote on these recommendations? Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, maybe Clerk, I wonder if you could just verify that Councillor DeGenova is on the line.
Chair Carr, it appears Councillor DeGenova has stepped away. We couldn't.
So she stepped away. So she's at this point just
we will mark
absent.
her as absent.
Right. Okay. Then we have a unanimous decision. Great. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff, for that great presentation and answering so many questions. Obviously, a lot of interest there. Council, we are moving on to item 4 on the agenda, which is business license panels, July to December 2021. It was held by Councillor Dominato. And sorry, Councillor Dominato, I'm going to move you on to a question queue. Great.
Thanks,
So
Chair.
go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Chair. And I circulated an amendment, and it's simply to amend the schedule. So if staff, the clerks could simply bring that up, and it's just to swap the chairing roles with Councillor Wiebe.
Okay, and it's up on our screen. I see that. Okay, not seeing anyone else speaking to this. I'm assuming Councillor Weeb is supportive. Clerk, I
Yes,
think.
that's my understanding.
Oh, need an amendment. Oh, I see. Great. Okay, so what we would need is you to move the actual recommendations and then move your amendment.
Yes, so I'll move the report.
Yes, thank you.
And then move the amendments.
Great. Okay. That's fine. And I see no one else on the list. So I think, Clerk, if you can move us to a vote on this, that would be great.
That was really quick.
Yeah, I think we are having some technical difficulties with our panels.
Are you privileged?
Yeah, Chair Carr, I didn't actually get a voting panel.
No, none of us did, Councillor Kirby Young. So, Clerk, if you could redo this, I think it just moved very, very quickly. Okay, we'll try once more for a vote on this as this would be the amendment first, Council. Councillors, okay, that is a unanimous vote, Council. And now, Clerk, if you could have us vote on the amended motion, please. Councillor DeGenova, I did hear your voice, but I can't see you having voted. Are you able to?
Sorry, I thought I had voted. So
There
I
you
voted
go.
again. Thank you.
No, that's good. Then it is a unanimous decision of council on this item. Thank you very much. Great. So, council, that moves us through all of the items that were originally on our agenda. We are now moving back to referred items, having dealt with one of those items first on our agenda. That was item 8. We are now on to item 5. And we have a half an hour before lunch. So item 5, just looking to see our list. We have a lot of speakers to this, as I think all of you know. We will start with representatives of public bodies.
And just a point of procedure.
Yes.
Chair?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
It just
Councillor
wasn't
DeGenova.
noted before, but are we still running the pilot where we call through the names twice?
That
If
is
people
correct.
have missed their turn? I just wanted to note it in case someone missed their turn and wasn't sure if they could still speak.
Yes, that is correct. So just to refresh everyone's minds, we have this motion has been moved and seconded, so we are now going to hear from speakers, after which point we will move to the debate and decision. In going through the speakers, I will go through the list and call the names again of people who were not on the list at the time that we first go through it. And those who speak have 5 minutes. And yeah, so I will also call them out in order, just so I've been prompted by the clerk to make sure that that's clear. So in the order that they are on the list. Speakers have 5 minutes to present to us. Councillors, you have 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. Okay. So I'm starting with this motion,
Chair,
which
could
is
I,
reduce.
point of order? I will be stepping away because of my code that I shared yesterday on this item.
Conflict of interest?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. So, yes, that will be noted, that you will be absent for this item.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for reminding me of that. And we are we are, as I say, at the beginning of this list, the item is reducing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood. We'll start with speaker one, Tom Armstrong, CEO of Cooperative Housing Federation of BC. Tom Armstrong, are you on the list?
Chair Carr, it is the clerk here. We don't seem to have speaker number one, Tom Armstrong, on the line at the moment.
Okay.
Chair Carr, I understand that Mr. Armstrong had a conflict, and I suspect we'll try to call and join in when that passes.
Right. Okay. The protocol is that I'll go through the whole list and then call again for the names of people who were not on the line at the time that I went through the list, but we'll see if there may be, the clerk may alert me to something different should he call in as a public body representative, but I will wait to hear from the clerk. But I believe right now it's going to have to go through all the way to the end, Councillor, unfortunately. So we have our second public body speaker, Jill Atke, the CEO of BC Nonprofit Housing Association. Jill Atke, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead for up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thank you. Hello, council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on this motion. I'm Jill Atke. I'm the CEO at BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and I'm also a resident of Vancouver. Thanks for taking the time to hear from speakers on this motion. I'm speaking in support of the motion to reduce barriers and deepen affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in neighborhoods throughout Vancouver. As you heard in the public hearing several weeks ago, this is an important motion for the community housing sector for a couple of reasons. So rezoning can take a year or longer and cost in the range of $500,000, both of which are costs that the community housing sector can't afford in order to meet the needs that seem to grow more desperate by the day in Vancouver. Going up to 12 stories in the 3 reference zoning districts allows for more flexibility and efficiency in bringing community housing projects forward in those few areas of the city where we already allow some density. Looking outside of those 3 zoning districts in question and considering current RS and RT zones is also important because such changes would provide more opportunities to nonprofits to deliver the affordable housing so many are advocating for in this city. In the public discourse on this issue, both through the previous public hearing and since the motion was introduced, there seems to be a suggestion that communities would be overwhelmed with higher and denser buildings. Unfortunately, the community housing sector isn't currently in a position to purchase buildings and quickly redevelop them at increased density. This is more likely to apply to buildings owned by nonprofits and co-ops already, and the changes people will see in their communities would, I think, be a slow and gradual change. The other reason for this is because where nonprofits redevelop buildings, many will continue to stick with 6-story because of the cost differential between wood frame and either concrete or mass timber above 6 stories. So in some cases, the concrete and mass timber will be workable, particularly where there's investment from a senior level of government, and that's where the height and density are important. So I think, for example, of Vancouver Native Housing Society's Francis Street proposal, which was unanimously approved by council a couple of months ago. So that said, while I don't think the increases would be immediate and they wouldn't be wholesale changes in communities, the option to go up to 12 stories is important because it builds more flexibility for nonprofits to make their projects work. The 12 stories, again, is a maximum, and some projects will come in at that height, but many of the projects that come forward will not. So this council has been very supportive of the nonprofit and co-op housing projects that have come forward. You've indicated you want to see more of them. This motion would allow you to express that continued support through policy rather than project-specific rezoning. The slow municipal processes and the barriers they create for affordable housing projects is being recognized in other municipalities as well. City of Victoria right now is considering waiving public hearings for projects that meet certain criteria and delegating additional powers to staff for approval. So you're not alone in your thinking through on these important issues. So I'd just like to conclude by encouraging Council to think long-term on this one. The community housing sector only has so much land available, and the redevelopment that we're seeing now is driven by the need to increase the number of homes we can deliver. The buildings we do today, the buildings we build today are accessible, they meet high efficiency standards, and should be able to withstand the life cycle of many generations. These new buildings should be at heights and densities that we think Vancouver should be at in 60 or 70 years, or the redevelopment pressure, which is so destabilizing for residents, will soon be upon us again if we limit ourselves to 4 or 6 stories. We know where we were at 50 years ago because our zoning is pretty much the same now as it was then. Where do we want to be in 50 years from now or even longer from now, and what densities will seem reasonable then? The zoning changes you make today won't get built out today or tomorrow, so I'd encourage you to think about how you want to enable affordable housing supply well into the future. I'll conclude my comments there. I suspect through the course of hearing from speakers, the definition of social housing is going to come up in the conversation. It's come up in the discourse so far. So my time is running out, but if there are any questions on that issue from Council, I'd be happy to answer them. And thank you again for your time.
And thank you for yours. And you do have questions if you want to stay on the line from a number of councillors. Councillor Dominato, you're first.
Actually, I'm follow Councillor Swanson. That was from prior.
Another one? Okay, Councillor Swanson, you're first.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I could ask you about 8 questions here to try and deal with the amounts of correspondence that we've been getting from people that oppose this. But what if we wrote into the motion someplace that in order to get the increased density, you had to deliver a specific level of affordability, like the one that people are talking about now is 20% shelter, 50% hills, and 30% market. Would you be able to make that work financially?
Well, on some
or what
projects,
is the level of affordability that we could write in that would work?
The 20-50-30 ratio that you mentioned comes specifically from the provincial government's community housing fund. And that community housing fund has something in the range of about $5 billion over 10 years. There are about 7 years remaining in that program. And those are to fund projects right throughout the province. So there will be a decent amount in Vancouver, but it's not sufficient to meet the affordable housing demand that we know exists in Vancouver. And so that's why the definition requires a little bit more flexibility, because you also want to encourage projects that come forward, like the one at 6th and Main Catalyst project, that is up to 9 stories. It relies on federal government financing. It doesn't achieve on day one the same level of affordability that a community housing fund project would, but over time, affordability is improved as financing is paid down, and the drive there is to keep rents as low as possible. So I think you want to be broad in your perspective so that you're not relying on any one funding program because governments change, political will changes, and if that funding program provincially disappears, then we've really limited what we can do as a sector.
So you're saying that we basically have to keep a very fluid definition of affordability and count on rents going down over time. And you'd be cool with the 30% at Hills and 70% at Market.
Yeah, so the important thing to remember there is 30% at Hills is a minimum threshold, and so any nonprofit is going to strive to achieve deeper levels of affordability than that. And in fact, most projects that you've had come forward to council do achieve deeper levels of affordability. But there will be projects that come forward without any senior levels of government financing or funding available. And I'm not sure you want, given where we're at with our affordability situation in this province and in this city, that you want to close the door on those projects. And so that's why that definition is important. The whole building still needs to be owned and operated by a nonprofit in order to qualify, and they will seek to reduce rents.
That is your time. That is your time, Councillor Swanson. It's 3 minutes for questioning, as I said at the beginning. So on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Jill, for bringing up the subject of Victoria, because I was reading about the contemplations there. But one of the things I noted in Victoria is that in moving to eliminating rezoning application, the stipulation would be that that they'd eliminate the requirement for rezoning application when increasing density up to a maximum outlined in the community plan. And I'm wondering if you could comment on that, because that's not contemplated in this motion. It doesn't consider community plans or neighborhood plans or the Vancouver plan. So I'm just wondering if you have some thoughts on that.
Sure, yeah, and that sort of stuck out for me as well, Councillor Dominato. And I think the important difference there is Victoria is required to have an official community plan, and so it does update its community plan reasonably regularly and is required to bring zoning up to speed with what's in the community plan. That involves significant public consultation and input that goes into that community plan. So I would suggest that their zoning districts are not quite as, with all due respect, out of date as Vancouver's are, because they've got that requirement to revisit it regularly.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful context. And then my second question is with respect to the short program and initiative. Last night we considered a co-op development that went through the short program, and the application was made October 2020, came obviously yesterday, and so 7 months. And do you think that has been effective in trying to streamline and reduce costs?
I do believe that the short program has been effective. It's what I hear fairly consistently from nonprofits. The challenge has been that it can sometimes take a year or longer to get accepted into the short program. But once a nonprofit is into the short program, then the process moves much more efficiently than going through the system if you're not part of the short program. So it has been effective.
Great. Thanks for that.
That's it, Councillor Dominato?
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's great. You do have other questions from the councillors. So Councillor Fry, you're next. Again, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah. And just also reflecting on that Victoria model that you brought up, as I read the Victoria Housing Affordability Guidelines, they seem to strive for a lot deeper levels of affordability on all the units in the building. And furthermore, that they actually stipulate that the housing needs to be it needs to be a nonprofit housing society, whereas our social housing definition actually doesn't stipulate it has to be a nonprofit housing, just a nonprofit organization. And furthermore, as we know, the 30% affordability at Hills is currently at about $13.75, which is pretty high relative to the Victoria model. Do you see opportunities for improving how we define social housing in this context? You mentioned that, like, non-profit housing providers would strive for more housing affordability, but as we know, it's not exclusive to nonprofit housing providers, it's any nonprofit. How do we actually enforce that aspirational goal through with policy?
Yeah, so just a clarification on the nonprofit distinction. I think that's maybe a question of semantics. So if a nonprofit organization brings forward a housing proposal that they intend to develop, they become a nonprofit housing society. So we've got in the province about 800 nonprofit housing societies. Some of those are multi-service agencies. So think of like YWCA or the Canadian Mental Health Association's various branches. Some of them deliver affordable housing, and so they are, according to our definition, certainly nonprofit housing societies. So I think that's maybe just a definitional issue. I do think that as broad as you can leave the definition, you will see more and various types of housing proposals coming forward. The restrictions on the specific definitions of affordable housing tied to specific senior levels of government funding put the city at a little bit of risk of those programmatic changes happening and your own bylaws and policies not being able to keep up with them. And so that would immediately disqualify certain projects from being brought forward. And I do think we're at the point in the city and the affordability crisis to really want to encourage as many nonprofit projects to come forward as possible.
I'm out of time. Otherwise, I have another question for you.
Okay. Yeah,
Sorry
a
about
bit
that.
frustrating, I understand, but we do have other questions. So thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle, you are next.
Thanks for all of your expertise on this topic. I'm wondering if you can, there seems to be some confusion between non-market housing where some of the rents are at market rent to cross-subsidize and private market rental. Can you speak to the difference between a non-profit building with a mix of those rents versus a privately owned for-profit building with a requirement for some of the rents to be below? Does that question make sense? Can you speak to why the nonprofit housing is different or better, I'd say?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So the difference is in mission drive. So a private sector rental developer, and we do need private sector rental development. They need to return an investment to their shareholders. In the nonprofit sector, we are mission driven to achieve the greatest affordability that we can. It's baked into the DNA of the community housing sector. So on a project where the best on day one that a nonprofit is able to do is 30% of the units at Hills, the rest at quote unquote market. Those are still all owned by the nonprofit entity, and those 70% of the units are typically low end of market, so they're not quite at market. And then as the financing is paid down on a project, while still maintaining the asset in good condition, the nonprofit is going to at least flatline or potentially deepen the level of affordability on those 70% of the units. You're very, very unlikely to see that happen in the private sector.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks. And my other question is around the height. You mentioned some projects will still make the most sense at 6 and some will make sense at 12. My understanding is materials are changing. So can you speak to the flexibility of having up to 12, why that is helpful?
Sure. So right now, 6 for a lot of buildings makes sense because you're still able to build wood frame construction. Above that, you're required to go either to mass timber or concrete, both of which are fairly comparable in terms of expense, but also much more expensive than wood frame construction is. And so just very difficult to make those projects pencil out. So I think you're still likely to see projects coming in at 6 stories, but of course, the market is changing. We know that the price of wood has escalated dramatically over the course of the last year. So that's why I think it's important to just have a bit of flexibility for different types of projects to come forward in terms of the changing construction and materials costs, and not to limit ourselves to wood frame construction.
That's
Thanks.
your time, Councillor
That's my
Boyle.
time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. A lot of my questions have already been answered. Just wondering if you thought, and sorry to put you on the spot, I know that you probably have to go out and consult your membership, but is it important to consider expanding the short program? As I'd heard sort of, and I'd actually asked a question about it yesterday. It's my understanding that it came out of a number of different council motions from last term and even before that a number of councillors, including myself, had put forward. And just wondered if you thought if it is sort of an increased fee, but it would expedite projects and the bottom line would be more affordability. Is that something you think nonprofits would support, to increase the amount of resources specifically to that program?
Thanks for that question, Councillor DeGenova. And I can't comment on the specifics right now. You're right. I would need to talk to nonprofits who have been through the program and balance that out with potentially increased fees. And so, but my initial reaction is that yes, an expansion of that program, because it has worked reasonably successfully once a nonprofit is in that pipeline, would be desirable.
Okay, thanks very much. Another quick question that I have for you is regarding sort of having a little more power in being able to cross-subsidize. Does that help nonprofits to be able to offset their own budgets, and understanding that that means that they can deepen affordability when it's needed for some of their most vulnerable residents who otherwise may not fit directly into the programs they once applied for? Just speaking very broadly, does it offer nonprofits that extra comfort that they're able to do that with cross subsidies?
Yeah, the cross subsidy piece is really important, because that's how, in a lot of projects, how we achieve the affordability in the, let's say, that 30, 40, or 50% of units that are below hills. We can achieve that because the rest of the units are paying market rent, so it cross-subsidizes. The reality is that, to achieve those rents below hills, you do need some level of government investment. And it's, this definition of social housing is not a new question, but the mixed income model has been around since the 1970s. So most of the federally and provincially supported housing since the late 70s, early 1980s has been this mixed income model. And the mixed income model is important not just from an outcomes perspective, so health outcomes for people in the subsidized unit, but actually people in that building and the surrounding community, because it tends to attract additional services that everybody accesses. So we know from an outcomes perspective, it's important as well. And then when that government investment, the operating agreement expires, so a nonprofit stops receiving subsidies, they're more likely to be able to maintain those deeply subsidized units at their existing rents if they've got a mix of incomes in the buildings. So from a long-term viability perspective, those mixed income buildings are very, very important. in order to achieve the amount of subsidized units we want at the end of the day, we need more of those projects coming forward, not fewer.
Okay,
Thanks
and
very
that
much.
is
That's
over your
my
time. Yes.
I understand.
Can,
And just a point of privilege, sorry, Chair Carr. I'm not sure if the public can see it on their screen, but right now it says request to speak business license panels. So I was just hoping if the public could see that, I wouldn't want there to be any confusion about what item we're on. Thank you.
yeah, I don't see
Thank
that
you.
on mine, but that's okay.
Now it's
Clerk, if you
changed.
could, clerk, okay, great. So council, we are, yeah, it's being fixed now. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. We only have 4 minutes to go. That's not enough time to hear from another speaker, council. So I'm going to suggest we take our lunch break now. And we will come back to the first speaker on the public list, number 1, Orest Clefus. And so that will be a return at 1 p.m. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Thanks.
I'm ready.
Okay. Are you ready, David? Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Over to you, Chair Carr.
Great. Welcome back, everyone, from the lunch break. So we are continuing with the motion and hearing from speakers, reducing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood. That was originally yesterday, members' motion B2. So we've heard from one of the public body speakers, and we're now on to the regular public speakers list, starting with speaker 1, Orest Clufus. Orest Clufus, are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon. My name is Orest Clufus. I'm a 25-year resident of Vancouver. Our family lives in Kitts, and we work and play in Kitsilano, False Creek, and downtown. I oppose the 12+++ motion. Both as a citizen and professionally, I have been actively engaged in city planning processes. I attend urban design panels for our city's tall towers, attend many rezoning open houses for exciting new projects, was engaged in the South Falls Creek planning workshops, and participating in the Broadway plan workshops over the last 2 years, attended the recent BC Housing open houses for the proposed Arbutus and 8th building to express concern about the lack of considered engagement, the awkward proposed 12-story towering neighborhood scale, and ill-considered misguided use and program mix for long-term success for the neighborhood. I am also engaged in our Arbutus subway station and bus loop open houses and development permit sessions to express concern about the health and safety impacts on children only 25 meters away from the bus loop that to this day have not been addressed or actioned despite commitments in the many ineffective meetings with city staff and city leadership. As you have heard, I care for and value the effect and impact neighborhood scale planning, engagement processes, and design input do. I want to speak today to show my support for social housing and affordable housing. Yes, it's needed. It's desperately needed because the city has not succeeded in the considered, proactive strategizing, planning, execution, and management of that need. With this motion, the mayor, some council members are proposing to ignore 100-year-old community planning practices and principles because they have not succeeded in their responsibility for creating an inability to fix the city's current bureaucratic housing, rezoning, planning, and approval processes. Instead of voting on this new motion that asks us to delete and ignore foundational city neighborhood planning practices and asks for permission to work around your own internally created ineffective bureaucratic processes, in the next round, we need a mayor and council members that do not give up on neighborhood planning, that do not divide us and our unique neighborhoods and blanket us as one. Another case in point, you started a planning engagement process on the Arbutus bus loop station 4 years ago and sent an invite to a school by the same name in St. John's, Newfoundland, versus the actual one 25 meters away. To this day, despite so many meetings with city leadership and staff, the city has not acknowledged and acted on its mistake with the school. The school itself had to do an FOI and found a mistake.
Just 1 second, excuse me, Orest Clufus, if you can,
Yes.
I can just interrupt you. Actually have had, and I should have announced this to all speakers, indications that are clear from staff that specific mention of projects that may be coming forward to council for decisions should not be discussed. That could bias any future processes. So I'm going to have to ask you to keep to the more general discussion around the content of this motion as opposed to any specific projects, please.
Fair enough. Just for the record, none of those projects are in front of the city processes right now. So I'm sorry, I'm trying to provide a context and give some case studies and examples that speak to this motion and speak to the context of the whereases that were provided by the councillors in this motion. But duly noted, I'm almost finished as well.
Thank you.
No problem. My point before I was a bit off track here, my point was I try to provide case studies. And what I'm trying to suggest is these two cases or case studies in our neighborhood were mistakes that still can be corrected by the city. I'm suggesting that this motion is allowing these kind of things to happen by design. And so for those reasons, I oppose the motion. Thank you for your time.
Great. And thank you. I do, I'm not actually sure. Councillor DiGenova, I do have you on the list to speak as a question, but I'm not sure if that's a holdover or if you are indeed on the list for asking questions to this member of the public. Clerk, is Councillor DiGenova actually on the line with us right now? Clerk?
It is the clerk here, Chair Carr. I'm not seeing Councillor DiGenova on the WebEx right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Oris Clifford, thank you so much for your presentation, and very much appreciate you coming to speak to us. And that's it. Thank you. Next on the list, Anthony, number 2, Anthony Cotter. Is Anthony Cotter on the line?
Yes, Anthony Cotter.
Yes, I am. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead to speak to council, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here in support of this motion. Today, and I think in previous hearings, community housing experts have spoken to why this motion is necessary to get nonprofit co-op and social housing homes built in Vancouver. As a recent article in the Globe and Mail points out, Vancouver is failing to build its own targets for these types of units. To me, this tells us that approvals is one thing, but making the economics work to get actual construction going is another. And I've heard the experts speak to the flexibilities that they need to build these projects without support from the federal and provincial government. And they've also spoken to how this motion would allow them to leverage these pools of funding, which will allow them to explore deeper affordability and reduced heights. And unlike our housing shortage crisis, funding from Ottawa and Victoria is not likely to be around forever, and so I think we have a window of opportunity to act here. I also support this motion as a resident of a multifamily neighborhood that will grow and improve with the addition of new people. The families and individuals who live in nonprofit, co-op, and social housing are active, contributing members of our communities and make great neighbors. I'm excited to have more of them around where I live as a market rate renter in Hastings Sunrise. In general, I think more people make for a better city. It means there will be more customers for our small and medium-sized businesses that are hurting right now, more potential employees for these businesses, more culture, more arts, even new businesses. I share some of the concerns as our neighborhoods grow in height and residence. It's important that they also grow in ground level green space and other amenities. I was hoping staff could explore how to maintain a sort of net increase in ground level green space and choose to relax height restrictions rather than setbacks where possible. In general, I would like to see the city take bolder actions to shift the balance of land use from space for cars to space for people and pedestrians, and Hastings Sunrise and other multifamily zones considered under this motion could also benefit from investments in community centers and other amenities. Secondly, I urge Council to expand this program into RS zones. I spend a lot of time these days walking around Hastings Sunrise's RS zones. More and more I see new, bigger, more expensive luxury single-family homes replacing older single-family homes. We build about 1,200 luxury single-family homes a year in Vancouver with no public hearings or input. This amounts to the city having an implicit target of about 12,000 luxury single-family homes over the next 10 years. This is the kind of pervasive, large-scale change that is happening in our city right now with this council's tacit approval. So nonprofit housing, in my mind, would be a much better use of Vancouver's scarce land than a two-story luxury home, and so would purpose-built market rate rental. I've also heard councillors say we can't take action until after the Vancouver plan. My understanding is the Vancouver plan is not going to result in zoning changes, though I'd be happy to be corrected. And I do have to wonder sort of in what version of the Vancouver plan would these kinds of buildings not be supported? I think this is kind of the table stakes for changes to our city going forward. Plus, we already have the early results of the What We Heard report: rising affordability, housing insecurity, rising inequality. These are at the top of the list of what people want this council to address. So why not take early actions in these areas of consensus? If community plans created, 5 years ago in specific areas do not support these kinds of buildings, I think we should revisit making amendments to those community plans based on the current conditions and crises. I believe that there is a consensus on this council for creating housing like this, permanently affordable, off arterials of moderate height and density throughout the city. And so I encourage you to find ways to work together to support this essential motion. And thanks for your consideration.
And thank you for coming to speak to council. There are no questions for you right now, but again, my thanks for being here and expressing your position on this. Thank you. Next on our list, we have Vic Khanna, number 3.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Great. We can, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm an entrepreneur. I've lived at Kingsway and Joyce for 30 years, and I currently live at Oak and King Edward for the past 15. I had co-founded a software company that employed 120 people downtown, and I exited a few years ago. So I want to speak on a couple things as an entrepreneur. I support nonprofit housing, as I believe Vancouver will never become affordable if it relies on pure market solutions. I have 3 specific suggestions. 1, I believe that 30% social housing is the starting point. And I do believe the nonprofit sector when they say that a bigger percentage becomes deeply affordable over time. So I would like to see council put this into policy where an increased percentage becomes social housing over time. Second, I believe that a voluntary rental registry that is city-led is needed. Adriane has spoken about this at length, so it has some academic credibility as well. This can also lead to innovation when it comes to enhancing the tenant relocation program, where the demo evicted could have first dibs on deeply affordable units that come up. It can also be used to foster families. And third, speaking of families, we definitely need to have a more family-centric policy in Vancouver. And that comes to my passion, which is around schools. In doubling down of density in areas that are already dense, we greatly add to a school space problem. Yet we have school spaces in many areas of our city where we need more density. So this needs to be looked at very carefully and critically from every lens. And I've been involved in the Vancouver Plan meetings, all of them. In fact, we've also had the Vancouver Plan team come and talk to DPAC, the District Parent Advisory Council, for a few times. So this is something where we see the school space problem as big. 300 kindergarten kids cannot get into their local elementary school today, every year, year after year. And that is in a contiguous area of where the density is today and of where it's also planned. So really, motion B, part of Councillor Boyle's motion, needs to be looked at. We need more density in the RS and other zones where there is school space, where there are amenities, where there are parks. I'm going to leave it to other people to talk about height and 12 stories or not, but this is my fundamental thing about 3 things. 1 is social housing to be a starting point at 30% and to increase over time as a policy, because that means it's going to become more deeply affordable. Number 2 is a rental registry. And number 3 is factoring in school space and making Vancouver livable for families. happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And there are indeed questions for you. Starting with Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato, for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vic, for calling in. Just reflecting on your last point around school capacity in this motion, are you aware that with the motion that the Clause A does focus that density in areas of the city that have the highest capacity schools? Were you aware of that? Where they're already mostly at capacity?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way I read it. So in RM3, RM4 zones and kind of where they're located, those are the areas. So, if we look at where the full schools are, where kids get turned away from kindergarten, it's kind of in the downtown Falls Creek, Kitsilano, central Vancouver, Cambie Corridor, Mount Pleasant, and also the northeast side where schools such as Hastings in that area, Lord Nelson, AR Lord, are becoming full schools. So that's kind of where we're seeing the full school situation. And we're doubling down on density. And here's the other problem is that the Vancouver School Board is not aligned with the city at all. While there's some chat going on, what ends up happening is the Vancouver School Board only starts factoring in density when construction has started. So that is in the latest long-range facility plan by the Vancouver School District, which was passed at the end of January this year. In there, it says we only factor in density when construction has started. So we're never going to get proper schools and matching our density. The Olympic Village is a testament, but also the East Fraserlands is another testament. You won't see a school at East Fraserlands for a decade yet. We got, a pocket there of relatively affordable housing for Vancouverites, and a lot of social housing is going in there, but there's no local school.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you there. Absolutely. My other last question is with respect to the planning process. You said you've been involved in all of the Vancouver Plan activities, and we're focused on complete neighborhoods right now, as well as staff we're bringing to the public contemplations for focused additional density and other tenure in the city in terms of housing. Have you seen that as part of your public engagement?
Yes, the Vancouver Plan is really something that I look forward to every engagement. The complete communities, vision and idea is getting fleshed out, and it's a powerful one. It does the right things for climate, for amenities, for livability, for walkability. And again, my input into all of those meetings is, what about the schools? And, it's almost falling on an area where the city wants to do something, but the city is handicapped because the Vancouver School Board needs to be a partner. And of course, the Vancouver School Board doesn't report to the city. The Vancouver School Board reports to the ministry. So it's a three-party dance here that's complicated. So I appreciate the challenge that the city has in working with the Vancouver School Board to do what I call holistic planning.
Right.
Thank you, Vic. That's my time.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead for your questions. Up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Vic. I'd like to pick up on your comments about a rental registry. How does that fit into this, and what does that look like?
Well, as an entrepreneur, say if I wanted to game the system, so at 6 stories, it may not be super beneficial to me as an entrepreneur to go into developing a nonprofit and making this work. But at 12 stories, as an entrepreneur, I could form a group with my friends and say, hey, you know what? There's this gigantic opportunity to make a lot of money. What we got to do is we got to form a nonprofit, and then we got to follow the rules, which the rules are we can rent 70% of the 12 stories at the highest possible rents that the market can demand. And when people move out, we can, of course, we can raise the rents as, again, the highest market demand. But we have to keep this 30% available below social housing. But don't worry about it, guys. We're all going to make a real ton of money. So that's the gamemanship that an entrepreneur could take on this. So a rental registry and the other motion, the other suggestion I had, not a motion yet, the other suggestion I had where the social housing becomes more percentage affordable over time. So say after 10 years, it goes from 30% to 40%. After 25 years, it goes from 40% to 50%. After 50 years, it goes to 75%. So, that then protects the gamemanship of something like this, and it enables nonprofits to do their job in a genuine way. So a rental registry is super important in providing that transparency. A person like Adriane would take that data and crunch it and report on it. We'd have tons of visibility into what's going on, and it would be absolutely magical for making Vancouver more affordable.
Councillor Hardwick?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out who registers in this rental registry. It's a new one on me. Who does the city administer it, and of renters, or what does it look like?
I'm taking this inspiration from Adriane, so he would have to detail it out. What I would see as a simple steps to this is the city leads a campaign or leads a rental registry to be created. The city can create that and manage it, or we heard Jill talk about she's the nonprofit sector coordinator. Maybe there could be a oversight team where the nonprofit sector runs a rental registry. It could be in many forms. It could include purpose-built rentals only, or it could include private rentals as well. It could be the sky's the limit in terms of what
I
we
think
want to do
we're
rental registry.
sorry to interrupt you, but I'm out of time, and it's something to be picked up at another time. But thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor
You're
Hardwick.
welcome.
And Councillor Boyle, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair Carr, and thanks for signing up to speak with those ideas. I just wanted to check with you your understanding that the one of the requirements is 30% of units at Hills rates, but the other is if you're forming a nonprofit, the CRA requirement of incorporating that nonprofit would include that you couldn't make buckets of money on the housing. Is that I'm just hoping to better understand your point about being able to game the system, and what else you think needs to be put in place there, because my understanding is that you couldn't make a profit. That's one of the requirements as laid out.
Well, my entrepreneurial understanding of nonprofits is that you could pay people whatever you wanted to. At the end of the financial statement, you can't make a profit, but in between then, we can do whatever we want. So, Christine, if you and I are part of the nonprofit and we say, hey, our fees are this much, we're going to have this salary, we're going to have this consultancy, we're going to have this expense. There's many ways you can look at it in terms of that gamemanship from a entrepreneurial level. So the protections there are, again, the rental registry and a deepening of the 30% over time. And this is, again, something that the nonprofit sector has spoken to about it becoming more deeply affordable. We're just bringing this into policy.
Yeah, okay, appreciate that. I wish I could ask Jill the same question, but I know we have other nonprofit speakers, so I'll look forward to hearing their thoughts on it too. Thanks, Vic.
Okay, that's great. Thanks so much. And those are it for your questions. So thank you again very much for coming to speak to us. And we are on to speaker 4, Richard Campbell. Is Richard Campbell on the line?
Yes, Richard Campbell, speaker number 4, is on the line, Chair Carr. Mm. I'm just checking to see if it's a muting problem. Just a moment, please.
Yep, no problem.
Hello?
Is this Richard Campbell?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Great, we can hear you clearly. Thank you. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Council, for these opportunities to speak to you. First of all, I strongly support this measure and all other measures to increase homes in Vancouver, especially for folks with lower incomes and other challenges. I'm definitely not an expert in this area, so I just want to echo a lot of the comments of the other speakers in support of this. And nor do I have lived experience in living in such accommodations or in need of it. And I strongly encourage you, as I suspect you do, to listen to those people that are using this type of housing and will be using in the future to help guide this and other policy decisions. The one thing I will speak to, and I looking at the map, I believe this is probably the intention, is to ensure that this housing is close to facilities that people use, shopping, medical facilities, and other required services that that people can walk and roll to something that just is so much easier, requires less money, and especially in a pandemic, it's far easier for people to access. So I strongly encourage that to be a guiding principle and a focus for this. Acknowledging that, yes, it's also good to give people who want to opportunities to live in other places in the city should they not need that access. So again, good work here, and yes, we need more of these types of measures to enable more people, to have safe homes in Vancouver. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And there are no questions for you, but again, appreciate you very much taking the time to speak to council on this. So we are on council to speaker 5, Bill Tillman. Bill Tillman on the line.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you, Councillor Carr.
You. Yeah, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time.
Yep.
I'm a longtime Vancouver resident, and I'm opposed to this motion. I actually think this motion is an affront to democracy and to the citizens of Vancouver. This motion is being debated after it was introduced on May the 12th, 1 week ago, and it would result in a radical change in zoning and density across Vancouver. This kind of decision should never be made in such reckless haste. Neighborhoods deserve full notice, they deserve full consultation, and they deserve the full opportunity to speak to this council. A daytime, loosely scheduled, moving target hearing is totally inappropriate for citizen engagement, and that is my biggest point today. Please do not fear the public. Do not hide your deliberations from the voters. There's almost no way for most citizens to participate in this hearing the way it's been organized and without any notice. I could not even find a zoning map, a detailed zoning map on the city website. Only through RE/MAX did I discover that. And then I found out there's a block of RM4 zoning right next to my apartment building in Kitsilano. That took me a fair while to find out. Why are you not letting people know in all of the zoning areas that you're considering making a very significant change, that this is being considered? People don't even know what's going on. I've talked to my neighbors. They were shocked to hear about this. I've talked to other people around the city. I've heard from many people. And this is not the way to do civic democracy or civic engagement. So I urge you to defeat this. I urge you to, if you are seriously wanting to continue this kind of a discussion, debate, do it with full notice. There's no ads. There's nothing going on that would allow Vancouver citizens to understand what it is that's being discussed here in council today, and that is wrong. That's all I have to say on this. I have lots of other reasons to oppose the motion, but I think fundamentally this is not the right way to proceed in a democratic way in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. And that has prompted questions from councillors. So if you don't mind staying on the line to answer those.
Happy to.
Councillor Hardwick,
Happy
you're
to.
up first. Thank you. Up first, and go ahead up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. So Bill, your point is that this is anti-democratic and sidesteps the public process. You've alluded to the fact that there's other parts of this motion that you find objectionable. I take your point about democratic practice. But if you could come up with a 1, 2, 3 and expand that a little bit more, could you elaborate, please?
Certainly. Well, I think that there's every question to be raised about how many of these buildings would be built. Citizens don't know exactly where they are. For my part, I'll say quite clearly, if a 12-story building goes up next to my apartment, I will be in the shade and in the dark, as will my neighbors and many people around the block for a long time to come. Are we going to have a canyon of 12-story buildings all along West Broadway, in Marpole, in Fairview? Nobody knows. We don't know what would happen whatsoever, but there are real considerations. And people can say, oh, it's just NIMBYs who don't want social housing. I've lived in social housing. I lived in Adnet Co-op. I have a co-op next to me, good neighbors, happy to have it. But when buildings don't fit into the neighborhood, when they are completely different in structure, size, density than the rest of the neighborhood, it causes a lot of problems for that neighborhood. We can go into a long list of them, but my neighbors don't even know this is going on. So how can they possibly raise any objections when they don't even know this hearing is taking place? And we could go at great length about this, but I don't want to take up all your question time.
Oh, I'm only at 1 minute and 39 seconds. So I think your second point was a point about questionable urban design. So first of all, anti-democratic practice, followed by questionable urban design, ignoring best practices in community development. Is there a third point that you would elaborate on for us?
Well, I think there's also the big question, the elephant in the room is also the definition of social housing. And so if you're talking 30% social housing and 70% market rentals, you're talking about some very expensive places, some very expensive buildings, and a lot of money to be made. And again, people don't understand that that's a policy adopted by previous council, but to go through and say we're going to have 12-story buildings all over the place. And the second part of this motion contemplates looking all over the city, not just in the zoning indicated in the first part of it. How are people going to have any faith that this is actually social housing when it could be seen that 70% of it could be market rental housing? And thinking that social housing, defining that as social housing, to me, is very misleading to citizens.
Excellent 3 points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Carr?
Chair Carr, I think you may be muted.
My apologies. Yes, you are up next, Councillor Kirby Young, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Perfect. So a couple questions for you following up, because Councillor Hardwick got a bit into what I wanted to ask, but do you feel that this is a blunt instrument as opposed to sort of dealing more broadly with the affordability question because of the definition of social housing that says it can be 70% market, as opposed to tackling things like expediting what our rental incentive and nonprofit incentive programs look like, tackling expediting our permitting, dealing with strategies to affect broader affordability? Do you feel this is a bit of a blunt instrument that doesn't deliver on those?
Well, I actually think it. Thank you, Councillor. I think it's actually a bit of a Trojan horse here, because I spoke, as some of you will remember, 3 weeks ago when the first motion came for 6-story, and that was a complete surprise that I learned of through one article in Georgia Straight. And here we are 3.5 weeks later with another motion. I think it's putting the cart before the horse. We're trying to, obviously, I think everybody, or most people in this city, everybody on the council wants to help increase affordability, and this city is very, very challenging. But if what we do is just say, well, this might work, let's throw up 12 stories all over the place and maybe some more in other zoning areas, and then we'll see what happens. That's not urban planning to me. That's reckless. And I think that this is a real problem that we don't have a Broadway plan finalized. We're working on the Vancouver plan, and yet there's going to be approvals without public hearings if this was to be fully implemented, without public consultation. That's not how you build a city where everyone agrees on the goals and gets along. That's a recipe for actual confrontation and a lot of damage to neighborhoods that are not happy. I think most neighborhoods would approve of. Certainly, my neighborhood in Kitsilano, we have lots of social housing. We have lots of co-ops. We should have more of them. I don't have any problem with that at all. I don't want them to be 12 stories.
I just
Sure.
want to jump in because I have a bit of time, and what I hear you saying is using the recipe analogy. It's a bit like throwing spaghetti at a wall and seeing if it's going to stick. That's
Yeah.
kind of fair. Would it? The motion does, to be fair, contemplate that recommendations, if they're brought forward, would go forward to a public hearing, but within the sort of this defined parameter of let's just do up to 12 stories as opposed to the other piece around affordability. Does that give you any comfort additionally, or no? You just think it's the wrong approach to planning?
It gives me no comfort because most citizens don't even know about this hearing. I mean, if this was the hearing and it was during the daytime and the timing moved around and nobody knew about it, it would give me no comfort whatsoever, and that's what I'm concerned about. That's why I'm fortunate to be able to take the time to wait for my turn and do it during daytime because of my work, that I can do this. But most citizens can't do that, and most citizens don't even know. So one public hearing to pass a 12-story motion for an indefinite period is completely and utterly inappropriate.
Thanks, Bill. That's my time, but I appreciate your speaking.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank
Councillor.
Thank you, and that is for your questions. Very much appreciate you coming in and conveying your thoughts on this. Thanks so much. And we are on to speaker 6, William Azaroff.
Hi, Councillor Carr. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Go ahead up to council. Speaking to council, up to 5 minutes.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And so I'm William Azaroff. I think you know me by now, but I'm the CEO of Brightside Community Homes Foundation. I'm on the board and serving as secretary at BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and I'm a resident of Vancouver living in Strathcona. And I just appreciate you considering this item. I'm obviously in support, as I was supportive of the last amendment for 6 stories. And like has been discussed, I think the word that keeps coming to mind is flexibility. The sector needs flexibility. And I have a quick story that I think exemplifies 2 of the areas of flexibility that I think we need. So we have, Brightside is trying to rise to meet the current need. We're redeveloping 4 of our buildings to provide a lot more homes and make sure the homes are good place to live for the next, number of decades. And we have 3 of them have come through public hearing. We have 1 more to go. And after the last amendment passed, something I didn't expect was city staff contacted us and said, well, this is a 6-story affordable housing project in an RM zone. And so you might be able to skip the rest of the rezoning process and go straight to development permit, which we were excited about because this is a project that we're actually trying to get co-investment fund from CMHC, so a different form of financing. And there's a real interest rate risk happening right now, which is you can't lock in your interest rate with CMHC co-investment fund until first draw of construction. So the sooner, in a rising interest rate environment, the sooner we get to that, the better performa looks, which allows us to achieve more units at deeper affordability and all the things we know we want. But when we looked at the building more closely, and this is just an average project, although 6 stories, which is the spirit of the law, translates into about 65 feet. And although one end of the building is 65 feet because it's on a slope, the other end of the building is 70 feet. And because of that 5-foot differential, we cannot skip the rest of rezoning. So lucky you, you'll hear about this at public hearing in June when this project comes forward. So it was disappointing because, again, like I said, the spirit of the law is 6-story social housing buildings, which this is, and yet we couldn't pass through that amendment. So I just think 12 stories allows, and skipping the rezoning process allows these much needed projects to get to financing quicker, which can really reduce interest rate risk for a lot of projects. It supports multiple kinds of financing, which we're going to need because the money flowing right now won't last forever. And it allows multiple height forms in a slopey city like Vancouver. So those are the points I wanted to make, and good luck with all the speakers today.
Great. And you do have, if you can stay on the line, some councillors wishing to ask you questions. First to Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. One of the concerns that people have raised with us is that this motion would allow nonprofits to demolish existing profit-making apartment buildings that are affordable because they're old. I know we had a staff report a while back that said that apartments in older buildings were sometimes 40% cheaper than market. So a lot of people are worried that with this motion, a nonprofit will come in and build nonprofit housing, all right, but that the actual affordability will be reduced. Can you address that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I guess a couple of things. I wish I could be concerned about that in the sense that if we had the problem of not-for-profits buying so many old apartment buildings, that would be an awesome problem to have. We have a problem where the REITs are buying these buildings and jacking up the rent. So I don't see that it's a trend. But to address the sort of hypothetical, there aren't a lot of programs right now that would allow us to buy an apartment building and we're doing 4 projects with land we already own. And even then, a lot of them are barely financially feasible, even with levels of government support. And so, notwithstanding CHF program from BC Housing, which is sort of, makes things a lot easier, but not every project can get that. And then I think with the affordability, you usually have to maintain the affordability that was currently there in the new unit. So let's say you have, I'm going to make up, for instance, a 25-unit building that gets bought by a not-for-profit and they build 100 units. 25 of those units would have to maintain the affordability that was already there. And the rest would be, 30% would have to be affordable and all the rest. And obviously we all work to make them as affordable as we can. So I just don't see there being a rush for not-for-profits buying buildings. If we did, I would love to have that problem because I think that would make our society better. And I don't think you would see a jacking up of rents. Not-for-profits would need to buy a building, stabilize. They're not going to flip it immediately. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Another quick question. Another speaker said that nonprofits can pay their employees as much as they want and scam the system. So even though they're called nonprofit, they're actually making a profit for the people that are being paid by it. How do you respond to that?
Well, I thought Vic made some really good comments. I don't think that's really a danger. I don't know of a volunteer not-for-profit board who'd agree to pay an executive or senior leaders huge amounts of money. I just don't think the structure allows that kind of thing. I think the CRA would catch on to it. I think your ratios of operating expenses would be really out of whack. I just think people would catch on to that. I don't see it ever happening, from what I can see.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And there are more questions for you. Councillor Boyle, you are next.
Thanks. I also was going to ask about this concern of folks gaming the system. So appreciate hearing that there are rules in place and you think that would be cut. So my second question is around the timing. I know when council approved this decision up to 6 stories, we heard from community housing folks then to go further. One of the pieces of pushback we've heard is that we should wait and see what how the 6 stories goes for a couple of years before moving it up. And I'm wondering what comments you have from all of your experience in the sector and why do this now rather than waiting a couple of years.
Yeah, I think if we think back to, I think it was Sarah Ellis's staff report at that last hearing, per some of the questions by the last speaker, these aren't unknowns. We know that there was either 60 or 62, I can't remember, buildings owned by profits or co-ops, these zones. So there's pretty much a max, notwithstanding, I guess the quote risk of not-for-profits buying buildings, but I really don't see that as a viable or fast-moving thing. So there's not that many potential. And if you're going to look at redeveloping or rezoning, I think, again, that flexibility of being able to, at least in our case, we'd be able to build a 6-story building, but not have the maximum height cut us off and be able to do a true 6-story building on a slope. I think that, like Jalaki said, we see 9-story buildings, but up to 12 stories just allows that flexibility to figure out the business model, the financial model, who you're going to house, to make sure you have the mixed income model, all of that. It just allows a lot more flexibility off the get-go.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. And one of my other questions relates to the first one, which is about the affordability. There just seems to be some skepticism or distrust in the public about maximizing affordability in these buildings, and that the minimum that the city's policy sets out is not steep enough. Can you speak to the goal of deepening affordability, and if there's anything the city should or could do to make sure we're getting the most affordable housing we can and
Yeah,
that you can build?
yeah, it's a great point. And I think all I'd say is, so right now there's lots of money flowing federally and provincially. 5 years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, and for the couple decades before that, there wasn't. And at some point, there won't be in the future. 30% as a floor allows that, if we were to do a project that any senior government funding, if it was just not available from province or federal, then you're looking at amazing organizations like Van City and maybe some, impact investors. And when you piece all that together, you need that floor of 30% to make everything viable. You're talking about an amendment that might be on the book for, decades. Right now, very few are going to, like Jill pointed out, very few that you've seen actually have that 30% ratio. Our goal is not to have 30% deeply affordable. It's to have as close to 100% as we can get. And depending on the financing model, the amount of grants we get and things like CHIP and all that kind of stuff, that just creates more affordability. So I think it's a good floor because it allows flexibility over time, depending on what money is flowing, but it's obviously not the goal. And I don't know any not-for-profit who would be happy with 30% affordable. Like
Okay,
I
that is
appreciate
it
it.
for your time.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Great, thank you. You have more questions, however. Councillor Dominato, you are next.
Thanks, William, for calling in. And just given your experience with Brightside, I'm curious if you could comment. You spoke to the importance of flexibility, and I think flexibility can come in many forms, particularly in the area of policy work. But I am curious about, from your perspective and experience in this field, is what is the number one thing that could make a difference in delivering non-market housing in the city, if you had to boil it down to one thing?
Right now, I would say speed, because you want to take advantage of these federal and provincial programs as quickly as possible, and speed creates certainty and reduces things like interest rate risk. I think, if I could go to a second, I think it's, looking at things like the CHIP program to make sure they really focus on enhancing affordability as opposed to adding to projects that are already deeply affordable. CHIP grants and things like that up front that are non-repayable make a huge difference in the pro forma to be able to greatly increase the percentage of deeply affordable units or make all units more affordable or whatever it is. But that kind of money up front makes a huge impact on the pro forma over a 40, 50, 60-year period.
Great, thanks. That clarifies things for me. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. You still have questions? Councillor Hardwick, you're next.
Hello, William. I'm
Hey.
going to pose to you the questions that I posed to an earlier speaker, and I'd like your responses to them.
Mm-hmm.
He described this motion as as being in reckless haste, in contrast to what you just said, speed of the deal, and an affront to democracy. Number one, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean,
Sidestepping I'm about the public process here.
Right. So, this is a motion to create a study. So I think at the point where we're so worried about staff creating a study, then I do think then I wonder what the fear is about. That's all this is. At the point that it comes before a public hearing, I assume there would be a greater level of consultation. The other thing is, you all were democratically elected.
But there wouldn't be a public hearing, just generally on this policy change, not on any
exactly.
future
Once
development.
the study is done, exactly. I don't think spot rezoning, especially for the kind of housing we know we need so desperately, we all seem to agree on that, although maybe we don't agree on the height and the form. I just think, you were all democratically elected, and this is a big issue, and so I reject that as
Okay, well,
I don't see
just remembering that we were we're elected to represent our constituents. One of the things that the second point that he made was around urban design and good urban design in the building of complete communities. How do you respond to the fact that these changes could come in without the level of public engagement that would be normally the bar for this kind of undertaking? Urban design.
Yeah, well, there still is development permit hearings and things like that. So there is some public engagement for sure. I also think, I feel like the characterization that there could be like scores of these up Broadway is just not true. We know of 61 or 62, I can't remember, in Sarah Ellis's report, that are currently owned for co-ops or not-for-profits, and they're sprinkled throughout the city. So I just think this, community housing wants to be a part of community. And so I don't see
but doesn't need to engage with the community to accomplish it. What about the final point? And that was the definition of social housing as being questionable.
Yeah, I mean, I think I addressed that. I think 30% as a floor makes sense when you have different federal and provincial programs coming in and out. Right now, money's flowing, so 30% you're going to be able to exceed that, but that may not be the case in 10 years. So I think that 30% as a floor allows for different factors of sort of business planning and financing models that we'll need going into the future and that we've needed in the past.
Because it is about the land and the money at the end of the day. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is it for your questions. Thank you so much for not only speaking, but also taking the time to answer the questions of councillors. Great. We are now on to speaker number 7, Victor Vela. Is Victor Vela on the line?
Yes, Chair Carr.
Yes.
Speaker number 7 should be on the line.
Victor Vela?
I'm just doing a double check. Just a moment, please.
Yep, thank you.
Chair Carr, I was just advised that speaker number 7 is no longer on the line.
Great. I mean, not great, but thank you. Speaker 8, Irene Hensel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can. Great, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Irene Hensel, and I'm a resident of Vancouver in the community of Cedar Cottage, close to Mount Pleasant, where much of the RM zoning in Vancouver is located. I am opposed in principle and in every aspect to the motion that has been presented. The challenge of you as politicians governing the city and bureaucrats managing the complexities of our city are not lost on me. But those challenges do not allow you the option of abstaining or circumventing your responsibilities, which is what this motion does by proposing the elimination of the consultation and approval steps of the rezoning process. I support addressing housing, but this is not the right approach. This motion, which has long-lasting and far-reaching impacts across our city, would eliminate such an important principle that we have in our democratic process, and that is the one of consultation. Individuals, especially those most directly affected by the changes to the neighborhood, should be consulted, and of course, feedback should be considered. I'm deeply concerned with a narrative that is developing around this motion, which is based on misinformation and ambiguity. Comments provided by a councillor in response to an email I sent to this motion a couple days ago are misleading and false. The response tells me that this motion actually has little impact and that the existing RM zoning already allows for up to 12-story development. What is not outlined is that the height is dependent on the lot size, and this motion calls for adding height in conjunction with SSR. So to radically shift the plans would have a potentially significant impact that can't be undone. By removing the process of rezoning and adopting the proposed, you could easily have high concentrations of high density with numerous 12-story buildings concentrated in a few blocks in a neighborhood that are currently low to mid-rise oriented. Further, the response from the councillor says the motion is only for not-for-profit and co-op housing. That is not what the motion states.
So in addition to social housing not being defined, council is communicating misinformation and continuing to confuse everyone. This entire process should be stopped until the motion is clear, terminology is confirmed and communicated, and the information to the public is true and accurate. This also goes against the work that is being done through the consultation process of the Broadway plan. Many sites along Broadway corridor could encompass that are currently zoned RM3 or RM4 could fall under this. And so I don't understand why you would shift away from the work that's already underway. If this goes through, and this is in response to a previous caller, I see an opportunity to buy an old apartment building, create a not-for-profit, jack the rates for market housing, increase non-market rates to levels that are higher than that in the existing building, and pay myself $200,000 a year. CRA would not catch on to this because they cannot regulate compensation paid. I know many not-for-profits in the city where the CEO is paid $200,000, $300,000 and more. It's public information. And having said that, I wouldn't be stupid enough to base my pro forma on low interest rates. So in closing, my biggest concern is the anti-democratization intention, meaning, and effects of this motion. Residents have and should continue to have the opportunity to provide input and feedback as to how this city continues to be shaped, especially at the local level in our neighborhoods. As elected officials, I am surprised you're even considering this, and I urge you to defeat the motion. Thank you.
Great. And I don't see any questions to you, but thank you so much for coming to speak to council. Very much appreciated.
Okay,
Thank you. I'm moving on to speaker 9, Michael Nadeau. Is Michael Nadeau on the line?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, Chair Carr. Councillors, my name is Michael Nadeau. I'm a resident of Kitsilano, and I'm speaking today in opposition to this motion. The first thing I want to say, and this has been said already, and I suspect you're going to hear it over and over again today, but if this motion leads to what it's intended to do, and that's to say the construction of 12-story buildings all over the city without any public hearings, this is a complete affront to the democratic process. People are entitled to have a say in how their neighborhoods are developed, and if this motion goes through and eventually becomes a bylaw, the city will be telling residents of areas with almost exclusively low-rise rental buildings and strata buildings, most of which are 3 and 4 stories in height, that buildings 3 to 4 times that height can potentially be constructed next door, and they're not entitled to a public hearing as of right. Frankly, that's ridiculous. Anybody who lives next to something that's being proposed to be built that's 4 times higher than what they're living in, you'd want to say in that, and others do as well. The second is that the city continues to rely on its totally unclear definition of what social housing actually is. And I don't think it's a stretch to say that casual observers surrounding this debate would assume that social housing means below market rental housing. And that's most certainly not that. It's 30% below market rental. The rest can be anything a developer wants. The fact that the city continues to rely on this 30-70 definition of social housing without clarifying what it means is frankly coming off as an attempt to take advantage of this unclarity. This council already passed a motion about a year ago, I think almost to the day, declaring that the definition was unclear. Council needs to fix this definition before you continue to rely on it to make significant wholesale zoning changes around the city. And finally, the city's engaged in multiple broader citywide and community plans, such as the Vancouver plan and the Broadway plan. And I question why this motion is being entertained in the middle of broader consultations that are going on with city residents as to how they want their communities to look. The motion undermines that work, and frankly, the notion that the voices of residents in these local neighborhoods matter. The city should complete their work they've already started before considering making these changes. The scattergun approach to mass rezoning it looks a little more than an attempt to jam through a proposal that will undercut current planning and consultation that is underway, result in dem evictions, and undermine the democratic rights of residents to have their voices heard with respect to individual projects that will fundamentally alter the scale and character of the neighborhoods in which they live. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and speaking to council. I see no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you coming. So we are on to speaker 10, Jeanette Jones. Is Jeanette Jones on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. My name is Jeanette Jones, and I live in Norquay in the city of Vancouver. I originally stated my position on this motion as mixed, but I've recently received new information that has led me to change my position to opposed. I want to be clear that in principle, I support some increases in height and FSR limits for social housing in the residential areas of the city. My difficulty is with the specifics of this motion, which does not take full account of staff policy work that is already well underway. The new information I received is most easily explained in relation to Resolution B, so I'll start there. Resolution B directs staff to report back with recommendations to allow additional height and FSR where 100% of the residential floor area is developed as social housing. Last week, I received an email from Vancouver Housing with a link to a web page on Shape Your City. The web page provides information and final engagement opportunities for the policy proposal titled Streamlining Rental, which is described as the updated secured rental policy. This proposed policy does almost everything that is specified in Section B1 of the motion that we are considering. It includes changes to allow 6-story rental buildings in C2 zones without rezoning. It proposes changes to policy for rezoning in low-density areas, RS or RT zones, through new standard rental district schedules. Policy proposals specific to social housing are included. The process is at stage 8 of 10 stages, and the new policy is scheduled to come to public hearing in fall 2021. Why is a new motion on this topic necessary? Section B2 of Resolution B asks staff to consider delivering changes through the Vancouver Plan and the Broadway Plan to enable more social housing projects to proceed without a rezoning. Much of the area in the RM3A and RM4 zones lies within the borders of the Broadway Plan area. Resolution A asks Council to direct staff to bring forward recommendations that would allow development of up to 12 stories for social housing specifically in the RM3A and the RM4 zones. Why are these zones singled out? Public engagement on built form is just now about to begin under the Broadway Plan. Does this motion want to raise the height and FSR limits in the RM3A and RM4 zones to 12 stories before base heights are determined in the Broadway Plan area? How can we talk about additional height if we don't know the base height? If Council prematurely decides on new height and FSR limits for social housing in the RM3A and RM4 zones, those new limits will influence discussion of height and FSR along the entire Broadway corridor. The Broadway Plan is scheduled to come to public hearing before the end of 2021, so little time will be saved by approving Resolution A now. The areas in the RM3A and RM4 zones are among the quite limited number of existing rental areas in Vancouver. The new Streamlining Rental webpage states, the Streamlining Rental Initiative advances an approach to growth and change that reduces residential displacement by directing growth away from existing rental areas. Resolution A of the motion under consideration would do the opposite. It would increase the concentration of social housing in those same residential rental areas that are already home to much of Vancouver's non-market housing. It may increase displacement from some of Vancouver's most affordable rental units. And the previous speaker spoke about schools. Most of the issues that this motion is intended to address are already being considered appropriately under current planning processes. Approving this motion will only add confusion. Thank you.
And thank you. And if you don't mind staying on the line to receive some questions, Councillor Fry, you have up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate you highlighting that elements of this motion are really targeting what are districts of significant number of units of affordable rentals. Indeed, we heard my colleague Councillor Wiebe had to declare a conflict of interest because he lives in one of these districts, and this proposal could potentially lead to significant value increases in his properties. Do you have any research or data on the number of what kind of affordable rentals we're talking about in the RM3, RM4A? I haven't received anything from staff. I'm wondering if you have.
I don't have any numbers, but I think in my letter to council I did include a map which I got from VanMap, in which you can see the existing social housing projects clustered in those areas.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to look for that email from you then. Thank you.
Great. I think that's it for your questions. But thank you very much, Jeanette, for speaking to council and your consistent and diligent work in keeping of us informed. Thank you. Moving on our speakers list to number 11, Jordan Strong.
Chair Carr, it's the clerk here, and I'm being advised that we only have 2 speakers on the line, 52 and 96. So we're sending another batch of emails out, but perhaps with that announcement, if anybody hears it, we're looking for speakers 11 onward to phone in.
Okay. So given that you are doing that call out, but we do have 2 speakers on the line, I think I'm going to hear from those 2 speakers and then go back and start at number 11, because we basically heard from 1 through, only 1 person not there. So so why don't we move forward if there's no one else on the line right now. Speaker 52 is on the line, and that speaker is Christina Valentinuzzi. Are there, Christina? You go ahead speaking to council.
Thanks. No, I appreciate the time. I'll keep it short because I know a lot of fellow people that are on the line as well have already spoken. So my name is Christina Valentinuzzi, and I'm a Vancouver resident for many years now, over 25, and a Kitsilano resident. I'm speaking in opposition to motion B2. Essentially, this motion is bypassing, like Bill mentioned, our whole democratic process. The process that as Canadians and Vancouverites, we've always had the opportunity to speak our voice. So I believe it's imperative that we preserve this right for our neighborhoods and for our community, because this input to this motion is extremely important and it has implications across the city. So I'm not going to get into too many specifics about what other people have said in the past, but essentially I've been in the construction industry for many, many years. And I believe the success to any project to date has been built on the feedback from the stakeholders involved. And stakeholders are people that live in the community and the neighborhood. And it really helps ensure that projects move forward properly by having community input. And without the function of consultation, these projects are not successful. And they're actually going to create concerns and issues in areas where there weren't before. So as Jill from BC Housing at the very beginning had mentioned in her comments that this morning about social housing having minimal impacts on neighborhoods, that's completely false and not valid. So, we really need to take a close look at the neighborhoods where these proposals are being put in place or will potentially be put in place. And very specific to one that's close to my heart and close to many that have spoken is the proposed site at 7th and Arbutus. This is a perfect examples of where I would ask the councillors and the standing committee, if we could all see each other, unfortunately, to really raise their hands. Who's physically stood on that site and said, this would be a great spot for a potential 12-story building? And so, like I said, we can't see each other, but I would like to ask you, who stood there? Who's looked at this site? All right, so if you're standing there at 7th and Arbutus, let's take a 360-degree look at what's surrounding us. Directly across the street to the west, you've got an elementary school of 400 school children. Attached to that school, you've got a preschool with 50 children. To the north of that, you've got a toddler park and a daycare. To the east of that, you have Sancta Maria House, a successful, small community women's recovery house. And I say successful because St. Augustine's community and parish and the school are directly involved in making that project a success. All right, to the south, you've got a proposed, well, not proposed, it's moving forward, terminus station for the Broadway subway plan and a bus loop. Now, let's think about the potential residents as well that are going to be located at 7th and Arbutus. Now, we've got over 3,000 people coming every 2 to 3 minutes to this station, okay? Oh, and let's not mention, there's also a BC liquor store right across the street. So you take that location, and when we hear, oh, the impacts will be minimal, you know, this is a great cause, it is. We approve social housing, but done in a proper way where neighbors can be consulted and listened to. No one is opposed to helping others. That is the foundation of this, I would like to say, micro neighborhood at 7th and Arbutus, which is mostly made up of young children, like I have just said. So going back to the success of these potential social housing projects, so if you stand there and you do the 360-degree view that I just described, in all honesty, do we think the residents there as well will be set up for success, knowing that at a terminal station, let's face it, a lot of things can happen around a terminal station. People get on the SkyTrain, ride it all the way to the end, could potentially bring a lot of unwanted activity. We want to set the residents up in that building for success. Are there any resources close to them to help them? Not that we know about in the area. Something smaller where there can be help in the building would be something that could be more of a success, right? So at the end of the day, this proposed development is unprecedented in a neighborhood like this, right? So we're speaking to one specific motion, but it's also about a story of where there's a major proposal at 7th and Arbutus. No consideration has been made to date in the area that not only it's going to affect all of the kids, but also the potential residents of the housing, like I have said, who deserve a chance. It's the neighborhood that they would be integrated into that you need to listen to in order for these folks that'll be potential residents to have a chance, but also to ensure, let's face it, the safety and well-being of the thousands of kids that are in that area. Every neighborhood deserves the right and the input, especially when it's affecting the density of their community. And this very location is so complex in what's already happening in that neighborhood, besides this motion and this project that's happening, not to mention everything that's going to be happening in that area. So I'll digress there because I know there's going to be a lot of other comments, but it's very specific that we need councillors to go and take a look at where these proposed locations are to make sure that you're setting them up for success and the neighborhood.
Okay, and that is it for your time. But you do have some questions. So basically, Councillor Fry, you're up first. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think that's a holdover.
Oh, a holder. Okay.
Yeah.
Then that is it. There are no questions for you. I appreciate very much you coming in and speaking with us. And yeah, great. Council, I'm going to be going back because my understanding is that we have some speakers have called in given the extra call out that staff have done. So I'm going to go back to where I had left off, which was with speaker 11, and ask if Jordan Strong is on the line.
Chair Carr, no, we do not have speaker number 11, but I am told speaker number 12 is on the line.
Okay, speaker 12, Nasa Finney.
Thank you. Chair Carr, could you just confirm that you're able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Nessa Finney. For almost 3 decades, I have had the privilege of being a guest on the unceded and traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people as a resident of the City of Vancouver. Throughout that time, I have resided in multi-unit buildings as a renter-tenant and as an owner in the Kitsilano neighborhood. I would like to thank you all for your commitment to public service and to the people of the City of Vancouver, and for your incredible patience and thoughtful reflections on issues which come before you. I appear before this committee today to speak in opposition of this motion. Having without fail exercised my right and duty to vote in municipal, provincial, and federal elections, plebiscites, and referenda, having written many letters and emails and made many phone calls, both in support and in opposition of various decisions, today is the first time I have been compelled to speak directly to Council in an open forum. On the plain reading, this motion appears to be giving the desired social justice outcome of preferential treatment for the poor and marginalized. However, cloaked in the euphemism of social housing, it in fact opens wide areas of the city to increased densities to those who can already afford to live here, with the availability of 70% of the new units for market housing. Over the years, I have been impressed by the public consultation process. However, on the heels of Council's recent 6-story motion, which had near unanimous approval of this Council, Council is shredding years of reasonable and responsible city planning for zoning and density and eliminating the ability for residents to voice our opinions when significant changes are being proposed for our neighborhoods, and to hold elected officials accountable for those decisions. Rather than being bold and imaginative, this motion demonstrates a disregard and respect for many people impacted by the sweeping nature and likely outcomes. If this zoning change were to be accepted, there would be no need for community consultation and input, which is the premise on which this city is built. I have been following with particular interest and concern the development at the corner of Arbutus and Broadway, which is near my home. With a SkyTrain station, 99 bus loop, and 12-story supportive housing projects, these few blocks are being transformed into a microcosm of the city's transportation, densification, homelessness, and underhoused challenges. If this motion passes, there would be no need for consultation on development in this tiny area. The recently rejected 11-story building on that corner, with a few minor modifications by smart developers and creative lawyers, would not need to come before Council, nor would citizens be consulted. To speak to an earlier question, I think there is a misconception on the rules for not-for-profits, which are often confused with the rules around charities. Not-for-profit corporations are free to conduct the same business activities as business corporations. In other words, not-for-profit corporations can make a profit. If they do, not-for-profit corporations could have, of course, to pay regular corporate taxes under the Tax Act. I urge Council to seek legal advice on this question. This motion fails to take into account those who will be displaced by the carte blanche ability to build 12-story buildings. In the case of Arbutus and Broadway, the displaced will be families from the neighboring child care centers and schools and women residing in a women's recovery home, creating perhaps larger and more long-term problems than the one that is attempting to be addressed. Without genuine consultation and dialogue, we will not achieve the collaboration and innovation needed to ensure that this part of Kitsilano thrives. With this motion, other areas of our city will suffer the same fate. It also completely disregards the professional and thoughtful work which the city's urban planners perform in ensuring safe, livable, desirable, and unique neighborhoods throughout our great city, in a place where people live, work, and play. I continue to support Council in exploring and implementing undertakings which will achieve the social justice outcome of preferential treatment for the poor and marginalized. This motion will not achieve that outcome. I urge Council to reject the motion, allow urban planners to continue to do their great work, consider the negative impacts which will be experienced, and respect the rights and voices of the citizens you have been called to serve. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Great. And there are some questions for you. Thank you so much. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'd like to tease out a little bit around the legal opinion comment that you made Could you expand on that a little bit and your concerns there?
Yes, I will. I will preface this with this is not legal advice, and so I urge Council to seek its own legal advice. There are different ways in which not-for-profit organizations and corporations can be put together and can be formed. And to the earlier comment, which was made and on which questions had been asked, there is an opportunity for, as Vic suggested, and I think his name was Vic, that gentleman, that there's an opportunity for people to create and pay whatever they want. So you could easily, by cloaking it in a not-for-profit corporation, you're not actually achieving what I believe you think you would like to achieve.
Okay, well, I won't press it any further, but it's something that we should certainly be looking into. Thank you very much for your very considered comments.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that's it for questions. And again, very much appreciate you taking the time to come to speak to us. We are on to, well, I can go through the list, starting with speaker 13. Jason Toth. Clerk, you might want to perhaps weigh in terms of who might be on the list. I haven't.
Yes, I understand speaker 13 is here.
Excellent. Jason Toth?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Go ahead to up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this. I appreciate that. I would like to say I oppose this motion. And like a few of the other callers I've heard before, the main reason is removing public opinion and say on projects in their neighborhoods that go beyond the current zoning, I don't think is acceptable. And I think it goes actually two ways. One, it doesn't allow you to create your neighborhood. It reduces you having a say in your city, which I do see a lot on the website to say, have your say. It seems that just with a quick little thing that can be gone. And also too, it also just seems like it's almost like we don't want to hear from the public. And that means that we may hear from people that might not support the idea, but it also stifles people who may support the idea. And it may be that, for example, you could be in a neighborhood where they're like, you know what, sounds like a wonderful idea. You know, it would put in what we're all looking for. And the feedback on a project might come in saying, you know what, can we do even more than just say 12 stories? Why don't we really look at it? And then again, a motion like this kind of puts everything at the same height and reduces any kind of support for that or input into the process. And I think that really is not fair for planning and for the neighborhood. And it takes away from both sides of that. And, you know, it does have, and that really is my main point. I've never called in before. I've been in the city for close to probably 30 years now. And it just, people, the public should have their right to say. And even as I'm glad that it took a bit long because I was picking up my kids and I thought I was going to miss my turn, but managed to, from school because they were out a bit early, managed to get back. And actually, as I was driving, my kids asked, "Oh, is that project there something that you're talking about?" And I said, "No, that project there is fine because it's within the zoning laws." And they put up their development application and it was there and it moved along. And they said, "Okay, then what is it that we're talking about?" It's like, well, we're saying that if you wanted to put up something that was 4 times the size of that building, do you think that maybe not the current zoning bylaws say that the public should have an input on that? But this proposed motion is saying that, no, we want to take away that initial public hearing on that. And even they understood that wasn't fair. And, you know, really that's all my point is for that. If anyone would like to ask me questions, that's fine as well.
Great, thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to come to speak to council. Very valuable.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. 14 is the next on the list, Marlene Wickman.
Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, we
can. You hear me?
We can hear.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
We can hear you clearly.
Yes.
Go
okay, wonderful.
ahead. Up to 5 minutes. Yeah.
So, okay, I'm Marlene Wickman from Vancouver, and I oppose this motion. I also have slides, if you have them there. Anyway, you have the slides? All right. There is a housing emergency This motion sidesteps other deepening emergencies. Start off with democracy emergency. Why such a quick push for a broad, over-inclusive motion? The general public has limited knowledge of the motion. There are major implications for rezoning, eventually the entire city, for 12-story social housing. There is no mandate for a magnitude of this change. Is land expropriation coming up next? There are increased barriers to democratic engagement with elected officials. And like others, I will mention about the supportive housing project at Arbutus in 8th. This land was promised by the city to BC Housing in February 2019, but only in February 2021 did we learn about this. So by timeline, it's not part of a housing emergency. There is no coincidence that this building is 12 stories high and this motion is for 12-story buildings. So social housing includes low barrier, single occupancy for those with severe mental health and addictions issues with no obligation to treatment and no criminal background checks, beside an elementary school, terminal station and bus loop for a $4 billion Broadway subway project that I found out this morning has no public toilets. For inclusivity, do all social housing projects embrace the same entrance criteria? We need to engage with democratically elected officials in order to have a voice. Councillor Boyle, you said on your website you were passionate about deepening democratic engagement. After 18 months, we're stalled with city planners regarding neighborhood concerns about the Arbutus Station and bus loop, and now new ones created by this housing project. Passage of this motion will eliminate the need for a zoning meeting for this 12-story building. Passage of this motion will eliminate a negotiation ability to improve the model of the building, like Victoria's Christ Church Cathedral School, the City of Victoria, and the Kool-Aid Society to change it to a 50-plus year resident with no active drug use. BC Housing believes the best model is a dispersed model. So passage of this motion will allow similar projects to be built in Vancouver without Vancouver resident input and similar interactions with city planners. Empathy emergency. Please exclude supportive housing from this motion. The supportive housing model needs revisions to eliminate violence and intimidation of tenants. Please recall articles in the Vancouver Sun from this March and from January last year, and also in the Tyee from March. Repeatedly, it has been stated by nonprofit leaders that methamphetamines are an increasing problem. Residential Tenancy Act prevents exclusion of harmful guests of tenants. Drug dealers are taking over residents' rooms, in particular females, in order to store weapons and drugs. They have no control as to what clients are sent to them. You're not on the same level as me here. Please contact Dr. Bill McEwen and Mike Harcourt of the Building Community Society for a compassionate and truly supportive model of staged housing for those with mental health and addictions. Okay, I think we're caught up here. St. Augustine School. There's a lack of empathy in the city for regular people who work, save, and build things. St. Augustine School took 17 years to fundraise and build a new school. It has an ongoing mortgage paid by parishioners and parents. It needs enrollment and tuition fees to maintain. And as stated, it has a recovery house. It sponsors a 9-member Rwandan family that can't find housing in Vancouver. And for this parish and school to ask questions, especially the principal, we face religious intolerance on social media from people that claim to be inclusive. Next page. Big picture emergency. City planners are not diverse in thought process. In order to deepen democratic engagement, you need to engage local community experts with no political or advocacy ties, such as business associations, principals, police, service staff. They must be included in city planning. They understand the aspirations and needs of the community. These local community experts could help expedite building projects by assisting with early community engagement. And isn't it about the early community engagement aspect instead of just presenting it just before you're ready to build something? There's no need for this motion. Just do things more efficiently. Fiscal responsibility emergency. There's a lot of public money being transferred to private hands with precious little governance. This seems to be especially with the modular homes, where media and Catalyst community developments in the last motion for like 6-story buildings said that they're expensive. Purpose-built buildings are more economic. The public needs to know how money is spent. Now, in terms on how on track the city is for housing, from your website on May 7th, it says you've delivered nearly 40% of the housing strategy target to date, with over almost 29,000 new homes approved. and you plan to complete your target within 4 years. And in 2020, you've approved almost 7,900 units with 1,326 social and supportive homes and 2,430 purpose-built rentals. All right, my next one, dislocation of low-level market rentals. Yes, eventually everything will be 12 stories and people in nice big old apartments that are low level will be dislocated and they'll be put into little tiny boxes that are more expensive and it'll be harder to save money for their future generations. So in summary, supporting this motion, you support the decline of democracy, the decline of community engagement and sense of community, an intentionally unclear definition of social housing, the enrollment and financial decline of St. Augustine School, and people have already left because of the subway. Now, in combination with this new structure, okay, that it is actually it is a threat to the community for the school for enrollment.
I'm going to have to stop you. Yes. Excuse me. I'm going to have
to
stop you because you are over time. Sorry
Yep.
about that.
And I hit everything. I hit everything anyway.
Yeah, great. Okay. You don't have any questions, but again, appreciate you taking the time to speak to council.
Okay, no problem.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to turn to the clerk. I believe that there's been a few speakers that have joined just recently. Clerk, could you just inform us who just got on the line? That I just
Yes,
called their
Chair
name?
Carr. We have speaker 15, 16, 18, 21, and 22 currently on the line.
And not any of the ones that I just called that weren't on the line before?
Number 11 was missed, but we have 12, 13, and 14.
Yes, I know that they spoke, yes.
Yeah. So I think the next speaker is number 15, and I can check on number 11.
Thank you so much. I will go ahead with Marilyn Bielos, speaker number 15. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marilyn Bielos, and I'm a resident of Vancouver from Kitsilano. Although I support increasing housing affordability, I oppose the motion tabled by Councillor Boyle and endorsed by Mayor Stewart. I'm opposed to the motion for a variety of reasons. First, I find the city's definition of social housing to be problematic. In my view, the city must clarify its definition of social housing, including clarifying whether it includes supportive housing before this motion is passed. Second, I'm concerned that if the motion passes, it will lead to major increases in height and density throughout the city of Vancouver, and that the scale of these buildings will have significant negative impacts on existing rentals, land inflation, stem eviction, displacement, and livability, a goal which the city loves to tout. But perhaps what concerns me most about the motion is that the social housing developments with potentially major increases in height and in density would not require rezoning through a public hearing process. In my view, this not only subverts city plans that lead to the more orderly development of neighborhoods, like the Broadway Plan and the Vancouver Plan, the development of these neighborhoods with good amenities, but it completely sidesteps procedural fairness and democracy. And frankly, people are entitled to have a say, whether you agree with their opinion or not. To illustrate my concerns, in my neighborhood of Kitsilano, BC Housing and the city have announced their commitment to build a 12-story, low-barrier supportive housing development. It would be 140 studios for those at risk of or experiencing homelessness. It would be 25 meters from a neighborhood elementary school, preschool and toddler park at Arbutus and West 7th. And this is in a neighborhood of some single-family homes and many 3- to 4-story apartment buildings, some of which are very successful social housing developments. If the changes that Councillor Boyle seeks are ultimately adopted by the city, would I have the opportunity to voice my concerns at a public hearing on rezoning? Would I have the opportunity to ask at a public hearing questions about the height and density, and questions such as, why was this site chosen over others in the neighborhood? Why will it be housing individuals with mental health and addiction issues but offer no treatment services on site to really give them the support they need? Why will the development in a family neighborhood not be housing single mothers, single fathers, and families at risk of experiencing homelessness, especially mothers fleeing domestic violence who need supportive housing?
Sorry, Speaker. Speaker, I just
Yes.
have to interject for a moment. I don't mind you raising, and it's perfectly fine to raise an example in a simple way about that illustrates the point you're making on this particular motion. But to go into detail on a project that will be landing on council's table and the public table in terms of a rezoning process is really not appropriate. You should keep your I mean, sort of a simple little example that isn't detailed is fine. To just say you're concerned about a project like Arbutus and 12th would be fine, but the details will be the subject of discussion through that democratic process that you've mentioned.
My apologies. I'll continue then. So under the new regime, the next neighborhood dealing with a supportive housing development up to 12 stories, will it be entitled to a public hearing process on rezoning? And then I would like to mention paragraph 12 of the motion. The text reads that major redevelopments still include opportunities for public engagement, and it states that public notification and engagement could, but not necessarily, be possible through the development permit process. And unfortunately, this paragraph doesn't provide much specifics about this process. However, it's my understanding that a public meeting with the Development Permit Board is at the discretion of the board, and that the public's comment period to the board is limited to 2 weeks, which I do not find is sufficient. Moreover, the Development Permit Board cannot deny a permit if a project meets the zoning and official development plans, and it's comprised of staff and not of elected officials who are accountable to the public. And that, to me, is a system which is frankly not democratic. So in summary, I oppose the motion because I am not at all persuaded that it will reduce barriers and deepen affordability for social housing. And at the same time, it will be removing democratic participation and thoughtful planning and urban design from the development processes in the city. On a final note, I'd like to comment that I find the whole manner in which this motion was brought forward and dealt with to be lacking in transparency and due process. I understand that Councillor Boyle wanted to proceed with the motion, that last month's motion on the amendment to 6 stories, but was told by city staff to hold off. Had the public been at least aware of the potential for this motion, response to that earlier motion may have been different, as astute members of the public would have realized that approval for 6 stories would be used to justify an increase to 12 stories. Furthermore, the motion was only brought to the public's attention days ago, giving ordinary citizens like myself only a few days to digest and analyze the motion and to respond to the short deadlines imposed by the city. In all, I find this to be, frankly, completely egregious, and I will be remembering this at the next civic election. Thank you.
And thank you. You don't have any questions, but very much appreciate the time that you have taken to speak to council. We are on to speaker 16, Scott Ellerbeck. Scott
Hello,
Ellerbeck?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. Yep. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Is there any way to change the view so I can see who I'm talking to? Like I'm just looking at an empty room right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not. I don't think you can see anything but the council chambers.
That's all I see. So I don't know who I'm addressing.
Hopefully soon we will be all back inside chambers.
Yeah, it would be nice to see who I'm talking to, if there's anyone there. Thank you for your time today, Council. I appreciate your attention to this very important issue. I would like to tell you why I'm opposed to Councillor Boyle's motion. Conversation and debate on issues such as large-scale movements of people around the community of Vancouver is no small task. Transparency, engagement, and discussion is core and essential to the fabric of our society. This motion strikes at the very heart of this. I want to remind you all that many of the councillors state that these are their core values on their websites and blogs. This truly is a time to show if this is indeed true. Do you want to listen to the people, or do you want to cut them off? I am in support of social housing. I believe it's important to look after our neighbors. However, I don't believe we are doing this with enough consideration, discussion, and debate. Putting a 12-story tower of any type or any type of development would have a profound impact to our neighborhoods. Councillors, I ask you to vote against Councillor Boyle's motion. Proper city planning, zoning, and assessment needs to be upheld. I fully believe that this motion should be renamed and called the fast tracking of 12-story and 6 FSR in every neighborhood for 70% market price housing and 30% below market rental via fast track process and no public hearings. It would be 100% accurate to call it that, and that is what Councillor Boyle's motion is. And again ask you and urge you to vote against it.
Okay,
That's all I
thank
have.
you. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You don't have any questions, but again, very much thank you for presenting to council.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I just wanted to advise and remind folks that I have a scheduled LOA at 3 o'clock, and if any, I see we're pretty tight on quorum, so if folks needed to take bio breaks or anything, or just wanted to let my colleagues know, so I was leaving you guys in a lurch.
That's great. That was a kind of like a point of privilege for all of us.
Kind of.
Okay, thank you, and for reminding us of that. LOA. All right, we're moving on to speaker, I guess, 18, Stefan Avlijas.
Hi, thank you.
Yes, we can
Thank
hear
you,
you. Go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. My name is Stefan Avliash. I'm a renter in Kitsilano. I live in Vancouver, and you'll be refreshed to know that I'm actually speaking in favor of this motion. So I came to Canada in 1996 with my family from Sarajevo, Yugoslavia. We were fleeing war and looking for a new place to call home. I personally moved to Vancouver in 2010, and over the last decade, I've been a renter. I started out in a relatively affordable unit, actually just across the street from City Hall. You might glance at it out of your office from time to time on Yukon Street. You likely know it as the former home of Vancouver's infamous and highly problematic 16th mayor, Truman Smith Baxter. I call it the only almost affordable place I ever lived. Because there, as a student, splitting rent with roommates, I paid around $500 for one room in a 3-room apartment. It's incredible. I worked a precarious job. I earned $500 a month, and I supplemented my income with student debt. I know it's remarkable, perhaps, that I consider it affordable given that I spent 100% of my income on rent. Still, I felt lucky that I had housing that allowed me to study in Vancouver, to find a job, to get involved in the community, and feel at home in the city. It's my hope that young people who don't come from financial wealth would also have this opportunity to make Vancouver their home without taking on huge debt. And quite frankly, right now it's not possible. We know the biggest obstacle to building truly affordable housing is the incredible cost of land. It's expensive to own, and it's only going to get more expensive, particularly in the key areas of the city that are flagged in this motion. Partially, and really, it's thanks to the massive and needed public sector investment in the Broadway subway. We already know this project will, just like we saw with the Canada Line, raise land values in proximity to this project. That's great news for those who own land or can speculate on it along this corridor. They've hit the jackpot. But what about the rest of us who aren't well off? People who think we can avoid density along this corridor are totally mistaken. The question is, are we going to build the kind of mid-rise apartments that we need to house the dynamic workforce that Vancouver needs to thrive? Or are we going to find ourselves living in the shadow of empty investment condos and Airbnbs? This is a modest proposal to support social housing, cooperatives, and nonprofit housing, and exactly the key renter neighborhoods that will be mostly affected by the increase in land values. This is Council's best chance to preempt another land speculation bonanza. It has an opportunity to ensure that the public will benefit from the massive increase in land wealth along the Broadway corridor that our tax dollars will create. And it's not far-fetched to say that this council has the chance to right some historical wrongs with this motion. Previous councils, under a completely different administration, gave zoning away for peanuts to developers who built luxury condos as long as there were a few token so-called affordable units. So let's be real. That was a massive wealth transfer from the public domain to special interests via zoning, and one that this council was elected with a mandate to fix. Not a single member of a certain municipal party that ran the show then is part of this council now. That's a significant point to reflect on. You have an important opportunity then to win back some public trust from the same group of frontline and essential workers who, for the past year, we've all been celebrating. Healthcare workers, the people who make our coffee, who care for our kids, who deliver takeout, stock the grocery and liquor shelves, are, after all, largely renters. Many of them go to work come hell or high water, not because they love minimum wage jobs, but because they love not being unhoused. Vancouverites gave this council a clear mandate to increase affordability last election. That was a clear and democratic expression of the will of voters. Much more democratic engagement with citizens than the Byzantine system of public hearings and consultations, which are dominated by those who have the privilege to attend them, by virtue of being able to afford to take time off work or being able to afford childcare to speak in favor of their personal or economic interests. I strongly believe this motion moves towards making things more affordable, though I believe it's important that if council votes for this motion and it goes to staff for study, it needs to come back with a strong requirements on real affordability, and that means having measurable requirements for affordability that are enforceable, because we've learned that we cannot rely on industry self-regulation when so much money is potentially at stake. Thank you for your time.
Great, and thank you. And you do have questions if you don't mind staying on the line.
Yeah,
Councillor
no problem.
you're first. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. And thanks for making the time to speak to council. I'm hoping there maybe we'll be able to find a way to engage more and be able to kind of see speakers also if they'd like. But just wondered if you might happen to, have you followed some of the other policies and things that currently staff are working on? Like we've heard that our staff actually right now aren't able to extend their work on the short program, as I'd asked a question earlier of Jill Ackey of the BC Nonprofit Housing Association. And the reason I understand for that is there's just not enough capacity of our staff to be able to do that. So if we kind of are looking at, we have too many irons in the fire and trying to like find all of these policies, we might not arrive to it as quickly. I'm just wondering if you're aware of some of the other things that we're doing to expedite affordable and social housing in the city right now.
Look, I'm not a technocrat. I don't have a whole lot of time to follow a lot of these things. What I do is I listen to people on the election trail, and I vote for people who commit to those values. And as far as I understand, there's many on this council who are committed to that, and it's my sense that this council does and is trying to find solutions to do those things. But I gotta say, you have over 100 speakers on this motion. I think that should tell you a lot about the profile that it's gotten. And so for me personally, this is one of the ones I'm following the closest.
Thank you very much, and thanks for answering my questions. And again, it's just to try and understand, do you think that there are other ways forward on the same topic? I have to say I agree with a lot of the things you've said, and as someone who has experience working in non-market housing, just wondering, if you think that there's ways that perhaps, it's the age-old question of how do we bring together people and bring that gap, take away that gap between sort of the NIMBY and the YIMBY community to try and make that work better together. Do you see maybe other ways forward? Because there's lots of speakers, but I've heard them kind of, two different sides also here so far.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting opportunity for City Council, in particular with your powers of zoning, to make sure that when public money is invested in the city that raises land values, that the profits off of that increase are shared by the public and reinvested in the public, so that it's not just citizens spending money so that someone whose family was lucky enough to purchase a single-family home in an upzoning area is now better off, but so that we're all better off. And yeah, again, like I said, I'm not a technocrat. I don't really I don't suppose to know more than the city council staff, but I understand that there's a lot of good proposals from this council on that.
And I really want to thank you for answering my questions and taking the time to sign up to speak.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. You have more questions. Councillor Boyle, you're up next.
I'm interested to hear a bit more on the topic of democracy and engagement. We've certainly heard a number of comments on that front, and I'm wondering, as a renter who's juggled a number of precarious jobs, as you described, how you would like to be involved in these types of decisions, and sort of the way or level of engagement you think is helpful to make sure that we're making decisions that represent and benefit the most number of residents.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I mean, I think it's in my personal experience in speaking to my friends, there's two times that people are really engaged about issues with respect to politics. The first is during the election period, when ideas are being put forward and people are running. And the second is when something affects them deeply and systemically, so whether they're getting evicted or whether they're losing their job. I appreciate that a lot of folks who might be calling in or the folks who work for council live and breathe politics, but for many of us that's not the case. And so I'd say the most important way which politicians can engage with the public around this is being open and transparent during your election campaigns, telling us what you're going to do, telling us how you're going to, if it's going to be more engagement, how you're going to engage with us, whether it's participatory budgeting or other ideas that are out there for a more delegate and democratic system. I certainly don't think that it's more democratic to debate the merits of whether or not we should house people that are certainly need housing every time a house goes up, because I certainly don't see that happening for other types of housing as well. I'm sorry, I might not have answered your question, but hopefully I did.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I appreciate that that not everyone has the time to show up for every spot rezoning. Thanks for your time and showing up to speak this time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. And that is it for your questions.
Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
thank you. Council, I'm just wondering if people would like a short health break. We've been at this for a couple of hours, and if we take maybe a 5 to 7 minute break, that may give us all an opportunity to stretch our legs, and also to just get our panels, which have been a little bit iffy, are through the process of looking at the speakers, etc. Just make sure that technical staff can help us with that, get it all straight. So how about we say it's 2:55? How about we come back at 3? Clerk, are you good with that?
Yes, that is great.
Great. Okay, thanks. I'll ask you. We've just finished. Sorry, speaker 18.
That's correct. And 19, I'm hearing, we're not on yet. 19, I'm
I'll
hearing
call.
is, yeah, you can call out this.
Great. Thanks. So, welcome back. Good to have a little break there. So we are we just finished speaker 18. Moving along to speaker 19. Annie Tang, are you on the line?
It's the clerk here, Chair Carr. I'm hearing speaker number 19 is not on the line, but if you just give me a moment to double check.
Great.
Okay, no, speaker number 19 is not on the line. The next speaker is 21.
Got it. 20 has withdrawn. 21, Charles Montgomery.
Yes. Hello, councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And again, like the others, I thank you for your patience in hearing so many speakers. My name is Charles Montgomery. I am a resident at Little Mountain Co-housing. We've just moved into our new co-housing development at 4985 Quebec Street. I'm also the author of a book called Happy City, and I advise cities around the world how to boost health, happiness, and social inclusion. I'm speaking today in support of this motion. And I want to speak specifically to this notion, the notions of building heights and of rezoning processes. And I think it's useful for you to know about our experience at Little Mountain Co-housing, because it speaks to the challenges of people who are building not specifically for profit. So at Little Mountain Co-housing, many of us, future residents, 25 households, in fact, we bought the land together and we built a community near 33rd in Quebec. Council, staff, the urban design panel, you all loved our projects, but delays with all kinds of permitting issues at City of Vancouver, I'd say these cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars, including that rezoning. And so let's just say that added about $30,000 to the cost of my own unit. So delays really matter for affordability. So I would say this motion is super important to speed the process for nonprofit housing developers. I would sure love it if co-housing was included in the motion, but would support it even without. Now, to speak to the notion of building heights, at Little Mountain Co-housing, we had to go to 6 stories to make that project affordable to us. And by affordable to us, I mean completely unaffordable to most people in Vancouver. The cost of our units was more than $950 a square foot. That's with no greedy developer, no profit, no marketing, no fancy granite countertops. So through this process, I learned that density is an essential tool for achieving affordability in our city. You couldn't have gotten affordable social housing on our site with a 6-story limit. No way, not possible. And so while we were able to build ourselves our homes, we just squeaked in. And, you survey our group, and we're folks with some money, or at least intergenerational transfer of wealth. So I want to say, if you want more housing in the city for non-millionaires, you've got to make it easier for your nonprofits, your affordable housing providers, your co-ops to build higher and get through your processes more quickly. This motion will do that. I also, can I add a note, if I'm under 5 minutes, about this idea of democratic process? If you read the studies, these kinds of processes, especially when they're around specific reasons in neighborhoods, older, wealthier, white, retired property owners are always overrepresented. Renters, people who have to work multiple jobs, people who are racialized are generally underrepresented. So these processes favor the privileged. And I encourage councillors to walk the walk and doing all you can to support a city that's for everyone and support this motion. And consider dropping in the words co-housing to the collection of groups who might benefit from it. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak.
Yeah, and thank you for speaking to council. You do have questions if you can stay on the line to answer them. And the first
Sure.
is from Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Charles. Thanks for calling in. Big fan of your book. So always a pleasure to hear from you. I was hoping that you could elaborate on, and by the way, congratulations on the co-housing, but I wonder if you could just elaborate on your experience with the delays, because certainly that is something that we hear in a number of areas of the city, and just if you could hone in on where it was most challenging.
Well, I think I need to invest in some hair implants because we've all pulled our hair out over the last few years. But and it's something I'd like to follow up with you on. I'll write about this at some point. I'll give you an example. Demolition permit. We went in, did what we were supposed to do. The permit application went into a file. They said, no problem. Well, months later, we still hadn't got our demolition permit. A tiny thing. And, it just got lost in the pile somewhere. And, so that was another a couple $100,000 in interest costs because, we borrowed all this money. That's one example. And your general process, it took so long. And so for us, it was always so remarkable that if you love this thing so much, why were there so many hoops to jump through? And reducing some of the hoops to jump through in that, in rezoning and permitting processes would make it easier. Kind of like if we just had a big house and wanted to demolish it and build a mansion, make it that easy because it sure is easy for those people.
Councillor Dominato?
Oh, sorry. I went off mute. Thank you, Charles, for those added comments. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
good for you. You do have more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. And thanks. I'll also echo thanks for the work that you do. I was interested to hear more from you, Charles, on the question of democratic engagement. We heard one speaker suggest that this is an affront to democracy, and so I appreciated the stats that you had on who most engages in the public hearing process, and I'm interested in any professional advice you have on how we do a better job of engaging a broader and more representative group of residents when we're making these big decisions.
Oh, it's such an important question. Thanks for noting that. The answer is very long, so I'll stick to a couple of key points. Is you have to reach out to people and not the usual suspects. I've heard today people say the neighbors need to have a say, and indeed the neighbors always do have a say in this city. That's a good thing, and even with your proposed changes. However, how can we include the people who have to work a couple of different jobs? How can we include the renters? And how can we include people who've already been pushed out of these neighborhoods? You have to identify them and reach out to them. And you can do that by identifying community leaders in, say, renters groups or groups of racialized people. And I think my general point is you have to decide that everybody matters, not just the folks who live a block away from that particular project. And sometimes that means paying people who are less advantaged to participate in those processes. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I agree. It's important. So I guess, and I appreciate all of that, and would be interested if there's any other wisdom now or another time that you have on how we actually can deepen that democratic engagement rather than just continuing to rely on public hearings. So I don't know if you have anything else to add on that, but I appreciated the previous answer.
I feel I should stop there because you have so many speakers on the list here, and I'm very grateful for the question and would be pleased to follow up sometime. Thank you.
Okay, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank
But
you.
you do have more questions from another councillor, so please don't leave yet. Councillor Hardwick, you are next, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I've just, while you've been speaking, have been doing a little research here. And in one of your comments that I see online, that you say a great measure of well-being is social trust, that neighborhoods where
Yes.
people can trust their neighbors always report high levels of happiness. We're not hearing a lot
Mhm.
of happiness. And we are hearing from people that are saying that it's difficult for them to call in during the day, but it's a priority for them. And in a representative democracy where we're elected to represent the voices of the people that live within our boundaries, that is actually the definition of what we're doing. How do you reconcile social trust where decisions are being imposed rather than involving people that actually do live in the affected areas?
That's a really good question, and I think it involves a couple of aspects. One is scale and scale of decisions affecting the city. So it's great, for example, that Vancouver is engaging in a new city plan, although we are dealing with a housing emergency right now. What I find is interesting is in effective jurisdictions, what they're doing is inviting citizens, reaching out to citizens more randomly to have them participate. So it's not just those of us who are super privileged, like Bill and myself and your neighbors, to spend the afternoon just waiting on the phone for these chats. I mean, so many people just can't do it. Imagine you're working at McDonald's. What are you going to stand around in the back of the house?
You're not suggesting we dismantled what we do have as far as a public process, which is being criticized as inadequate in the first place.
What I'm suggesting,
we don't throw the
yeah,
baby
thank
out.
you. Should I just let you speak, Councillor?
No, I'm waiting. Sorry you can't see my face regularly, but I'll bite my lips.
Okay. I think, again, it's a bigger, longer conversation, but we know that our existing processes favor the wealthy, the privileged, the homeowners. And I think it's worth reconsidering how we do our processes in general. And I think one idea I suggested to you is including more random invitations. So we include more people who are not the usual suspects. I did appreciate that renter did take the time to speak earlier. It was fairly heroic of him to be able to make the time, given the multiple jobs many renters have to hold. And thank you, Councillor, for bringing that up.
Besides your Happy City book, academically, did you come from an urban design or background? Just curious where your background was academic.
No, Councillor. I got my start in urban geography, and I worked as a journalist for many years. And then the curiosity around Happy City led me to be reviewing the evidence on urban design and well-being. So I currently work with a team of 8 academics and planners and architects.
And that is it for your time. Yes, thank you so much. And those
Thank
are
you.
it for your questions. Very much appreciate you taking the time not only to speak, but to answer the questions.
Thank you so much.
We are on, you're no problem. Speaker 22, Colin McGrath.
Hi there.
Great.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi.
Yes, go
Great.
ahead to council, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chairperson Carr and Council. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am speaking in opposition to this motion put forward by Councillor Boyle. Just for record, I was raised in social housing, and I currently enjoy living next door to my social housing co-op neighbours. Many of them, too, are very concerned about this motion for a variety of good reasons. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself. As with the previous story rezoning amendment a month ago, this amendment really is a doubling down of what was really a side of the democratic rezoning process. And the right that all people should have to engage elected officials on initiatives that happen in their community. The development permit process does not provide this engagement with elected officials. And nor does it, the scope of that development permit include some of the discussions that the rezoning process does that are important to some of these matters. So I think we're meeting quite an important step that's in place for a reason. Additionally, this motion really should not really be considered to be put forward as we really have a clear understanding of the 100% social housing by the city's definitions, as well as how we define, as well as a clear understanding and more transparency and controls on the non-profit definition and their ability to have for-profit subsidiaries, of which many do, as well as development partners who are also for-profit. And I think this all needs to be defined clearly to be able to make this motion have credibility. I appreciate the process who we've heard from, may not have it in their first process to use the rules, but there are thousands of not-for-profits in the city that are in existence, and these matters really do need to be clarified as a prerequisite for moving forward with this motion. Else we really will just have bad policy built on top of what is really either intentional ambiguity. If the definitions of these terms were well known to the public, I expect there would be a significant larger opposition to this motion. We saw a speaker that they've changed their opinion since they themselves from the 6-story one, and I believe that certain councils and mayors know this, and that's part of the reason for the rush and urgency was the need for higher government funding, but there's a convenience in moving this quicker. I ask councillors considering which way to vote on this, consider that the public will ultimately become informed on the disingenuous terms of some of these definitions, regardless of what happens in this vote. And a vote to support or even abstain this motion is validation of this misinformation. A vote to oppose this motion is one that really doesn't allow residents, which is what
Speaker, it's becoming increasing. Excuse me, just 1 second, Speaker. It's becoming increasingly difficult to understand you. Your voice is getting a bit garbled. I'm wondering if you could just, I don't know, either move your mic or do something that might be able to rectify that problem.
Sure, I hope better. Is this
Go
working
ahead.
better or not?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I think everyone agrees that multiple social is needed.
Chair Carr,
Actually,
I'm still having difficulty hearing.
yes. I can see the looks of consternation on councillors' faces in not being able to understand you. Perhaps is there any way that you could, I don't know, call back in or I'm not quite sure what system it is you're using. If you could speak directly into the phone, not through any kind of speaker. Yeah. Anyway, you are quite garbled.
Yeah. Can you hear me? I'm going to tell this is my number. Is this getting better or not? Perhaps I'll walk outside if that's going to help. Does this represent?
Better.
Great.
Yes,
thank you.
This is better.
I'll pick it up here. So I don't know where I got where I was becoming illegible, but I was basically saying that I asked any councillors who are considering which way to vote on this will consider that once the public becomes more informed on these ambiguous definitions, that they will become aware of the disingenuous nature of some of these terms. And I asked that a vote, I want to state that a vote in support or an abstain from this vote is really a validation of this misinformation, but a vote to oppose is really one which aligns to the democratic process and listening to informed residents and voters, which many of you are claiming that, state that that's what's important. So we all agree that there's a need for more affordable social housing, but there are other options that can achieve this other than a meeting democratic process, and which is in place for a reason. Finally, the fact that the 6-story amendment passed last month does not validate that doubling down on this error. I mean, and we should really see how that amendment plays out on all fronts so that we can learn and improve on that amendment, not just double down on it. And as well, we've got the Vancouver plan coming in with what is basically going to be community-based input and best practices. That was a considerable cost to the city taxpayers to do, and we are effectively just undermining that by doing this. We should be waiting for these things before we move on. Finally, my last point, this motion is really one that polarizes the community by aligning a group of people based around some misinformation and lack of understanding against people who want the same outcome, but really are asking for the right levels of diligence, accountability, and transparency. So for this reason, I ask council to vote in opposition to this motion, and I think that's one of the concerning things about this motion that I have. And I actually do wonder if anyone has examined this type of motion, if it's at odds with city charter and rights of citizens and the legal implications of that. So I'll end there. That's my
Thank
time.
you. And thank you for moving outside. We were able to hear you more clearly near the end. Thank you. I don't see any speaker. Sorry, I don't see any questions to you. So just thank you again for speaking to council. It is very much appreciated.
Thank you.
And that moves us to speaker 23, John Rucastle.
Chair Carr, I'm understanding that speaker number 23 is not on the line, but I'm hesitating because I'm checking to see if I get a different answer. And the answer is no, speaker 23 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 24, Andrea Bellissimo.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, is this speaker 24, Andrea
It is.
Bellissimo?
It is. Sorry, it's Andrea.
Andrea,
Andrea.
Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead. We can hear you clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Not really looking to add very much. Rather looking just to state officially that I oppose this motion, much like many of the speakers before me. I find it a little bit ironic. Perhaps I shouldn't, but the fact that this, we're using this opportunity to debate, I suppose, the merits of public input and engaging with the public on initiatives that perhaps change the fabric of their neighborhoods. This is an opportunity that to chat with you guys and to voice my opinion. That I think this motion, if I'm understanding correctly, seeks to perhaps eliminate. And I heard some previous comments around, the current public engagement process tends to skew in favor of the privileged. I'm hoping, and I think I'm correct in suggesting that, perhaps the right course of action, and I think the previous speaker also mentioned that, revising the engagement process or the strategies around engaging the public is perhaps in order if that's the case, rather than what, again, this motion appears to suggest we do, eliminating it altogether. Beyond that, I think, my other concerns really, as I said, just piggyback on everyone else's with respect to the public consultation process, eroding the democratic process to the extent that this motion suggests we simply eliminate it, and what sounds quite clearly like is an ambiguous definition of social housing. It's a very, I'm sure, very difficult term to capture and to kind of define clearly, but perhaps that needs a bit more work before we push forward on making policy changes of this nature. That's all from me. Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
And we appreciate you coming to speak to us. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you. We are on to speaker 25 is withdrawn. 26, Randall Hritzak.
Yes, hello there. This is Randall.
Yes, great. Go. You're very clear. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I am speaking in opposition to this motion. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in Kitsilano. I've lived in Kitsilano for a number of years. Started my business in Vancouver. Both of my children were born at home in Kitsilano, and they've been raised here ever since. I love the city, and I love this neighborhood and many other neighborhoods in Vancouver because of their diversity, and Kitsilano is no different. Neither are a number of adjoining neighborhoods. One of the things I've really loved in the past is the neighborhood level planning and engagement that the city is engaged in. And I've been very proud when I talk about the city to others. So I'm profoundly disappointed by the introduction of this motion. Buildings of this height and density should continue to go through the existing public process, and I don't believe they should be allowed to circumvent current zoning requirements or consultation. Rejecting this motion can absolutely coexist with the absolute need for social housing in the city, and the need for social housing should never trump the obligation the city and you, our representatives, should have for considered and sustainable planning, consultation, and support. In response to concerns about this motion, it's been suggested that because it's only for nonprofit and co-op housing, it's unlikely to result in a lot of new buildings anyway. I actually don't understand how that can be true because it runs counter to the objective of this motion in the first place. There's also a lot of conflation of terminology that other speakers have talked about, conflation around nonprofit, social, affordability in Vancouver and by members of this council. These vagaries don't lead to effective and inclusive solutions. For example, as we've said, the city's own definition of social housing is muddied. It hasn't been one that's been repudiated by this council or clarified, and it remains unclear to many of us who are citizens and residents in the city. This motion presumes that we can build ourselves out of the social housing mess, and this council's lack of current effective solutions. This approach won't work. It's so far failed to tackle the underlying issues and to respond to social housing needs effectively. I don't believe we can build ourselves out of this mess alone, and I certainly don't believe we can do it without due process. For example, it also strikes me as ludicrous and divisive that we would think to compare the permitting process, which needs to be improved without a doubt as it relates to single or even multifamily homes that are overvalued, to the requirements, impact, and planning required for multi-story high-density developments, social or not. I'm personally saddened that this isn't one city anymore. It's a divided city. It's pitting neighborhoods against one another, and quite frankly, it's shocking and sad to me. My question for this council is who will step up to our challenges in a way that's respectful and thoughtful? I would encourage you to stand for fairness, consultation, and responsibility to all citizens in our great city. I ask you to reject this motion unconditionally. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for your time.
And thank you for taking the time to speak to us. There are no questions for you, but again, it's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
So next on the list is Speaker 27, Charlene Kettlewell.
Hello. Hi.
Yes,
My
we
name
can
is.
hear you, Charlene.
Oh, wonderful. Hi. Thank you for giving me this very first opportunity to speak to council. I'm very excited about it, but also very bewildered. So again, my name is Charlene Kettlewell, mother of 4, community volunteer, fundraiser, organizer, longtime Vancouver resident. I'm opposed to this motion on the basis that it is built upon a term that is undefined and ambiguous. This definition of what social housing is in the city of Vancouver is foundational to the outcome and citywide impact of this motion. And yet, the definition of social housing is still waiting for revision by city staff as put forward by Councillor Fry and was moved forward by all of the other councillors 12 months ago. I'm opposed to this motion as the suggestion that the city of Vancouver could even consider increasing density in neighborhoods citywide as high or even higher than 7 times without public input and proper process is unheard of, and it entirely disposes of democracy. I'm opposed to this motion as many of the current slate of councillors were elected on promises to uphold transparency, democracy, and process. This is not what I see here with a blanket adoption of circumventing public consultation. I'm opposed to this motion as it is appearing to be promoted as social housing expansion when it is much more of an unregulated development boom in disguise. That is, if approved, would have projects approved by unelected office holders at the city. If you read cynicism or distrust in my tone towards nonprofit developers, it's, not all are created equal. And I'll tell you why. In a recent meeting with a nonprofit developer regarding a 12-story proposal BC Housing, who touts himself in the media to be one of the biggest BC's biggest developers. This developer, instead of meeting directly with the community, hired a PR firm to handle their meager number of, consultation, who then muted and called attendees discriminatory for asking questions about public safety, deleted inconvenient items from their proposal's website, and to this day, months after initial meetings with the developer, refused to fulfill FOI requests or hold meetings directly with the community, even at the direct requests of the Minister of Housing and City Council. I do not appreciate seeing, in addition, our city's mayor advocating to his funders and to the public in a misleading way that this motion that we're speaking about was to support 6 stories when it actually is meant, in fact, 12. I do not appreciate the lack of lead time provided by the city for proper consideration and dissemination of information to its public on this sweeping and impactful motion, again, based on undefined and ambiguous terminology. Finally, I do not appreciate that this motion is even being considered, given the absence of natural process and procedural fairness. The views of all interest groups should be duly considered to ensure the decision is laid fairly and not subject to review by the courts. This is not a small matter and should not be advanced. The motion proposes an extraordinary use of power, and this discretion should not be used lightly. This motion should be defeated and should not be sent to staff for their consideration or to do a report. The definition, finally, of social housing in the City of Vancouver should be redefined as discussed and moved forward and adopted by way of public process before any new proposals of the like be considered. Thank you for the time today.
Great, and thank you for taking time to present to us. I don't see any questions for you, but very much appreciate that time that you have taken. Okay, we are moving council on to speaker 28, Marcy O'Neill.
Hi there, this is Maurice. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go
Hi
ahead,
there.
up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you all today. It's my first time speaking to council, and it's the first time I felt really, obligated to do this, having read this motion in some detail, and also being involved with one of these potential bills occurring close to my children's school and in a community that we're close to. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm a mum. I'm a doctor at VGH. I'm a renter because Vancouver isn't an affordable city. I think we can all agree with that. I'm speaking today in strong opposition to Councillor Boyle's proposal. For the reasons really mentioned by previous speakers, this move to negate public consultation in the decisions made regarding housing is really an affront to a major tenet of democracy, which is public engagement. And I know from most of you, I've looked at all of the councillors' personal web pages. You all mentioned in community advocates, passionate supporters of families, public consultation needs to reach beyond the walls of City Hall. All of these things, this proposal flies in the face of all of those promises. And I do not believe for an instant that something like a year delay in a demolition permit will be speeded up by not offering public consultation on bills that will potentially affect the community. I'm a physician at Vancouver General Hospital, so I am in a position of privilege. I see a lot of homeless patients, and I can tell you it is very difficult to find them appropriate accommodation when they hit a medical crisis. And it's not just finding a roof over the heads for these people. If you look at homelessness reports from 2011, a report on Vancouver homelessness stated that 93% of people who are homeless in the city have substance abuse or mental health issues. And I feel that our efforts in that regard to improve resources for these people have been minimal. The problem has increased, and facilities like such as SROs are really not the solution to this problem. So when I face a patient that has to be discharged from hospital, and what I need for them to have is really a residential facility in order to be able to get through and comply with a complicated treatment program as an outpatient, those facilities simply do not exist in this city. in our community, we have been active recently with respect to the proposed development on 7th and Arbutus of a 12-storey, 140-unit SRO. And in our community engagements, we've heard from retired RCMP officers who tell us that, that you're looking at about 1,000 calls a month to VPD from a facility of that size when you compare it to other similar facilities around the city. And to negate that fact and think that we shouldn't be concerned about that as a community, bearing in mind this is not a community I live in, but my children do go to school close by, and 2 of my 3 children have disabilities, I would consider that lacking the ability to engage the public with this type of development would be really an affront to your voters. We've found with respect to developments that engagement with the city, especially around these public-private partnerships, has been very, very challenging. I think we have you as councillors have really responsibility to public safety. And we all feel the need for social housing to be available in every neighbourhood in the city. But every neighbourhood has to be able to cope with that social housing. And ideally a mix of housing, of low, of mixed use would be a much better solution to these problems. But also let's deal with the problems that cause homelessness in the first place. I think, the notion that we can somehow speed up planning by getting rid of public consultation seems very disingenuous to me. And I also do object to the title of this motion. I think is very misleading to the public, because it's actually the reducing barriers and deepening affordability. We all want that. We all want for people to live in this city and thrive in this city. But reducing public consultation is not the way to get there. So I strongly oppose this motion, and I do hope that you will listen to our concerns today. And thank you very much for the time.
And thank you. I don't see any speakers. I don't see any questions to you. But thank you very much for speaking to us. I know that all of council appreciates that. Okay, we are council on to speaker number 29, Albert Huang.
Hi there, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Great, thank you, Chair. My name is Albert Huang. I work for Terra Housing, a social purpose real estate housing development consultant. We've worked with and supported affordable housing providers, the nonprofit housing operating community that includes co-housing projects, co-ops, and land trusts since the 80s. I'm also a current Vancouver City Planning Commissioner, as well as the Director of Abundant Housing, Vancouver Housing Advocacy Group. I'm speaking to you today in my capacity as just a private, long time resident, born and raised in Vancouver, and fortunately still living in Vancouver. My family are very familiar with housing vulnerability and marginal situations in the city of Vancouver since I was a child, as my family had the great joy of living in illegal, precarious secondary suites. Some of my family have been able to benefit over the years from living in affordable housing and nonprofit and co-op projects. But suffice to say, this has been an issue in Vancouver since the 80s, and I think it's quite telling that councils from the 80s to today have still grappled with the issue and have not been able to champion what needs to be done. I've been fortunate enough to have an education in urban geography and land economics from the University of British Columbia, and am now privileged to work in the affordable housing delivery sector. So speaking to this motion, if I'm cut off now, I will say I'm unequivocally in support of this. I understand there are speakers and members of council that are concerned about the social housing definition, which I'd like to spend a few seconds on. So the current definition aligns with the available levels of capital and operating subsidies available from senior levels of government right now, at this moment, this very moment, from BC Housing and CMHC, bar none. And so if members of the public have any misgivings about it not being affordable enough or too affordable, the city controls the zoning, which is key to accessing that financing that has been available for these affordable housing projects for the past couple of years. And I would caution council and staff and my fellow citizens that if we're not careful, governments change and these programs may be lost, and
I can see just based on my day job that Vancouver is already falling behind in terms of accessing financing for these projects, as you might have read in public media. Within that social housing definition, there is also supportive housing, which is housing for members of the public with special needs. These same projects where there are concerns with neighbors, these operators have good neighbor agreements. I know this being a neighbor to one of these projects in my own neighborhood myself near my apartment. So again, I'd like to restate that the city has been and needs to be careful not to continue to squander the current support from senior levels of government. I remind all that the city of Vancouver is not an island. We're not a moat. A lot of this affordable housing is being delivered in other municipalities, and I think it risks debasing what the future of the city could be. On my final point, I'd like to call attention to the fact that housing, shelter is a key requirement of day-to-day life. As a function of society, we don't require businesses every time a new business is taking on a business license. We don't require them to go through a public hearing, public engagement process to open a business, to open a flower shop, to open a restaurant, to open a spa or whatnot. I really question the place that's coming from when people are concerned that it's not democratic for us to not hold extensive hearings for projects. In my mind, housing delayed is housing denied, and it's been denied since the 80s, since I was a child, and my family has been in similar situations. I understand that for council to even stay anywhere close to hitting the necessary amount of housing that this city needs to serve its citizens, you as a council will be spending every waking hour of your lives each year just going through public hearings. And I would argue that, when you campaign in between terms, that is when you come out and state your positions and allow citizens like myself to vote in favor or support of your candidacy. It's not the appropriate time to litigate projects on a project-by-project basis to constitute fulfilling our democratic requirements. That's all I've got to say. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you. You do have questions, so if you could just stay on the line to answer those, that would be great. And Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, thanks for making the time to phone and speak to us on this. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to the requirements in place for nonprofits to meet and exceed the affordability requirements and to not be a profit-seeking venture.
Yeah, absolutely. Nonprofit societies, some of which are my clients, they have requirements from senior levels of government where, me and my neighbor couldn't just go out tomorrow and constitute a society and start requesting funding. You need to pass muster with boards that comply with requirements that they're not compensated. So any aspersions that nonprofit boards can kind of funnel profit to themselves is more than misleading. Further to that, a lot of established nonprofit housing operators, they have professional staff, they've got property managers that understand the RTA inside and out, and so the requirement to operate as a nonprofit society delivering affordable housing is clearly laid out. Anything else is just innuendo at this point.
Okay, great. That's what I was interested to hear about. Thanks again for speaking.
Great.
Thank you for the question.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle, and thanks very much for coming, speaker. We are now on to speaker 30, Kelly Chung.
Hi there, are you able to hear me?
Yes, just very clearly. So go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, great. I'm going to be really brief. I don't have a lot to add in addition to what's been said from the previous speakers, but I'll just share my point of view anyways. I am a working mom, just taking time out of my day to speak about this topic. I have never been compelled to speak on a topic up until now, and I've been a lifelong resident of Vancouver for 40 years. I've seen the city go through a lot of change, and I'm totally supportive of that change, but in a way that's participative and reflective of all community stakeholders, not just the interest of one person or the interest of one interest group. I guess what really frustrates me is that, so I live actually close to the Broadway and Arbutus terminus, and I've received surveys to participate in Shape Your City, and I've been happy to participate them, looking at the cool things that are being planned and feeling that I have a voice. But then in the meantime, I catch wind of a 12-story building that's being proposed in our area, and then I catch wind of this motion that's going through or being considered to be going through. And so I just get kind of frustrated about, like, well, what is the city's engagement process? Is it genuine when you ask me for my opinion on Shape Your City, or is it just a kind of a guise for decisions that have already been made already? And so that is definitely something that's on my mind. As far as the building at Broadway or at Arbutus and 7th, as I said, this literally came out of the blue. We had 1 month to respond to it, and immediately what came to mind was, well, how about the safety and security of my children? Where do I have a voice in that? And I had wished that there was a different way of engaging residents in this area so that we were aware that it was happening and that there was information, proper information, not misinformation, which there is a lot out there right now on social media, that could have been broadcast to the residents in this area and even in surrounding areas. So in summary, I'm opposed to this motion and hope that there's a better way to engage our communities for projects like this. Thank you very much for your time.
And well, thank you for your time. There are questions for you if you don't mind staying on the line to answer. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks, and I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I know all too well how it is trying to juggle those responsibilities, so appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and following along today. I'm wondering what I heard you say in your presentation. I just want to clarify is that you value engagement and you take the time to participate, but you're not feeling that maybe your opinions are being heard. Is that correct?
Yeah, totally. Because there's, so what I mean by that is, like, I extensively looked through like Shape Your City, and there were these amazing decks on, like, your opinion around like commerce, around like building elevation, around like what are the priorities for the community? Is it family? Is it like people with disabilities, seniors, etc.? And so I thought this was great. I'm participating in this. I'm having a say in my community. But then all of a sudden there's this like 12-story building, like social housing project that's being proposed out of the blue. Had that information been part of the Shape Your City for the Kitsilano area, I would have definitely appreciated that and would have felt that things were more transparent, and that would have shaped the context of my comments.
Okay, thank you. I had one more question, and I don't mean to overgeneralize, but you've mentioned that you're a mom, and I understand as the mom of a preschooler myself, it can be hard to kind of maybe engage, and we've heard a little bit about that today. Like for some groups of people that are either working 2 jobs, maybe they're parents, maybe they have other reasons, but they're not able to just go and proactively engage. Do you think that we should be looking at other opportunities to engage them, and that may help, in fact, to fast track processes or better explain?
I think so. I liked what I think his name was Charles, the author of the book, was saying, was like actually, bringing together, like actually like targeting specific groups and like having them participate in a conversation. I think that would be great. I mean, as an example of like today, I'm in meetings all day long, and I've just like basically deferred one of my meetings in order to like listen in on this conversation. And it's not like I can just like, you know, see my number pop up and then like hop off my Zoom call and get onto this call. I literally have to listen to the whole conversation to make sure I don't miss the opportunity to speak up.
I only have a few seconds left. Are you against density in your neighborhood, if I can ask?
I'm not against density in my neighborhood. I would just like to see more consultation and more of a consideration towards like the mixture of people in this community and fair consideration for their opinions. So no, definitely not against density. In fact, I think I live in one of the densest areas right now.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor DeChenova. And thank you so much. There are no more questions for you. Very much appreciate, however, you coming to speak to Council. So, Council, we're on to Speaker 31, Marianne Morgan.
Chair Carr, it's the clerk here. I'm understanding that speaker number 31 is not on the line, and I am checking.
Great.
Yes, speaker number 31 is not on the line. So 32 is withdrawn, and next would be 33.
Great. Is Sean Patrick Finnan there on the line? Speaker 33.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to Council.
Okay, thank you. This is the first time I've ever been involved in a conversation like this at City Council. I strongly oppose this motion. I am a Vancouver resident for a little over 20 years. I've lived in East Vancouver, and I do live in Kitsilano right now. I am a property owner. There's no consultation. It's undemographic. This is a destruction of existing low-rise, below-market rentals. And I think what we have to do is look at the definition of social housing, and this needs to be clarified. I understand from a newspaper article, the last council meeting, they couldn't even answer the questions about what the definition of social housing is. We can look to the Little Mountain Housing Project as a prime example of what could happen if you approve this motion. Destroying a rental property or social housing for a developer to take 70% and give 30% back in social housing or below market rental, and here we are 10 years later and that property is not developed. And there was consultation involved in that, and you want to take that consultation away. Everyone here looks at what's happening in Hong Kong and thinks it's awful that those rights are being taken away from people, but what you're doing here is taking away our rights to be involved in the conversation. We want social housing, we want more density, but it needs to be a discussion. And ramming this through, you might think that you have a great intention, but there could be a council that comes in and bulldozes through and displaces people, longtime Vancouver residents in East Vancouver, Kitsilano, Point Grey, you name it, displaces them, builds a 12-story tower, blocks everyone else's view. 70% is above market, high-value property, and 30% is low market or below market or some sort of social housing, some sort of co-op housing, and that is not success. We need to communicate with the public. You need to communicate with the public. You were voted in democratically, and you need to honor that. I think the three Greens council members campaigned on more dialogue with the community, and this comes about. That's all I have to say, so thank you.
Well, thank you. And I don't see any questions for you, but I really appreciate you coming to speak to Council. Very, very important. Speaker 34, Karen Finnan.
Hello. I've been a resident of Vancouver for 35 years since I was a student. I've lived in all types of housing, shared housing, rental housing, and I'm currently a property owner. I oppose Councillor Boyle's motion. I was a speaker at the April 20th council meeting regarding the motion to exempt 6-story social housing buildings from the rezoning project. At that time, I asked whether supportive housing was included in the definition of social housing in the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw. An officer of the city admitted to me during that meeting that he could not answer that question other than to say that it specifically includes supportive housing for the elderly. I asked at that meeting that the definition of social housing be clarified before a vote was taken on the motion. The motion was passed without that clarification being provided. I'm still waiting for a clear and complete definition of social housing, and I've been listening some today, and I see this concern being raised over and over again. Why is the city moving forward on bylaw amendments when the public hasn't even received a clear definition of social housing? How can there be a proper public consultation process when the city's being opaque on the types of social housing that are encompassed in the motion? At the April 20th hearing, I warned of the slippery slope that would be created by allowing 6-story towers, and I said that 6-story towers would become the floor, not the ceiling. My words were clearly prescient, as only 1 month later, 6 stories has doubled to 12 stories. Will it be 18 stories next month? This city council is severely testing the tolerance of Vancouverites for the erosion of our right to be consulted as stakeholders in this city. Council members were elected to serve the residents of this city, not to fast-track an ever-evolving moving target agenda during a pandemic. I didn't vote for the imposition of a housing agenda on my city that excludes fulsome public consultation. What I'm asking is for the city to take a step back, take the time to put forward a clear, complete definition of social housing as a starting point for discussion. Then the city needs to give all residents proper notice of a public hearing and a lengthy window for written submissions. 1 week's notice is not proper notice by any measurement. Short-term government funding deadlines should not determine the timeline for consultation on changes to this city that will last generations. Thank you.
Great. I don't see any questions to you, but thank you so much for taking the time to come to speak to council. It's very important. Moving on to speaker 34, Karen Finnan. I'm sorry, that was Karen Finnan. I'm sorry, I just hadn't ticked you off yet. Sorry about that. We're on to speaker 35, Kyle Bienvenu.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Bienvenu. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm a renter, and I know all about the challenges of affordability. I oppose the motion submitted by Councillor Boyle to permit the construction of non-market co-op and social housing of up to 12 stories in certain Vancouver neighborhoods without the need for rezoning or public hearings. My opposition to this motion is not opposition to the approval of non-market social or co-op housing. I do not oppose density. Instead, I oppose the deterioration of a fair public process for the approval of that development. For my family, social justice has always been a priority. We believe in working for and in support of vulnerable people and understand the importance of supportive and affordable housing. However, as a civil litigator and an advocate for the rule of law, I strongly oppose the deterioration of engagement of public participation in any democratic process. This is particularly true in the context of zoning. Zoning at its simplest has as its purpose a means to control how the land can be used and control the density of the area. Although zoning as a concept often gets misused as or blamed for a means of controlling the character of a neighborhood, which is no doubt a euphemism for exclusion of diversity, zoning bylaws have a much more important and practical function. In the absence of zoning controls, the city loses the ability to ensure adequate resources and infrastructure are in place to support what is being built in the neighborhood. Before a development the size of a 12-story apartment complex is built, the city needs to make sure the city can support that building. For example, are there sufficient fire stations, fire access roads? Do the water and sewer infrastructure systems support the development in the area? Are there schools nearby for the kids to attend? High schools, bus stops, playgrounds. But there are other smaller questions that city staff and the developers alone can't answer. Are there places to walk the dogs? Do the streetlights let you see kids running across the street in November? Are the sidewalks clear and clean after a rainfall? Where there is to be a strain on the neighborhood zoning in this context, not just in the change to its character, especially where the change can be significant, it is important for community feedback as early as possible. It is critical that the people who live in the neighborhoods have a say how a major project will affect their community. And make no mistake, a 12-story building is a major development. A development of this size would considerably affect the surrounding area, much more than the 6 stories, which has already been approved less than a month ago. For example, my children attend St. Augustine School at 7th and Arbutus, which falls in a neighborhood to which this motion would apply. A change is potentially as significant as allowing a 12-story building in that area will raise serious issues for the community. What those issues are and how to address them, again, are not something that can be addressed by city staff or developers looking to build something new. It is the community, the people who live, who work, and who spend their days on the ground, the people who are most affected by what the proposed change to the zoning of the neighborhood would be, are the people best positioned to ask the questions. The city must not skip past hearing their concerns. It is not enough, as the motion suggests, that these questions be raised, if at all, at the development permit process. In 2019, the Provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing engaged a broad range of stakeholders, including the City of Vancouver, to discuss the challenges of the current development approvals process across British Columbia. The ministry identified opportunities for addressing challenges related to affordability and to develop an informed list of ideas about how to improve efficiency and effectiveness. In the result, the final report on the GAPR consultation concluded that identification of options for receiving more meaningful and earlier input from the public was necessary, and that the importance of area or neighborhood planning and the value of identifying ways to strengthen public input during those processes was needed. Those conclusions are the opposite of what is being proposed here today. Today's motion seeks to avoid any meaningful or early input. It seeks to avoid area and neighborhood planning altogether. And critically, today's motion does this by asking for this committee to approve an ambiguous and unclear definition, which point has been made repeatedly today. What exactly is being proposed and who it applies to is difficult to understand, and that's dangerous. While the intention of this proposal might be well-meaning, unclear exemptions to land use rules are primed to be abused. It is the law of unintended consequences. I return to the point I made earlier that 12 stories is significantly larger than 6-story developments already proposed. This motion is not about giving flexibility to developers. It is about maximizing the development possibilities for those developers. It cannot be a coincidence that 12 stories is what's being proposed. 12 stories is the maximum allowed under the BC Building Code for wood frame buildings. And while this motion may contemplate that not-for-profit organizations only have the best interests of the community at mind, no such conclusion can or should be drawn. There are lots of profits to be made on the backs of an exemption to a zoning bylaw. By allowing for buildings to be built in variation of a current zoning without public participation, the city is, intentionally or not, approving exclusionary zoning and harmful land use policies. Any policy which shuts out public scrutiny and which allows approvals without an opportunity for community review inevitably leads to abuses. Allowing any exemption, even for social justice issues, leads to further deterioration of a fair, safe, and healthy community. I urge this committee to reject any motion which would allow for non-conforming construction to proceed without public hearings. I urge the city to consider other alternatives to incentivize social housing, other than through exemptions to the city's bylaws. I urge this committee to oppose this motion. Thank you.
Great, and thank you very much. You have speakers, if you could still stay on, questions rather, if you can still stay on the line. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you. It's not so much as a question as a request, and that is if you have written your remarks, which I'm surmising that you will have, would you be willing to share them with council? Would you email your remarks?
I would be happy to, Councillor.
I'd be grateful to receive them. Thank you.
Great. That's it for your questions, Councillor Hardwick? Great.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, no problem. Councillor, we're on to speaker 36, Whitney Dunn.
Chair Carr, I understand speaker number 36 is not on the line, but I'm just double checking.
Okay, that's good.
Looks like speaker number 36 is not on the line, Chair Carr.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 37, Alexander Skudlarek.
And Chair Carr, I'm just double checking again. I had it confirmed that Speaker 37 is also not on the line, but we do have Speaker number 38.
Great. Bernie Hensel, if you are there on the line, it's now your opportunity to speak.
Okay. My name is Bernie Hensel, and I am opposed to the motion. This is only the second time I ever called into council, but I felt compelled because this matter is so important. I've lived in Vancouver my entire 50-plus years in and around the Fairview area. My family has supported the community in various ways, including coaching youth sports and serving other nonprofit organizations. My wife and I have raised our children in Vancouver, and we also look after children that are in ministry care. My family has been offering affordable housing in the Fairview area and paying taxes for 55 years. We are committed to making Vancouver a better place, more livable, especially for the vulnerable people. I'm opposed to this motion because it does away with basic due process and democratic principles, including the right of having your voice heard and raising objections to proposal that can impact you. Council and staff need to consider legitimate concerns of the people who are most affected, potentially also negatively by such projects. To be clear, I support social and supportive housing and the ability to build large multi-story projects, but there needs to be due process. Not all projects are suitable in all areas, and consultation needs to happen so that the information of discovery of information can occur and proper, thoughtful decisions are made. This motion is, in my opinion, fundamentally wrong and potentially even dangerous. I understand the need for flexibility. I've heard some of the other speakers mention that, but that can't take priority over the concerns of the people who are most affected by these projects. There must be public scrutiny. This motion would pave the way for contentious projects like the development that is being proposed on Arbutus near Broadway. I first heard about this project a couple months ago, and I was alarmed that the project had moved so quickly to such an advanced stage with really virtually no consultation, very little notice. The school across the street, I know, was taken by surprise. And again, I think the public at large also. I did have the opportunity to be one of very few people that got onto a Zoom call maybe a couple months ago, and I was able to ask questions about that project of city staff and BC Housing representatives. My main concern was for the safety of 450 small children who were attending the elementary school and preschool right across the street from the proposed development. On the call, it sounded like the deal was virtually done. They were even said they were going to be announcing the management company of the project in the next few weeks. On the call, I also learned that social housing is different than supportive housing, and it became clear from the discussion that the 140-unit project would include people who are suffering from serious issues, including mental health and drug abuse problems. I asked at that time if a risk assessment had been done on the project, and the answer seemed to be no. For this project to have gone ahead without a comprehensive risk assessment and consultation with the school across the street, I think is completely irresponsible. All you need to do is read some of the disturbing headlines and news articles of the unfortunate and troubling events that are happening in some of the city's SROs and some of the hotels that have been converted to supporting housing downtown. I mean, I drive by the old Howard Johnson Hotel on Granville Street every day, and I can't imagine that being situated 50 feet from a preschool. If this motion goes through, that's exactly what I expect will happen on Arbutus Street. And again, I'm not opposed to supportive housing and want to help develop vulnerable people who are suffering. We all know there's a tremendous need, but must be due process, and it must be done in locations that make sense, and concerns like child safety need to be addressed. In my opinion, this is a motion that really should be on the ballot on the next election. And that's all I really have. Thank you.
Well, great. Thank you so much. And there are no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to council. So we are now, council, on to speaker 39, Marcus Youssef.
Chair Carr, I was advised that speaker number 39 has withdrawn.
Okay, and so has 40. So we are on to speaker 41, Kiev Margarita Vasquez.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, we can hear you
Hi.
clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Margarita Vasquez, Kiev Margarita Vasquez, and I am a resident of Arbutus in 12th Avenue here in Vancouver. I'm here because I strongly oppose Ms. Boyle's motion to reduce quote-unquote barriers for social housing in every neighborhood, and I urge you all, councillors, to do the same. I oppose this motion because public consultation as part of the due process for rezoning is not a barrier. Refusing to hear the concerns of the residents of Vancouver with regards to these social projects and how they will impact their everyday life is not a barrier. It's actually your job. Ms. Boyle, I was reading your website that many of the descriptions, it says that, quote unquote, you're passionate about tackling inequality, contributing to climate solutions, and deepening democratic engagement. However, this motion, as written, is not only antagonistic in that it implies that if one is opposed to it, then one is opposed to social housing, which is not necessarily true, but it undermines the very spirit of a democratic process. If it passes, you will effectively shred years of reasonable city planning for zoning and density, and this will eliminate our ability to voice our opinions, and significant changes are being proposed in our own neighborhoods. And most importantly, it will prevent us from holding you accountable for these decisions. Again, the very essence of a democratic process. I gotta tell you, I'm originally from Venezuela, an oil-rich country currently bankrupt. I have witnessed firsthand the path to authoritarianism and exclusion that, among many things, have brought the country to extreme poverty. And let me tell you that the process started very small, very vague, and very subtle, much like this motion, removing the citizens' input in many decisions. And one thing that I learned about that is that once you remove the citizen opinion from a democratic process, it is, once it is done, it is just easier to do it again and again and again. Let me be clear. I believe our community supports social projects. St. Augustine's Church in my parish is already deeply involved with the Santa Maria House, which is a long-standing supportive housing initiative. However, not all social projects are the same and have the potential to affect the community in a negative way, some of them. But if you decide that our opinion is not required in this process, you're essentially not representing me as a resident of this city. Thank you.
Great, and thank you. There are no questions for you, but again, appreciate very much you taking the time to speak to council. We are now, council, on to speaker 53, Wendy Henneke.
Chair Carr, it is the clerk here. We're on speaker number 43.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
Absolutely.
okay.
43. Gemma is Isaac.
Yes, hello. It's Gemma Isaac here. Can you hear me okay?
Ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Up to 5 minutes to
Thank
speak
you.
to council.
Thank you. My name is Gemma Isaac, and I am opposed to the motion, and I am a resident of Vancouver. Why am I opposed to the proposal of reducing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood. I want to be clear that I am in support of affordable, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood. As a mental health practitioner, social justice and supporting the most vulnerable has always been a passion and priority of mine. What I am opposed to is the language and the ambiguity that this proposal puts forward, not only on what already has been mentioned about the terms of nonprofit or social housing. My main concern is that in reducing barriers, we are taking away the fundamental process of consulting with the public, specifically those who live and work in the neighborhoods where these developments will take place. I believe that there is a way to support social housing developments within every neighborhood, but it must include the process of consultation and recommendations from those already living in these communities. For example, the proposed social housing projects slated to be built at 8th and Arbutus would have a personal great impact on my life, as I work only a few blocks away, and my children, alongside 400 plus other students, attending an elementary school right across the proposed building. It is integral to have proper, thoughtful planning and sufficient public consultation, especially when it comes to public health and safety of those living, working, and playing in the neighborhood. I want to be ensured that successful planning is in place to optimize an agreeable coexistence with the new social housing project, and not to mention the Broadway Arbutus Station line on the next block over. Use our voice for consultation. We are the experts on our neighborhood's culture. We can help problem solve. Ironically, a proposal like this one, which quote unquote reduces barriers, is fundamentally taking away our own social justice to have the opportunity to contribute and speak as to how our neighborhoods should be developed. I thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. It is opportunities like this that I am grateful to be living in a time and place where we can practice democracy. And that is also the reason why I'm speaking today, is to fight and advocate that this right is not taken away by a motion that threatens the opportunity for stakeholders who will be directly affected by such housing developments to voice their questions, their comments, or their concerns. Thank you.
And thank you. There are no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council.
Thank
Yes, thank you. Council, we are on to speaker 44, John Hadzetolios.
Yes.
Great, we can hear you clearly. You can speak to Council for up to 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much. And thank you for doing a good job pronouncing my name. My name is John Hadzetolios, and I live here in Vancouver for 30 years now, and I live very close also to the 8th and Arbutus proposed housing, and so I'm calling in against this motion, strongly against this motion, because it really does take away that ability for the neighborhood to give their voice to each case-by-case area in the neighborhood so that we can make it a win-win for everyone, which is what we want to do. We want to make it a win-win because we live here and we can see the sorts of folks that we would welcome into the neighborhood and who would thrive here with us. But the current proposal is very concerning, as I just want to say how eloquent the previous speaker and many others were, and so I strongly echo everything she said. So in terms of the process, it's really important that everyone's voices are heard. Like the folks said, we are here on the ground. We see how things work in harmony every day, and we need to be able to give those opinions when these buildings are proposed so that the people that are going to be living into them will integrate into the community and thrive for years to come. And with this current situation, we're all really concerned with the school being there. right across the street. There's a toddler park on the other corner, and then we're having the impact of the other corner being the Arbutus bus loop, which is going to put like so many UBC kids there day and night, transferring and all kinds of folks. So I'm against this motion because we need the democracy to remain in place for those voices in the neighborhood to be heard. By the way, I hope you can still hear me good. Tell me if I'm breaking up or anything. So if I'm able to speak on that, the height is way too much. 6 stories, 5 or 6 stories is good. It's still a huge footprint because it goes from 7th Avenue to 8th Avenue. Like, it's still absolutely huge. And it would match everything else is around it is 3 stories. And the most important factor is the mix of people coming in there. We totally want women, children, families, 1 and 2 bedroom suites and studios. We need the mix. 140 single studios would just not help those people thrive and not integrate the people that are going to live in the building into the community. So that mix of seniors, disabled. Also, I would love to see rent-to-own units for teachers, nurses, and police. Like, if we can help some of these teachers, nurses, police, that those folks stay in the community. And just to speak to that, I was talking to a couple of young teachers in the neighborhood who are about 30, and talking about this building coming in there. They were like, well, we'll never be able to work and to live here. We're going to have to leave Vancouver as young teachers. And I said, well, this is what we need like rent-to-own units or somehow for these folks to get a toehold into the community so that we keep these important frontline workers here in Vancouver because they're going to leave us. Working people who are housing challenged, who just need that leg in. The most important thing is, well, not the most important thing, but the biggest challenge is the addiction issues and these poor souls. What I did want to add, I go out and I speak to, when I encounter homeless folks in the area, I talk to some of them, I bring them food, I ask them their story and where these folks are from and what they're about. And many of them are just kind souls who need that help. But that type of homelessness needs to be separated from people with serious addiction issues. This is the biggest challenge of all. And my solution, to give that to council, I do have some ideas on that. Like, there's some areas that are semi-industrial, which would be, I did write this into you folks, 1 block east of Main and south of Terminal. There's a whole semi-industrial area off of Main and south of Terminal where you've already got folks congregating there. There's dilapidated buildings that could be used for some of these towers where the folks who are the most challenged are still super central. They can be supported. They have all kinds of services close to them there, but they're just slightly away from the rest of the folks that we need to protect, the children and the seniors and families. So the most challenged people. So south end of, and then for the Strathcona situation, the park seems so large that, again, across the street at the south end of it, where it becomes industrial, it seems like we could take a piece of that park right by the industrial area and build that kind of tower there that would help the most challenged folks who need to be in their own situation. And also we need places where those folks can go and get off of their addiction so that they can graduate to the next level of society. So you definitely have to make the distinction between just folks who are having a challenge on housing and people who are having serious addiction issues, and you don't want them to concentrate in a place across from a school.
Okay. All right. Sorry, you are well over time.
Okay.
So thank you for coming to speak to council. There aren't any questions for you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Speaker 45, Damien Kettlewell.
Chair Carr, I'm being told Speaker 45 and 46 are not on the line, but I'm just doing a double check. If you could give me a moment.
Absolutely.
Both are not on the line, but we do have speaker number 47 on the line.
Great. Speaker 47, May
Hi.
Hall. Yes, go
Yes,
ahead.
hi.
You have up to 5 minutes. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I work and live in Vancouver for more than 30 years, and my job is downtown. My husband has a business down the street, and the kids go to school in the area. So I'm calling in to oppose to the construction of non-market social and co-op housing without rezoning or public hearings. So any allowance for buildings of this size with its effects on the neighborhood should be considered through a neighborhood-based public consultation process. So the local government elected officials have the authority to make decisions about how land should be used in the community. So these decisions can affect long-term plans for the entire community, as well as neighborhoods and individual properties. So in order to balance the powers, the elected officials are required to provide the opportunity for residents and other interested parties to share their views on the bylaws through a statutory public hearing process. And the construction of non-market social and co-op housing up to 12 stories in this neighborhood is actually a matter that will have a long-term effect on the neighborhood. So all persons who believe that their interest is affected by the proposed construction must be allowed a reasonable opportunity to be heard. And that's all I have to say.
That's great, and that's very clear. Thank you for, you have no questions, and thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council. For speaker 48 is Michael Yapchinchi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, very clear. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, city councilors, and I'm not sure if the mayor's here, but thank you for your time today. My name is Michael Yapchinchi, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm here to express my very strong opposition to the motion submitted by Councillor Boyle to permit without community consultation the construction of nonprofit, co-op, and social housing of up to 12 stories in certain Vancouver neighborhoods. I ask each of you to oppose this motion. This motion will destroy years of reasonable city planning for zoning and density and will eliminate the ability for residents to voice their opinions when significant changes are being proposed for their neighborhoods and to hold elected officials accountable for their decisions. Unfortunately, the debate is being positioned as you're either totally in support of nonprofit, social, or co-op housing, or you're dead against it. And the reality on the ground is quite different. And I know this personally, because though my family and I live in the Olympic Village, my place of work and my children's school is in Kitsilano. I am the principal of St. Augustine School, which is directly across the street from the proposed 12-story BC housing development at the corner of 7th Avenue and Arbutus, which many previous speakers have spoken about. In our community, which comprises a school and church, social justice has always been a priority for us, and it's why we continue to work with vulnerable people and understand the importance of supportive housing. We are not opposed to supportive housing at all. In fact, we're already deeply involved with our longstanding supportive housing initiative, Sancta Maria House, which was also mentioned by several speakers before me. Over the past 18 years, Sancta Maria House has assisted nearly 200 women recover from problematic alcohol and drug use. Both the church and school are active in their recovery process. And based on our experience on the ground with this work and our knowledge of our neighborhood, we know that a model of care that is less institutional, smaller in size, and more home and community-based than what is being proposed by BC Housing works. And it works because there are sufficient direct supports, amenities, and services that can be provided. For us at St. Augustine's and the surrounding neighborhood, we get hit twice. First, the 12-story supportive housing complex, and right across the street, the Arbutus subway station and bus loop, as mentioned also by other speakers. We have two major developments, three really, within 25 meters of our 400 preschool-aged and elementary school-aged children. We're not properly consulted on the subway station and bus loop, and after more than 18 months of trying to work with the City Translink Project and other agencies, many critical questions related to public health and safety have yet to be answered. We've made countless proposals to find a way of better coexisting with both the station bus loop and the housing proposal, and unfortunately all essentially rejected. This is with supposed public consultation in place. I wonder what the repercussions would be should today's motion pass and the requirement of public consultation and application for rezoning be removed altogether. It's hard to believe that in 2021 we would be subjected to this level of poor planning and insufficient public consultation, especially when we are caring for more than 400 children. Councillor Boyle has stated in correspondence that while the motion seeks to make it easier to build affordable nonprofit and co-op housing in a number of parts of the city, it won't affect the project at 7th and Arbutus, and that it wasn't intended to change the engagement plan for that building midway through. However, we have not had any official written confirmation or commitment to this. As a member of the St. Augustine community, I'm also voicing my deep concern about the cumulative impact of the existing proposal and the Broadway Subway Project station and bus loop on the public health and safety of our community and neighborhood. All we've ever asked all along is for meaningful engagement to find a way for over 400 school children to better coexist with the station bus loop and the supportive housing proposal. But I know this motion is not just about Kitsilano, nor is it about St. Augustine's community. It's about neighborhoods and potentially neighborhood schools across all of Vancouver. So as a Vancouver resident, I am opposing the motion before council because it would eliminate any opportunity for residents to comment on projects across the city, such as the one being proposed across the street from St. Augustine's School. For me and for my family, as expressed by many before me, it is about the democratic right of citizens to have their voices heard and to engage in meaningful dialogue. I'm asking you to please oppose this motion. I fear it's not about reducing barriers to social housing. Rather, regrettably, it's about reducing consultation and accountability. Every project should go through a rezoning application and should be considered on its own merits and not simply be pre-approved by the stroke of a pen before it has an opportunity to be thoughtfully considered, involving all stakeholders in meaningful public consultation. I do wonder how many neighborhoods will be affected if this motion is passed, and of those neighborhoods, how many neighborhood schools will be impacted. And I also wonder how many neighborhoods are actually aware of this motion to begin with. Finally, respecting COVID-19 health and safety protocols, of course, I invite all of council and the mayor to come visit our school anytime. Thank you.
Great. And thank you. There are no questions for you, but we very much appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
And your offer to come to visit the school when appropriate. That takes us to speaker 49, Johanna Roberts.
Hi there. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. My name is Joanna Roberts, and I am a resident and homeowner with my family in Vancouver. And thank you very much for listening to me. It's been a long day for you guys, so I'll keep it short and simple. I mean, I agree with many of the points that have been up. I oppose this issue with many of the points that have been brought up so far. So I think really, for me, the bottom line here is that we need to have due process to such an important issue. I recognize the need for immediate social housing, and unfortunately, passing or saying no to this motion may end up in costing more time and money. But I think that we can't undermine due process and be diligent and talk to the community and do some more research before moving forward. That's all I have to say.
That was very clear. Thank you for taking the time. There weren't any questions for you, but thank you so much for taking the time. Great, Council. We're now moving on to Speaker 50, Catherine Ann Obendorf.
Thank you. I thank you for this opportunity to speak to Council. I am Catherine Obendorf, a resident of the City of Vancouver, a Canadian citizen and a retired school administrator. I strongly oppose motion B2 on the following grounds. As a citizen and resident of Vancouver, I believe that this motion is in direct opposition to the very concept of consultation that you, members of City Council, say you advocate for on our behalf. Reducing barriers blatantly says to me that the opinions of the very people who will be directly impacted by the future decisions made regarding nonprofit, co-op, and social housing will not take into consideration the citizens' thoughts and opinions in their neighborhoods. This motion negates any future community engagement on topics that dramatically impact each community. The communities in which such housing might be placed are the very people who will be impacted by such a motion. For any social housing projects to be really successful, our city needs these very citizens to embrace, support, and include such developments for them to have any long-lasting permanence in our neighborhoods. An existing example can be found on West 7th in Vancouver, Sancta Maria House, a first-stage recovery home for women. The local elementary school, neighbors, and surrounding church have been supporting this house of recovery for women for nearly 50 years, a long-standing commitment to social housing in the neighborhood. In essence, Motion 2, B2, removes the voices of the citizens of Vancouver. We are not barriers. We are the city, and we recognize that thoughtful, well-researched and substantiated evidence should form the basis for all decisions regarding social housing. I respectfully call on each of you to individually, as council members, ask yourselves if totally negating the voices and opinions of the citizens of Vancouver could ever be in the best interest of our city. Please vote against this motion. Again, I strongly oppose motion B2, and thank you for your time.
I see no questions to you, but I thank you for your time to come and speak to us. It is very much appreciated. That moves us on to Speaker 51, Gabrielle Smith.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I oppose the motion. Just as a bit of background, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am a Strata Council president for a building at 2424 Cypress, and I'm also a member of St. Augustine's Parish. And much like the principal had mentioned, while my experiences regarding the building in Arbutus, it would apply to any social housing projects in Vancouver, where I think there really needs to be some consultation and consideration of that particular neighborhood can absorb when it comes to social housing. In speaking to people more familiar with these civic matters than I am, I'm pretty much told that this is going to go forward without, regardless of the opposition, based on the critical need for housing. But there might be some flexibility to change the motion or amend the motion to make it more aligned with the needs of community. So, for example, rather than proposing 12 floors, perhaps we could look at something that would say it would need to fit into what's appropriate for that neighborhood. Much like other speakers have said, probably more eloquent than me, absolutely am supportive of social housing. We just want to make sure that it's positioned to be successful, and that's done through consultation, collaboration, and having something that is appropriate for the neighborhood that it's going into so that it can be properly supported by its neighbors. So again, thanks for the opportunity to speak, and that's it from me.
Well, great. Thank you for taking the time. It was great, and no questions to you. Again, thank you for coming in. That takes us to Speaker 53. I'm sorry, Clerk, was that Speaker 51 or 52? Do we have 52?
Yes, we just heard from
51.
Speaker 51, and Speaker number 52 spoke earlier in the day, Chair Carr.
I wondered why I had notes there. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So we're on to Speaker 53, Wendy Henneke.
Hello?
Yes. Is this Wendy Henneke?
It is, yes.
Great. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead to speak to council for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for hearing me. I am Wendy Henneke, and I live in Kitsilano as well. I am strongly opposed to motion B2. A 12-story building at the proposed location of Arbutus on 7th Avenue is not acceptable for this neighborhood. Kitsilano is an iconic neighborhood with a wonderful mix of old character and new homes, duplexes, townhomes, and apartment buildings. None of the adjacent properties are greater than 4 stories. Such a building would ruin the feel of the neighborhood and be a huge obstruction for the elementary school, preschool, daycare, and playground across the street, not to mention the Arbutus Greenway that runs alongside. With the city moving forward with this motion.
Yes. Okay. I really need you to focus on the motion at hand, not the. That's great. If you can switch that focus, that would be great.
Yeah. The city moving forward with this motion. The city is basically saying they don't need to involve the public at all, where 12-story social housing projects are being built. I am greatly concerned over how undemocratic this is. Why shouldn't the public be involved in development in our own neighborhoods? Why is there a disregard for public input? I live here, I work here, I pay taxes here. Why? I would like my input to matter. And I know other people have brought this up as well. Less than a month ago, the city voted to allow the construction of 6-story social housing buildings in neighborhoods like Kitsilano. This was done with almost no notice to residents in this area, which again is highly concerning to existing residents. Again, it just is not a way to build a sense of community. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard.
Great, and we appreciate you coming to speak to us. There are no questions for you, but again, thank you. That moves us on to Speaker 54 has withdrawn, so Speaker 55, Tracy Main.
Hello, my name is Tracy Main, and I am strongly opposed to this motion. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I have participated actively in many of the city planning sessions, including for the Arbutus Greenway, the Broadway Subway Plan, and Broadway Corridor Planning, and do keep up to date with proposed changes in our city. Part of what is great in our city is that we do get to have input in things that are going to affect our neighborhoods and the larger plan at hand. The city's already engaged in developing a broader plan for the Broadway corridor, and I think the city should let this plan be developed and approved before starting to piecemeal rezoning of different areas along the Broadway corridor. It seems to be in contradiction to what has already been put forward. As many speakers have already mentioned, very little notice and transparency has been provided on this proposed motion, beginning with less than a month ago when the city voted to allow the construction of 6-story social housing buildings in the RM4 zoning areas. A lot of residents learned of the original motion through a local newspaper article, and it definitely was not publicized in a way that residents could be informed and have input. By moving forward with this motion, there will be no longer a need for public consultation where a 12-story social housing project will be built. And this is undemocratic. The neighborhood residents, wherever they live, are entitled to a say regarding buildings that are constructed, especially if it fundamentally changes the scale of many neighborhoods. Also, the definition of social housing, which again seems to be very unclear and ambiguous, I think it is misleading to a lot of people that haven't taken the time to delve in and see exactly that social housing doesn't mean 100% social housing. It only means that 30% of the space needs to be for below market rental. Definitely not transparent to the general public who hasn't maybe delved into the matter a little bit more, and maybe this should be brought forward as something to be more clear on and more transparent. And the other point that I wanted to make is that we're concerned about the demolition of older buildings to potentially build larger scale buildings that will displace tenants who might originally might not be able to afford to be replaced into the higher rent buildings once the older buildings are demolished. And in conclusion, I just want to say thank you for letting me speak here, and I hope that you oppose this motion and go back to the democratic process so we can all have a say.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't have any councillors on queue to question you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. I'm just looking at the time. I think we have time for one more speaker. The next speaker on the list is Speaker 56, Diana Meakin.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Diana McMeekin. I'm a long-time resident of City of Vancouver, and in particular the Kitsilano neighborhood. I thank you for allowing me to speak. In terms of background, I absolutely oppose this B2 motion for a great many different reasons. To cut to the chase, I believe, as I understand it, the city's definition of social housing currently allows 70% of the units at market rent, but counts it as 100% social housing when it's mostly market rents. There's a sort of a lack of clarity around what is social housing, what is supportive housing when it comes to this motion. I'm very concerned that this lack of clarity is a slippery slope to developments that are ill-conceived, not discussed with the community as a whole, and again, as per the previous speaker, the undemocratic process of not allowing allowing major increases in height and density without public hearings, and it undermines community plans. I think there's lots of space for social housing with appropriate locations. Indeed, I support social housing. We have many social housing projects around us, but it's about fit and scale, and that they've all been considered. They fit right in and they contribute to the tapestry that makes Kitsilano a good place to live. The huge increase proposed in scale of up to 400% of that allowed by current outright zoning, I think that it would increase land lift for the subject property, even if it belongs to the city and surrounding areas, not necessarily in a positive way. Going from wood frame construction to possibly concrete because of the increased height would increase costs far more than a public rezoning application. We also think it would create development pressure, increased rental inflation, gentrification, demo-victions, because older buildings will be torn down and immediately 12-story buildings would be approved, rather than well-thought-out, well-conceived, affordable rental, a good mix for where everybody can benefit from it. So I personally have a very strong view that large increases to height, FSR, and form without a rezoning public hearing is undemocratic and undermines security that zoning is intended to provide. It also undermines neighborhood character and livability, but I'm not being a NIMBY about this. It's just a bad idea not to talk to the community that surrounds a major new development. You know, in our community, I know that we would support good social housing. It's not a question of not having social housing or not trying to help make it a great success. But this motion is, as I said, incredibly undemocratic. It undermines neighborhood-based planning, and I think it preempts the outcomes of Vancouver Plan and the Broadway Plan. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And I respectfully ask Council to reconsider this motion and to deny it.
Thank you very much. Very clear. And we don't have anybody on the list in terms of asking you questions, but again, very much appreciate your clear presentation. Thank you. So I think we do have time for one more. 57 speaker, Robert Hensel.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. My name is Robert Hensel. I've been a resident of Vancouver for 50 years. I have an office and business at 7th and Burrard for more than 10 years. I'm opposed to this motion based on the following items. I feel that the city didn't allow for a long enough and transparent consultation to the neighborhood. I feel that the context of the development doesn't fit within the normal zoning bylaw. I understand that there's going to be future developments with the subway line and there's going to be increased density, and I'm in favor for wise increases to density. I'm in favor for social and affordable housing, but I feel that the city hasn't been transparent, hasn't given enough consultation to the neighborhood, to the residents of the city, and I feel that it's undemocratic, the process that they're pushing along, and I think that the city should not approve this motion. I feel that they could have at least put a sign on the property, at least giving some proper notice to neighbors and residents, even pedestrians, to even read what's proposed. And based on those items, I wish for the city to not approve this motion, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak as well. Thank you.
And I see no no questions to you, but thank you so much for coming in. Very much appreciate that. That speaker was not as long, so we have time for I think one more, and I do have a few comments to make before we break for dinner at 5. I believe is 58 Ryan Worth on the line. I'm not sure, clerk. You didn't seem to indicate that, but can you verify?
Yes, it is the clerk here, Chair Carr, and I'm just double checking, but I understand number 58 is not on the line.
Okay.
I'm just checking. No, we do not have number 58, but we do have 59.
Okay. Now, if I go ahead with 59, there will be no chance for any questions because there's only 5 minutes. So,
Motion to extend to hear from speaker and finish the questions.
for speaker 59.
Yes.
Okay, that's great.
Just in case there might be.
Thank you for that motion. Can I just test the will of council? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we're going to have to go to a vote on that. Okay, clerk, I think it's a 2/3 vote, right? Is that right on this to extend? Oh,
Just getting
clerk?
my mic on. Yes, it is 2/3.
Can you verify if that vote was 2/3 or not? It's disappeared from my screen.
Just checking. Yes, it passes.
Okay, that's great. So we will hear from speaker 59, who is Patrick Condon.
If you can hear me, thank you, members of council. Thank you. I wish to speak in support of member motion B2. You have a long list of speakers and you've been at it a long time, so I'll be brief and offer just a few bullet points. First, to address some of the concerns I have heard that are rightfully expressed, and then to highlight some of the potential benefits of this motion. First, what it won't do. This motion is simply an update of a previous motion passed last month, which, on advice of City Legal Counsel and Planning Department, allows the options described, which may or may not prove acceptable to the public, to be discussed at a future public hearing. The motion does not call for 12-story buildings everywhere in the city, as many fear, but rather calls for staff to explore density bonuses for nonprofits in other parts of the city in the context of the Broadway corridor planning process and the citywide plan. Next, what it might do, it might create a competitive advantage for nonprofit housing providers, allowing the public to perpetually secure more of our city land for permanently affordable homes for our sons and daughters and our crucial frontline service workers who are increasingly being forced from the city. It might focus the citywide plan process on the problem of our out-of-control land price as the main impediment in the way of affordable housing. It might stimulate the emergence of a larger nonprofit housing industry in our city, an industry with the capacity to produce the thousands of affordable housing units that we presently lack. In conclusion, a note on public process. Much has been made of the possible dangers of removing nonprofit buildings from the rezoning requirement. I do not see this suggestion as a core benefit of the proposal. The core benefit is to explicitly state that additional density will be given to non-market providers in return for permanently affordable homes. So perhaps this aspect is worthy of amendment. However, it must be said that the city has somehow developed a culture where almost all changes in zoning bylaw and the map are executed via zone change. In most parts of the world, this process has a derogatory name. It's called spot zoning. In many places, spot zoning is illegal because it opens up the zoning process to the appearance of or the fact of corruption. My associates are increasingly concerned that the process of negotiated discretionary zone changes in our city, established as a custom in the 1980s, has now done more harm than good. Rationally planned cities engage citizens in broadly based discussions centering on what the city should look like, and importantly, on who can afford to live there. With these goals in hand, a zoning bylaw can be established that determines ahead of time what can be built, where it can be built, and who it is for. It remains my hope that the citywide plan process can provide us the opportunity to move away from the troubling one building at a time spot zoning process and replace it with a clear map of an affordable future for our city. This motion, for all of the concerns that it has provoked, can and should be part of that larger process. I thank you for your attention.
Great, and thank you. And you do have questions, so if you could just stay on the line. Councillor Boyle, go ahead with your questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Condon, for speaking. I was also going to ask about spot rezoning, so appreciated you bringing that up. I'm wondering if you can speak to the sort of larger balance of engagement and democracy in making decisions about housing, and any best practices you see elsewhere that would help us to deepen that process rather than continuing to rely on spot rezoning as you noted we do.
Thank you for the question, and I'll be brief. My best example on that one would be Cambridge, Massachusetts, where they have what they call an affordable housing overlay, which was discussed in the city for over 2 years by planning staff who went out to every neighborhood. And eventually, after a lot of concern, the entire city and after a lot of debate in council, approved of this. This does exactly what this motion is at its core intending to do, providing some advantage in the land market for people who guarantee to provide affordable housing. So I understand the concern of citizens, and a lot of my own friends are very, very concerned about this and have expressed that concern directly to me, as they have to all of you, about the process here. And I do hope, Councillor, that the forwarding of this motion into the context of the citywide plan will be fruitful for the city and for all the citizens in the future. It seems to me that all the speakers speaking in opposition have one thing in common. They all want affordable housing. They all want people who don't make as much money as is necessary to live in this town to find a place. And I think we all agree on that. It's just a matter of finding the proper process and strategy for that to occur.
Thanks. I really appreciate that answer. And I was going to ask about Cambridge too. So in follow-up to that, can you give me a sense of how in Cambridge they determined the right additional density in each part of the city through that process in their housing overlay?
In general, they did a consultation with their nonprofit housing providers, of which they have many, and they determined that it would be necessary to stabilize land prices, and the way to do that was to allow additional density. In some cases, twice the existing density, but not in every case. It depended on the neighborhood. as the means by which nonprofit providers could compete in a level playing field with for-profit providers. For-profit providers would still be able to use existing zoning, but nonprofit providers would be given the density bonus, which would make their numbers work. When they computed the rents that would come in at these reduced rates, it was necessary to have that additional density in order to offset those land costs.
Okay, I see I'm out of time, but
Yes,
really
you are.
appreciate your time on this. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. And you do have more questions, so if you could still stay on the line. Councillor Swanson, you are next.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming and speaking. I have two questions. One is, some people are saying that if this goes ahead, there'll be a big, huge land lift in the prices of land on the actual site that's rezoned, or that doesn't have to be rezoned, plus the adjacent sites will go up. And I'm wondering what you think of that. And the second one, since I'm trying to get this in 3 minutes, would be, what would happen if we had some sort of rule that the only residential increase in zoning that we allowed was for nonprofits?
Well, answering your second question first, I believe that's the major thrust, or should be the major thrust of this entire initiative. Additional density, I think it's a good strategy to have additional density only go to nonprofits and only in return for guaranteed affordability. In regards to your first question, Councillor, the whole point of this strategy would be to stabilize land prices. And if it was determined by staff, who would probably have access to consultants as well who are expert in this, that this initiative would increase land prices, I would not be in favor. I think the whole essence of this is to calibrate a strategy which could, number one, allow an advantage to nonprofit developers. Number two, not raise land prices, because that's the entire point.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great. That's it for your questions. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry, you're next. Go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Good evening, Professor Condon.
Good evening.
Curious, when you just to your points with Councillor Swanson around land lift and increasing land values, we had our staff advised Councillor Wiebe that he had to declare a conflict of interest because this potentially would significantly raise his property values. He lives in a strata 3-story walk-up in one of these prescribed RM zones. Do you think that what would be driving that obviously staff see it as a potential for land lift? What do you think would be driving that? Would it have something to do with the degree of affordability we are or are not prescribing in the social housing definition?
Yeah,
which, as you know, is 30% below market.
Yeah, well, first of all, I tend to agree with the citizens who are saying 30% below market is inadequate, and I would hope that the deliberation would start to illuminate to what extent density increases could generate affordable housing numbers that were far greater than 30%, because the need for affordable housing is largely confined within the cohort of people in the city who make less than the median income. However, I understand the concern about land lift. I would hope that staff would be sensitive to the fact that the more social benefit you are seeking or demand, as the city may well do, that will have an effect on the residual value of the land. Once the project pro formas are established and the rents are computed with or without any other higher level government supports, there will be a residual value, and that will be the value that it's appropriate for a nonprofit developer to offer for the land. That calibration must be very carefully done in such a way that it won't raise the value of that land. I refer again to this situation in Cambridge, where their long conversation on this resulted in a strategy that was precisely designed not to raise land values. Now, to be honest, I will say one more thing. To be completely honest, there is some concern there about it raising land values because the additional density seems to signal to some land speculators that they should ask for more. It becomes incumbent on the city to make sure that that doesn't happen.
So, and my last little bit of time, to be clear, you're saying you don't think no rezoning, you think that there is a role for, I guess this is your planning background, saying that we do need to make land use decisions appropriately, not just a free-for-all. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I'm saying that this provides the opportunity for us to mitigate the increase in land value, which is usually a consequence of council decisions to increase density. And rather than doing that, stream what would otherwise be increases in land value to the social benefit. In this case, social benefit is the benefit of residents who get an affordable rent.
I think I'm out of time.
Right, you are out of time, Councillor Fry. But you have more questions, Patrick. So next on the list is Councillor Hardwick for up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Can you start my timer over again?
Yes, I can see that. I see that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Patrick, our
Hello.
objective here is to enable more affordable housing. And we've observed that the principal cause of the inflation in the cost of affordable housing is inflation in the land. Would you agree?
I do agree.
And the principal way to increase the value and therefore the inflation of land values is through rezoning, correct or incorrect?
In the absence of this kind of requirement, that is request, if it's just a rezoning that ups the allowable use for market housing, the result is the residual value of that land increases in tandem.
BC assessment, once a property has been rezoned, reappraises it or reassesses it at highest and best use, and by definition it increases the value of the land unless we're downzoning. So we are rezoning, which increases and inflates the value of the land, which has been done many times over, which has increased the overall value of the land. So we agree on that, but rather than continuing to rezone, ought we not to try and level that out and focus then on the other costs of the affordability issues, such as the time and complexity of the permit process and the cost of labor and materials?
Time and complexity is something that should be addressed, so I'm glad you brought that up. But I might also offer that what we're talking about here is, in fact, in some ways, a downzoning. In saying that you're only going to allow increased density for the social benefit of affordable housing, that means that the parcel in question has not been increased in its value because it's going out as a market project. It, in a way, amounts to a rezoning that would be a downzoning because you are reducing the residual value of that land as a consequence of the affordable rents.
I'm sure if you checked with BC Assessment, you would find that that is not the case. They are not evaluating it on that basis. They are not downzoning it at all. What I think you're arguing is that the land might be used in strata condos, for example, which might add greater land lift or land inflation. But it doesn't change the fact that there is land inflation involved in the rezoning process, notwithstanding.
I think I would have to leave that to the experts to judge. I think the complication that we're discussing here is a subtlety. But in the end, it would not be increasing the value if you restrict it for non-market housing that was affordable, because the rent stream would only support a certain purchase price. So in this case, in upzoning, you would have to determine that. In this case, I strongly feel, and this is what they decided in Cambridge, Massachusetts, that this kind of upzoning would not be inflationary.
Okay, and that's it for your time, Councillor
We'll have
Hardwick.
to debate it another time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure we will.
Thank you, Dr. Condon. That is it for your questions. We very much appreciate you coming and not only speaking to us, but answering all of
Thanks a lot
questions.
for your time.
Yeah,
Good luck.
great.
Bye-bye.
And yours. Thanks. Okay, Council, we are going to break, but just before we break, I just want to give the public and you a bit of an update. We are on speaker. We will start after our dinner break on speaker 60 of 126 speakers on our list. It is very, very unlikely that we'll get to agenda items number 3, 4, 6, and 7 tonight. So just alerting people who may have interest in that. The back update is not tomorrow. Um, from the time that I made that announcement earlier in the day, we have had a change, and there is a special in-camera meeting that has been scheduled for tomorrow night. So we are not going to be reconvening this committee meeting tomorrow. Instead, the next back update after tonight is going to be Tuesday, May 25th at 6 p.m. Okay, well, with that, we have.
Chair?
Yes?
I was hoping to move that we could come back at 6:13 and take a break.
I will make that determination. I think we need an hour break. So I'm going to suggest that we return after this dinner break to reconvene at 6:15.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great. Have a good dinner break, everyone. Thank you.
Carr. So 3, 2, 1, Chair Carr.
Great. Welcome back, everyone, to this standing committee of Council on Policy and Strategic Priorities. We are dealing with referred item number 5. We are at Speaker 60. Just before we begin, though, I do want to make it very clear to the public that we will not be able to get to items 6, 7, 9, or 10 tonight. So if you are thinking of calling in or are on the line for those items 6, 7, 9, and 10, we will not get to those tonight. The backup day when we will reconvene to hear those items or to continue if we haven't yet completed this item is going to be Tuesday, May 25th at 6 p.m. So hopefully everybody takes note of that. Great. We are now on, as I mentioned, speaker number 60. And Council, I'm just going to inform you that Speaker 60, and Clerk, if you can confirm, Bill B, who is listed as Speaker 60, is not on the line right now. Is that correct? Or has withdrawn?
That is correct, Chair Carr, but if you recall, I advised you that we had made a mistake with the speaker earlier, so.
Yes.
Okay.
So I understand that Marion Morgan, who was Speaker 31, was on the line, but we inadvertently did not call on her to speak. And she is, I believe, on the line now. So I'd like to just start correcting that earlier error and allowing Marion Morgan, who is Speaker 31, to speak now. Marion Morgan, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Great. We can hear you
Can
clearly.
Perfect.
We can
Great.
hear you clearly. So go ahead, speak to Council up to 5 minutes.
First of all, thanks to the city clerk for letting me join in at this point since it was due to an error that I wasn't able to speak earlier. I'm wanting to express my opposition to this motion. My concern is regarding the ambiguous definitions of what type of housing are included in this motion and the lack of clarity. This ambiguity alone should be enough to stop it. But in the bigger picture, this motion is about locking out the community and undermining democracy. Vancouver has been built on an open and transparent democracy, and this motion would put a stop to that democratic process. Even the perception that the future debate is being stifled is problematic. We all agree we need to look out for all those in our community, but this motion is not the way to do so. And it could lead to speculation that the city favors developers or that projects do not require proper oversight. I strongly feel that what makes a city strong is the democratic process powered by the people who reside within it. So with that in mind, I kindly ask that you do not put this motion forward. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for calling back in, and our apologies again for the inadvertent error. Councillor Kirby Young, are you on the list to ask questions of the speaker, or is that a holdover?
I believe that's a holdover, Chair.
Okay, no problem. So you don't have any questions, but again, thank you so much for your diligence in making sure that that you are heard.
Thank you.
Great. So we are on to Speaker 61, Paul Makowski. Is Paul Makowski on the line?
I'm just doing a double check. Chair Carr, I'm understanding that speaker number 61 is not on the line at the moment.
Great. And number 62 is Annalie de Guanco.
And I understand that speaker number 62 actually sent in to be withdrawn.
Okay. Thank you. And speaker 63, Megumi McGrath.
Yes, speaker 63 is here.
Great. Hi, we can hear you. Go ahead to speak to council for up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I am a mother of 5 and a lifelong resident of Vancouver. I do have concerns about my children's future ability to live in this city. With that said, I oppose this motion submitted by Councillor Boyle. The main reason that I oppose this motion is because the definition of social housing is ambiguous and lacks clarity. This motion states that the building will be 100% social housing, but the proposal uses the city's definition of social housing where only 30% are low-income rentals and the other 70% are market rentals. This is misleading to say the least. If more residents were aware of the city's definition of social housing, you would see a significant increase in opposition to this motion. To call a 12-story building with only 30% low-income rentals 100% social housing is totally misleading and, quite frankly, ridiculous. Just last month, the city had already passed amendments to the zoning and development bylaws to increase social housing in the RM4 and RM3A zoning districts for 6-story buildings, not requiring rezoning or public consultation. I believe we should wait to see what the effects of this is before we consider a motion to increase the size of the building to 12 stories. There is a concern that there are no systems in the city to monitor and check what obligations the not-for-profits are required to meet once construction is completed. With the action of bypassing rezoning, the city is sidestepping the role of elected officials and really the chance for people like myself to put in what happens in our neighborhood. A vote in favor of this motion erodes the democratic process of public consultation that is the right of every resident in Vancouver. I'm not as eloquent or persuasive as other speakers today, but I hope that you would consider my input on this motion. I ask that all councillors oppose this motion. Thank you.
And thank you. I see no questions are here for you now, but I really want to appreciate the fact that you did phone in. Thank you so much. Speaker number 64 is Shannon DeVries. Shannon DeVries on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead to speak to council, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you for taking the time, council, to listen to me today. My name is Shannon DeVries, and I am a 20-year resident of Vancouver, having worked and lived in different areas of the city as both a homeowner and a renter over the years of the city. I would like it added to the record that I'm opposed to this motion. There are several reasons why I'm opposed, and many of those have already been mentioned today. So I'd just like to focus on a couple of them. First, which has been mentioned, is the democratic process. I wanted to say that I find it very confusing as a resident of this city that I'm encouraged to provide my input, for example, in the Shape Your City survey, which was quite engaging. And I'm expected to vote for council members sort of with the understanding that they are representing the voice of the community. And then find out with very little lead time that a motion is being proposed for 12 stories when only a few weeks ago it was 6 stories. Not only that, but this motion wants to exclude public input in such projects. So how can you, as operating the best interests of the community, represent yourself as representing and caring for the community while then shutting out public input on areas of city planning as impactful as this would be? This is not private money, this is taxpayer money, and taxpayers are owed the opportunity to provide their involvement. And especially during this time of the pandemic, is it really fair to try to push these things through without due process and ample time for people to collect their information and formulate their position when people are already trying to deal with constraints to their time and energy and resources and health? Should subverting proper process ever be considered, but especially at a time like this? And as well, I wanted to mention about the social housing and affordable housing. Most people that I've been listening to for most of the day, if not all the speakers today, are in support of social housing and affordable housing within a general definition of what they believe social housing to be. And I keep hearing from speakers who are in support of this motion talk about how these projects need to find ways of being fast-tracked because timeliness is of the essence when it comes to securing financing for these types of projects. And that totally makes sense. So why is the city not enhancing the programs already in place that fast-track social housing type initiatives? Someone earlier mentioned the SHORT program, which I don't know much about, but I sort of got a little bit of information. But if we're all wanting to really focus on housing and helping those most in need, how can we not clearly define what it is that we're trying to do here? And instead believe that shutting out public input is the answer to fast-tracking housing. I'm pretty sure that with as many people who are opposed to this motion, I can only imagine the problems down the road when all of a sudden a resident comes to discover that there will be a 12-story building going up next door to them, that they had no say in the matter. I mean, just talking to people within the community, they have no idea about some of these things that are being proposed. For example, the Arbutus and 7th project, which has been mentioned many times. So why ask people to get involved in the Shape Your City online platform where a lot of time and resources have already been spent to just go in a different direction altogether and bypass public consultation? It just makes me ask, how genuine is council in hearing what residents actually have to say about this? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. I don't see any questions to you, but very much appreciate you coming to speak to council. That moves us, Speaker 65 has withdrawn. Speaker 66, Sheila Veazey.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go
Yes.
ahead to speak to council.
Yeah. Good evening. I was born in Vancouver and I lived in Vancouver all my life. I strongly oppose this motion, and I urge councillors to do the same. I am not opposed to increased social housing, but I am opposed to having our neighborhoods' democratic rights eliminated. One of the reasons cited in this proposal is for eliminating public consultations is because the rezoning application takes up to a year or more, and this costs many nonprofit projects more money and missed funding opportunity. So my question is, or my comment is, there is nothing stopping councillors from moving up these projects in the queue. Open houses and public hearings only is a minute fraction of the year-long rezoning application. The delays for rezoning and permitting lies squarely with the City of Vancouver and not the public hearing process. Let's show our children why and how public consultations work. Thank you.
Great, and thank you.
Just a point of privilege. Oh, I think I got
just
my
let me
time on.
just
Thanks.
Yeah, just 1 second, and I'll do that with that in just a second, if that's okay, Councillor DeGenova. I just wanted to thank the speaker. There are no questions to you.
Oh, there are. That's what my point of privilege was. So sorry.
Oh,
my panel was frozen. Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Right. Very good. You do have questions if you want to stay on the line, Speaker. And Councillor DeGenova, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thanks for speaking to council and for listening. I'm just wondering, you would reference looking at sort of the process instead of perhaps land use policy like zoning, like this, sort of in a blanket type of way. I'm just curious to know. You don't have to answer my question. Did you know that there was recently a motion where and it passed, and that took the power away from council, or I should say council took the power away from ourselves, or those who voted for the motion, not to be able to change any of those processes for 16 months?
I'm sorry if that is meant to be a question directed to me.
It is. I'm just wondering if you happen to know that.
No, I was not aware of any of this. All I know is I've had some experiences with open houses and public hearings of late, and I know that the extent of the open houses and the public hearings are really limited to a few days, and for this public consultation to be blamed for the 1 year delay in rezoning is, I believe, is not fair. I don't know if I answered your question.
Very much for your comments. I really appreciate that. You did. I just wanted to know if you were aware of that, because it helps me to gauge how aware the public is by asking that question. I really appreciate you making the time to speak with us today and for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. That is it for your questions. And again, appreciate the time that you took to speak to council and answer the questions. Thanks. Speaker 67 is Lizette Donaldson.
Chair Carr, I'm understanding that Speaker 67 through to Speaker 72 are not on the line, but if you could pause a moment, I'll double check that. Yes, I'm being told that the next speaker on the line is speaker number 72.
72. Okay, Jenny Chen. Jenny Chen, are you on the line?
I understand the speaker is on the line. Perhaps it's a muting issue.
Yeah, Jenny
Yes,
Chen.
sorry, it was, sorry, it was a meeting issue. Thank you for the reminder.
It happens to all of us. Don't worry. So
Thank
go
you.
ahead. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead. You can have up to 5 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a Vancouver resident and for over 35 years now. I just want to let you know I am not a parent. I don't have children going to the school there or anywhere close there. I don't live in that immediate area. I am in support of social housing, but I have to still oppose these motions. Also, I just want to let you know I am not what a lot of the supporters call a wealthy landowner or homeowner or something like that. I do own 1% of a property for the purpose of a mortgage. So please do not think of people who oppose as filthy rich homeowners, because I'm not one of them. I am opposed to this motion because it is a carte blanche, okay? A few months ago, a year ago, the council voted against the development next to the hospice on Granville, the only one that you guys have ever voted against. Now, that has a cause. That is a good cause for rejecting that development. Now, if you put this motion right against the hospice, how are you going to vote? No one can speak up because the rule is there. Okay, I mean, the hospice could be anything, anywhere. I'm just giving an example. It should not be a blank check to say that's it. When I learned about this, I thought it was 100% social housing. And even with that, I had hesitations because I think each situation needs to be considered. Social housing is a big issue. And the micro neighborhood needs to be considered carefully. So I was really shocked as I was waiting for my turns, and I learned that it's only up to 30% to be called social housing. They're qualified for this 12-story. And I was absolutely, and I am still astounded in a bad way. So I am firmly opposed to this motion, and I hope the council will do so as well. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't have any speakers, any councillors on the line to ask you questions. So I just want to thank you for taking the time to speak to us tonight on this. It's very important. Now we're moving to speaker 73. Lisa Belasomo.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi.
we can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted to thank the councillors and mayor for having us, allowing me to speak today. My name is Lisa Belasomo, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm opposed to Councillor Boyle's B2 motion, and I urge councillors to do the same. I believe this motion disregards a principle of social justice, this being participation. By eliminating public hearings for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing, this motion is preventing neighborhoods impacted by these projects from having their concerns and opinions heard. I agree we need more affordable and social housing in Vancouver, but introducing this motion is undermining years of work that has gone into planning the city and ultimately is undermining democracy. Thanks very much.
Great, and thank you. There are no questions to you, but I very much appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, express your opinion. Thank you. That is democracy. Speaker 74 is Lorraine Maromba.
Chair Carr, I'm understanding that Speaker 74 is not on the line. I'm just double checking again. If you could just give me a moment.
Yes,
we do,
of course.
I have it confirmed there's no speaker number 74 at the moment.
Speaker 75 is Stephen Natiak.
And again, Chair Carr, Speaker 75 is not on the line at the moment.
Okay, Speaker 76, Rohana Rezel.
Good evening, Chair and Council. And thank you for giving me a chance to speak to this motion. I support this motion in principle. I believe that we, as I spoke for the staff motion a month or so ago, we have a desperate need for social housing in Vancouver. And the concerns I have with Councillor Boyle's motion is that while we need social housing, the city's definition of social housing is not what's universally used as the definition for social housing. There are serious concerns, and I believe that the council should not dismiss those concerns as being NIMBY concerns. What I suggest is that the council amend the motion so that the definition of social housing align with what's used everywhere else in the world, or alternatively, I know there's a process in place to redefine the definition of social housing to mean social housing, and if I don't know where that is right now, but if that can be expedited, then that will alleviate most of the opposition to this motion. Because I really want to see this motion pass, and I want to see this motion get as much buy-in from the citizens of the city. But the concerns are not with the motion itself; it's with the people's lack of trust in the elected officials and the bureaucracy. And I think if those definitions are fixed, you'll find there'll be many more people supporting this motion. And I believe a number of people who oppose this motion would turn around and support this motion if that's addressed. And the other concern that I have had from fellow housing activists is that there are deep concerns about demo evictions and happening as a result of this. There's a fear that people might end up getting demo evicted as a result of this motion. And again, the city's TRPP has a lot of gaps, and I personally know a few people who've been demo evicted despite the TRPP being in place. And if the motion could be amended so that that's addressed, or alternatively, if the TRPP can be fixed so that, we know that there have been zero evictions in New West, and if we could reach that in Vancouver and have zero demo evictions and evictions here, again, I think you'll find that more people would support this motion. Thank you.
Great, and thank you. There are no questions for you, but I very much want to thank and appreciate you for calling in to us tonight. Thank you. Speaker 77 is Curtis Jagaleski.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. I just want to state for the record, I am opposed of this motion. I am a City of Vancouver resident. It is my understanding that this motion to bypass the rezoning up to 12 stories for social housing includes a 70% market rental component. I am asking and expecting any city councillor who currently owns a single-family detached home, townhouse, or duplex to recuse themselves from this motion. If passed, those city councillors stand to profit hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, in any land assembly transaction where a developer buys the land and intends to build a 12-story building with a 70% rental component, market rental component. This motion will single-handedly change the landscape within the city of Vancouver for the next 100 years, further widening the wealth gap between the middle and upper class. Developers will profit from this motion. We will see developers buying up any land assembly transaction that they can, not only on major intersections, but we will see it on our not so busy intersections as well. Developers will look at this as a way to sidestep the rezoning process, and they will act like vultures. They will build the 70% market rental component with the 30% social mix, and then sell to the highest bidder willing to take the lowest capitalization rate at that time. With the 70% market rental component, once fully rented, the property's value will increase and the developer will sell. For this reason, single-family detached homes in the city of Vancouver will skyrocket, the prices will skyrocket, and anyone who is looking to make a profit will sell. I expect any city councillor to recuse themselves from this motion for that reason. I am opposed to this motion, and I'm also wondering why there's no city councillors to ask questions to the opposition at this time.
Okay. You don't. You do have questions from several councillors. So, if you would like to stay on the line, please, Councillor Hardwick, you are up first.
Thank you very much. I'm interested in understanding the logic of your argument around the real estate property development impetus that this motion would take. What are you basing your assumptions on?
Well, 70% market component. So if they can bypass the rezoning, the city of Vancouver grants them their building permit with the 70% market component. They will build. They will rent out those units. They will maintain ownership, and they will include the 30% social housing component. Once the building is fully rented, 12 stories with the allowable FSR, they will look to sell and profit. They can sell those market rental component units, and they will sell it to the highest bidder willing to take the lowest capitalization rate, which would likely be around 4 to 6%. Right? They will sell at a profit because the rent on those market rental units that the developer owns, right, achieve the capitalization rate that any investor is willing to take and buy into a building like that. So when you have, yeah.
So how do you know this? What's your background? What are you drawing from? You obviously have a background.
Well, so you see developers all throughout the city when you rezone the Grandview Woodland area, the Canby corridor. The developers, you see land assembly signs go up in all of those regions. The single-family detached homeowners quickly sell because the developers are willing to pay for a premium because the FSR is higher. They know with the higher FSR, even in the rental market, right, they can build, hire more units, and get the income for the entire building to a certain level, and that's higher. Then the valuation will then be higher when the income level is fully rented at full vacancy, right? They will sell at a profit, and they will sell to a real estate investment trust at a profit. And for that reason, you will have all the realtors in the city knocking on doors, asking people to sell because the developers will be buying. With the 70% rental component, you're changing the landscape in the entire city. And I'm asking for the City of Vancouver councillors to recuse themselves, because if they own a detached townhouse or duplex, they will get to knock on the door themselves, and they will sell for a profit if this motion is passed. More than likely, some of them will, right? And it's black and white. You have developers currently now under the current zoning, okay, and the current FSR rates building market rental units because it's profitable, right? When you give them more stories, more FSR, it will be even more profitable. And then you have the real estate investment trust coming in and buying those buildings at an even more profit, further widening the wealth gap between middle and upper class.
I'm out of time, but nailed it. Thank you.
Okay,
You're
thanks,
welcome.
Councillor Hardwick. You do have more questions. Councillor Kirby Young, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor, I have two questions. Councillor Hardwick picked up on my first one, and that was really delving into better understanding your comments with respect to land value. And you mentioned REITs, which I know have been very active in the rental market. Can you comment specifically as it relates to this proposing that the site has to be owned by a nonprofit, co-op, or government partner? Are you there, speaker?
Yeah. Clerk, is the speaker still on the line?
I'm just checking, Chair Carr, to see what the issue is. Just a moment, please. I'm being told he disconnected. Perhaps there was a connection problem.
And clerk, is there a solution for that at this point? We contact the
He may be, we can contact him to ask him to reconnect, but it's sounding like it's the connection the speaker had. We could go on to the next speaker and come back, or we could take a break. Chair Carr, it's up to you and council.
If you could take a note, Councillors Kirby Young and DeGenova are wanting to ask the speakers. Well, I've made
Sorry,
a note of that.
I was trying to take myself off the queue.
So. Oh, you were, so it's just Councillor Kirby Young. That's fine. What I think we should do is move on to the next speaker. If he comes back on the line, then we can. I'm not quite sure if I could. It's how clerk inform me of how I would check to see if he has come back on the line.
Chair Carr, I can propose that we'll try to contact the speaker, get the speaker back on the line, and then in between speakers, we can let you know when it's an appropriate time for Councillor Kirby Young to continue with her questions, if that works.
Yeah, Councillor Kirby Young, is that fine by you?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Great. So we are moving then on to the next speaker, who is speaker 78, Tracy Kirkhoff.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for having me this evening. I recognize that it's been a very long day today, and so I'll try to keep my comments brief as they've been echoed in many others who have spoken this evening and throughout the day. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion, and primarily for two reasons that have come up over and over. The most important of which to me is the democratic process and the need for residents to be heard. I'm a 25-year resident of Vancouver, and I've lived in all areas of the city. And I know that as social housing is critically important, it's also very important for residents to accept and be engaged in that process so that when social housing comes to a neighborhood, the neighbors are welcoming of it, they're part of the solution, and it's a very important piece. And having that consultation process buys that engagement. To do away with that and to pass this motion, I fear will cause distrust and resentment, which will then translate over to the projects themselves. I also fear that it just sets a bad foot forward when it comes to the democratic process and due process. My second reason for opposing it is, again, the definition of social housing that's being used by the city, which is that only 30% need to be below market value, which also in some neighborhoods in the city could mean still a very high rent for those looking to move in, and perhaps not targeting the people that we hope to assist through social housing. And then the other 70% being above or potentially above market value. In some cases, 4-story buildings that are already below market value will have to be demolished for these buildings to go up, in which case the people living there will be evicted, and where are they to go? When the building goes up, they may not be able to return, and their rent may not be the same as what it was when they left, which is the exact opposite of what this motion is trying to achieve. So for those reasons, and I'll stop there to allow others to speak as well, and perhaps this evening to end a little bit earlier, I'm opposing this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but I really want to appreciate the time you have taken to come to speak to council. So thank you. And rather than move on to the next speaker, speaker
Chair Carr, if you
77.
don't mind the interruption.
Yes.
We did get Speaker 77 back if you wish to have Councillor Kirby Young finish her questions.
Yes, actually, I saw your note to me about that, so that would be good. So speaker 77, Curtis Jagaleski, if you are on the line, you can just indicate so, and I can ask Councillor Kirby Young to get herself back on the list.
I'm here.
Great. Councillor Kirby Young, sorry. Go ahead. You can ask your questions now.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just repeat the question just to start off, so I'm not sure where we lost you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, my question was when you were commenting, and Councillor Hardwick touched on my question originally, and getting into more detail around kind of the background on the land speculation that you were speaking to around land inflation. I wondered if you can speak to, and you mentioned REITs. I know they're very active in the rental market. I wonder if you can speak to the fact that this motion stipulates that the sites have to be owned by a non-profit co-op or government partner. Is it your concern if there were not covenants, for example, that they would be sold, or does it impact your comments, given that it would have to be owned by one of those three?
So you're saying the motion stipulates that it has to be owned by a nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay, so, but it still does not. So who's going to be purchasing the single family detached homes to build these 12-story buildings, right? And how are you going to be determining market value? And when you can have now going from 4, 5 to 6 stories to 12, right? The market value in single detached family homes is achieved by calculating the lift using the FSR. When you have an increased FSR, okay, the land value increases simultaneously. Okay, so any parcel of land that's looked at as a land assembly, 4 or 5 houses, and you're going to go up to 12 stories, immediately that value increases. And if you're looking to build 12 stories in the city of Vancouver, well, the residents are going to expect a valuation or a price on their home that corresponds to the FSR. Okay, so you're again pushing the single family detached pricing higher than it currently is today, right? And you're going to have profit taking. So back to your point, a developer may not purchase it in profit, but there's going to be plenty of people putting together land assemblies to then pitch to builders for these not social housing projects. So in part, the problem remains the same, and the city of councillors who currently own within the city of Vancouver should recuse themselves, because there's going to be plenty of profiting.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. And the other clarification I wanted to ask you is that you had asked why councillors there was not asking in opposition. Were you referring to just simply asking questions of speakers? Is that what you meant?
Well, there's been a trend entirely today of only questions being asked to persons in favor of this motion, and the discrepancy is fairly evident throughout the entire day.
Okay, I'm only allowed to ask you questions and not respond, but I would just quickly say to that, I think it's because we have so many speakers tonight that council are trying to endeavor as many people to be heard, and oftentimes the speakers express themselves clearly. There isn't necessarily a need to clarify, but I appreciate your point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you very much, especially for taking the time to phone back in and answer the councillors' questions. Great.
Yeah, no problem.
That was great. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, that's good. We are on to speaker 79, Jonathan Ma.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead with your statement to council, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you so much. Dear Council, I'd just like to firstly thank you so much for all your time. My name is Jonathan Ma. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I am opposed to this motion. It's oversimplifying to frame this as either totally opposed to social housing or totally supportive. That is definitely not my position. I do not oppose non-market, social, or co-op housing, and I do not oppose density. But one of the biggest problems with this motion is the elimination of public consultation to these major rezoning changes in our communities. It is a basic and fundamental part of a democratic process to allow for all voices to be heard. And you are all elected on similar promises of genuinely listening, authentically engaging with, and making decisions collaboratively with the public. And while the public has put their faith and trust in government, this doesn't mean you can take off on your own and hope for the best. Rather, it makes you even more responsible to reach out to the public for consensus and support. To quote former Chief Planner of the City of Vancouver, Larry Beasley, from his book, Vancouverism, process is our friend. When you think of government and its engagement with citizens, there's usually a litany of complaints about process. Many argue that the process with bureaucracy is too long. It is expensive. It distorts the simple things you want to do. It's a pain in the butt. For as long as anyone can remember, that's what most people have told us. Some politicians have made a name for themselves by diving into troublesome processes to streamline them. Developers claim that too much time is spent on planning and adjudication when time is money. It is a popular narrative. And yet, since as far back as the first teen councils in the early 1970s, this anti-process perspective has not been very influential at Vancouver City Hall. In fact, we took the opposite view. We felt that processes had great benefits, so we devoted time and energy to elaborating the ones that we needed for planning and development management. End quote. Sorry, that was a long one. I don't have a solution to suggest at this moment, but this motion really isn't it. I feel strongly that what makes Vancouver an amazing, livable city is the many, many years of proper city planning for zoning and density that was done with consultation from the community, and I ask Council to continue that legacy. I also find the fact that the motion was only made public a few days ago to be slightly disingenuous, as it gives a short time frame for the public to review and respond. I also want to respond to the misleading slogan that it should not be harder to build social housing in Vancouver than it is to build million-dollar homes. It's catchy and headline-worthy, and while I've not built a million-dollar home myself, I know this to be false from the many stories and blogs on the news and social media about delays in permitting, constantly changing building codes, antiquated bylaw requirements, but that's for another motion probably. Also, the land would presumably already be zoned for a home, so it makes sense that they would not need to apply for rezoning nor require public consultation. The home would also not be paid for with any public taxpayer money. Another problem with the motion is the lack of clarity in the definition of not-for-profit and social housing. The city's current definition of social housing has been well explained, which would allow it to 70% of the units with market price rents, while the motion states as if it were 100% social housing. I think that's misleading at best. I've also heard the terms transitional housing and supportive housing, including low barrier, used interchangeably by elected officials, the general public, and news articles. The ambiguity is a problem, and it is a slippery slope. For example, there's a site that has been selected for a 12-story, low barrier, adult-only supportive housing directly across from an elementary school. While I am opposed to this type of housing at this particular site, I would absolutely support other forms of social housing at this site. Perhaps something with a focus on single parents, low-income families, Indigenous people, seniors, and those with accessibility issues, being it as it's so close to the upcoming SkyTrain station or subway station. That's why it's important to have genuine discussions with the community. The bottom line is that without proper public consultation for rezoning, important feedback would not be heard, and without clear definitions of key terms in this motion, the public is not clear on what exactly they're opposing or supporting. Please do not approve this motion, and thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for your time. There are no questions to you, but again, very much appreciate you speaking to Council on this. It's an incredibly important part of our democratic process. Okay, we are on to speaker 80, Adriane Bergeron.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Alain. Thank you. My name is Alain Bergeron, and I'm speaking today as a resident of Vancouver. I'm excited to be here. It's the first time to experience civic politics, to work in the process. I'm compelled today to express my opposition to this motion. I know a lot has been said today, but I want to be on the record to express my thoughts. This motion seeks to allow fast tracking of up to 12-story buildings across the city without giving residents a chance to provide a reasonable input to the impact of new high-density housing projects, or how they want to see the future shape of their neighborhoods, local parks, school, and community. I have concerns with the motion as it seeks to eliminate public hearing when developments are proposed and removes zoning process requirement. These processes are there for a reason. It's for the betterment of all Vancouverites for a better and brighter Vancouver. The constituents of Vancouver will have no input in the density or height of future development and will be limited to providing input on components such as architecture. If the city is serious in reducing barrier to nonprofits seeking to develop social housing, might an alternate yet effective strategy be to have a priority system for public hearing and zoning application that prioritizes a percentage of these projects rather than aborting the process itself? These processes are safeguards for the development process for all parties involved. The city needs to take part in planning for sufficient, effective, and consistent support for residents needing supporting housing. The supporting housing in this context of this document needs to be well defined, and any proposal should ensure a mix of diversity of tenants, including single parents, seniors, and those with accessibility issues. Closer to my heart when I review this motion is my neighborhood, Kitsilano, where BC Housing has proposed a 12-story project that completely disregards the fabric of the community. I have serious concern on how this motion will potentially affect the transparency and lack of public engagement that this project has received. And to compare, another difference that I've observed is in the Olympic Village on the west side, the city has posted signs all over the area asking inputs from residents on how they would like to see the park area developed. In contrast, in Kitts, where the BC Housing wants to put its complex that seeks to dramatically change not only the building landscape of the area, but also significantly over-densify it, there's been a clear lack of transparency and lack of visible request for input from the community. And now this motion seeks to erode further due process and community feedback. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. There are no questions to you, but thank you so much for speaking to council on this. We are on to speaker 81, council, DJ Cold.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, we can hear you just fine. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is DJ. I'm a resident of Vancouver for 16 years. I'm typically not very vocal, but this topic is very disconcerting. I would like to speak to the rezoning process versus the social housing aspect, as I believe there has been others that have addressed this issue. I adamantly oppose the idea of removing the rezoning process. I believe it was absolutely wrong that the rezoning process was removed from any 6-story social housing project. Once you give an inch, you lose 12 stories. And because of that, we're having discussion right now about 12-story high residential towers. Note that the Vancouver building bylaw determines a high building is anything over 18 meters, 59 feet, 6 stories. There's a reason why cities have planning departments with educated and trained staff. These are the people who are hands-on day in and day out. I believe that you need to empower your staff. The planners should have the decision-making powers, not the politicians. You don't go to a butcher to have your hair cut. Why wouldn't you use an urban planner to develop and plan a new neighborhood? Why take the trained personnel out of the equation? Please, please, do not mix politics with urban planning and building processes. If you believe that the city's rezoning process is confusing, slow, difficult, and expensive, fix the problem internally. Do not simply remove it because the system is flawed. This is not a game that changes every 4 years. These policies will stay and shape the city of Vancouver and its future. I believe that this is a band-aid solution that will open a can of worms. Can you imagine all the 12-story towers that will just pop up in 2- and 3-story residential neighborhoods? No consideration of density, traffic, or social impact on the local community. This is similar to the proposal development at 7th Arbutus. Excuse me. For example, if I'm a developer or a city with an empty lot, I can deem this as a social housing project. I can build right beside a 2-story residential house with 6 FSR density. And for perspective, I believe the West Broadway plan, FSR along there is 2 to 3. This proposal will double the density. Not a bad price to pay, since only 30% of the housing units are required to be below market housing rates. Social housing is like a wolf in sheep's clothes, but that's a whole other debate. In closing, I pray that you abandon this rezoning amendment policy. It's simply wrong. If you believe there are issues with the rezoning process, which has taken years in the making, spend the time and effort to fix the problem. Every development project requires rezoning. Should we go through the same process? I suggest the city create a special department that focuses solely on social housing projects and prioritize them within the city. And please don't use social housing as a justification to remove the zoning process. Thank you very much.
Great, and thank you. There are no questions to you, but again, thank you very much for speaking to council on this issue. We are on to number 82, Andrew Rosnicki.
Yes, good evening. So this is Andrew Rosnicki, and I'm a City of Vancouver resident. I requested to speak on this motion as I am opposed to it for the reason that it speaks in generalities. This follows the email I've already sent to all council members and the mayor. And I've also since exchanged emails with Councillor Boyle, which only further fueled my concerns that there is more behind this motion than is being presented, which I will get into in a few minutes. Let me first preface that in principle, I support initiatives to address the housing crisis in our city, as I am personally affected by it also. So I welcome different levels of government trying to tackle the housing crisis, and it's admirable of Councillor Boyle to be taking such an interest by putting forth this motion, if her intention is well intended. However, this motion, if I understand it correctly, will permit the city to approve and build various types of social housing up to 12 stories wherever it wishes to do so without any due process or scrutiny to public input, which other developments are required to go through. To give the city such power is unacceptable, as it circumvents city community planning initiatives and the development application zoning process, which other construction projects are subjected to, depriving the community and its residents from voicing their concerns when significant changes are being proposed. It is also a disservice to the social housing initiative to not have to go through this process to ensure it is a good fit for the community. As much as I support all social housing initiatives in all corners of the city, any and all proposed construction projects must still be subject to public scrutiny and the established development process, so that when a project is approved, it can be reasonably said it is a good fit for the community. This is not only for the benefit of the community, but also for the health of the social housing initiative and the city generally. What gives my concern merit here is that if this motion is passed in its current form, it could see social housing initiatives such as a 12-story shelter for the homeless being built directly across from schools, elementary schools. And please understand that I have deepest empathy for the homeless. Anyone and everyone has a right to a home. But providing housing to the homeless in the immediate proximity of a school is, in all due respect for the issues many of the homeless have, not the right location when the interests and welfare of elementary school children are taken into consideration. Where this is in particular concern is the proposed social housing initiative currently proposed for Arbutus Street and the 7th, 8th Avenue location, where BC Housing irresponsibly proposes to build a 12-story high-rise to house the homeless. This motion, as I understand, will fast-track this project. Here, there is an elementary school with over 400 preschool and elementary school-age children only 25 meters away, directly across from the site, something which BC Housing negligently overlooked. Now, if the social housing initiative for this site is to be for the homeless, with all due respect for the homeless, do you not see this as problematic? What this motion is doing in this situation is unfairly making the homeless an issue here. The homeless do not deserve this. They deserve better. If this 12-story tower for the homeless also went ahead, it would directly and unfairly expose and subject the school children to the issues of the homeless, which they are too young to handle. I respectfully submit that this motion be either voted down or alternatively, that it be amended to include a provision that special consideration be given to prevent construction on locations with nearby schools to address the above concern that I have outlined here, applicable to any location in the city, whether it be in the east side, south side, west side, and so on. I ask you all to please put the interests and welfare of all our school children first and foremost in however you consider this motion. I thank you very much for providing an opportunity to speak.
Great. Thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but very much appreciated your input into this process. Very important. Okay, we are on to speaker 83, Rebecca Cleary.
Good morning, or good afternoon, councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are a little out of date on the
Okay,
timings.
great. The day has flown by.
It has, indeed. You have up to 5 minutes. We can hear you clearly.
Great. My name is Rebecca Cleary, and I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant in Vancouver. I oppose motion B2. The city website says nurturing community engagement is a fundamental civil goal. It states that the city's values include the following. 1, we believe that people who are affected by a decision have a right to be involved in the decision-making process. 2, we promise that the public's contribution will influence the decision. 3, we promote sustainable decisions by recognizing and communicating the needs and interests of all participants, including decision makers. 4, we seek out and facilitate the involvement of people potentially affected by or interested in a decision. 5, we seek input from participants in designing how they participate. 6, we provide participants with the information they need to participate in a meaningful way. And 7, we communicate to participants how their input affected the decision. Motion B2 is a step towards eroding the fundamental goal of community engagement and does not honor the principles the city purports to value. It is a step towards eliminating consultation with the people and neighborhoods who are affected by these developments. It is a step towards eliminating public consultation on the key issue of a development's height and density in many neighborhoods. It takes away opportunities for the public to be fully informed in a meaningful way. Further, this motion, which advances the erosion of these values, is itself brought with very little notice to the public, disregarding the principles the city claims to follow. Social housing is important, and the availability of social housing must be increased throughout the entire city. Yet the wording of motion B2 is predicated on the ambiguously defined concept of social housing, which in Vancouver absurdly appears to mean that 70% of a nonprofit social housing development can be rented at market rates. The definition of social housing needs to be resolved before city staff ought to be asked to consider measures for large-scale rezoning. This motion ought not to proceed until the terminology is clear, consistent, and easily understood by all. During rezoning, neighborhoods are provided the opportunity to provide input into height and density of proposed developments. Increasing and maintaining community input, not decreasing it, fosters trust, creates a sense of community, and properly integrates these developments into our neighborhoods to ensure their success. The site at Arbutus and 8th is the perfect example of how increasing community input could result in a highly supported and successful social housing project. The school community is a long-term advocate and supporter of supportive housing and has experience with it. However, in response to concerns regarding the lack of engagement, the community has been told that there will be another opportunity to provide input during rezoning. That is what rezoning does. It provides opportunities for communities to provide input into projects that directly impact their neighborhoods. Imagine if the opportunity to provide input through the rezoning process was eliminated. Rather than reduce barriers to social housing, housing projects throughout the city with reduced opportunities for community input will be met with community distrust, increased divisions, and lead to the distribution of misleading information. Community consultation is not to be feared or dismissed. It is integral to building successful, supportive housing in our communities. I strongly oppose the motion and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you for your time. You don't have any questions, but very much appreciate you coming to express your opinions here. We are, Council, now on to Speaker 84, Michelle Simic.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Go ahead.
hi, Councillor. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Councillors. I am a resident of Vancouver. I live in Mount Pleasant, and I'm calling tonight to voice my opposition to this motion. This motion is frankly an insult to democracy, due process, and the importance of community consultation. This is not about being for or against social housing. It's not about being a NIMBY or a YIMBY. This is about democracy and allowing citizens to have input into how our communities are formed. To be clear, I support social housing, whatever that means, because no one can seem to agree in this city on an actual definition, but I don't agree to it at the cost of democratic process. An earlier caller talked about how not everyone can be involved in the consultation process, that it's not fair. And I would say maybe that's true, and maybe that's a reason to fix it, but not a reason to do away with it. Most importantly, without a clear definition of social housing, is it 30% social housing? Does that mean below market? Does it mean supportive? Does it mean affordable and then 70% market value? Without knowing exactly what we're talking about, this motion is asking council to bypass democracy for something that, to me, seems to be a zero guarantee of an increase in actual social or affordable housing in this city. This motion removes much needed checks and balances and will likely result in many evictions, thereby creating yet another housing crisis for the people it displaces. In short, this motion will not accomplish what Councillor Boyle has said it will, and not only will the average Vancouverite still not be able to afford a home, but this massive change to our city's landscape will have been done behind closed doors with zero input from the communities affected. I'd also like to second what an earlier caller said about the comparisons between building a mansion being easier than building social housing. That is a ridiculous comparison. A house is on privately owned and paid for land. It is not funded by taxpayers. And further, a private house will not block the sunlight of an entire block. That is a stupid comparison. I grew up in Vancouver, and I dread the day when this city turns into a massive hodgepodge of 12-story towers where you'll be lucky to find a sliver of sunlight. Also, some developers can get rich off the backs of unsuspecting residents who are misled into believing this motion would improve affordability and they'd somehow now be able to afford a home, but yet still can't. And as the speaker before me also said, I, and I'm sure many others, will be remembering how this motion was brought forward when I next head out to vote. The short notice and lack of transparency is troubling, to say the least. Thank you, councillors.
Okay, and thank you. You don't have any questions, but very much appreciate your input into this process. Thank you so much. We are on to speaker 85, Hollis Bromley.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you. My name is Hollis Bromley, and I am calling in to oppose this motion. I'm a Vancouver resident, working mother, and my child is the fourth generation of my family born in Vancouver. I love this city as much as anyone, and yet I'm the first to say that this city has become very inhospitable to families for many reasons, housing being just one of them. That said, I oppose this motion for the reasons many more eloquently stated than I could ever. And so I'm not going to reiterate those other than to say that opposition to this motion is vital from a democratic and community engagement perspective, and because it builds on council's ongoing refusal to actually define social housing, which is frankly simply poor governance, and it opens the city up to future litigation. I know at this point in the evening, some council members have probably made up their minds and maybe tuning out comments that don't fit with your own views and personal perspectives. But the whole point of this process is to ensure that city and council are not acting in an echo chamber, to hear what the citizens have to say. And if you've been listening today, this evening, overwhelmingly people are saying that they do not want you to take their voices away. Engaging with citizens' voices, no matter how inconvenient or how different from your own personal views or political agendas, is a fundamental tenet of democracy. That's what Councillor Boyle is seeking to stifle with this proposal. No one is saying tonight that Vancouver does not need more housing of all types and more density throughout the entire city. You've heard that from virtually everyone. But you've also heard that people want their voices heard. And given the overwhelming opposition, I don't see how anyone in good conscience can vote to approve this motion in the face of virtually every citizen saying no. And that concludes my comments.
Great. Thank you so much. No questions for you. I very much appreciate you coming to speak to council. Thank you. Speaker 86, Sharon Elizabeth Gregson.
Chair Carr, I'm understanding that Speaker 86 is not on the line, but I'm doing a double check again.
Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Speaker 86 is not on the line, but Speaker 87 is.
Okay, Lisa Mackey, if you're there.
Yes, thank you. I am.
Yep, we hear you clearly.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Carr, and thank you to Council for hearing me this evening. My name is Lisa Mackey. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I write to convey my opposition to the motion proposed by Councillor Boyle. I appreciate that this has been a long day for everyone. I also appreciate this opportunity to be heard, as do a great many of your constituents who took time today to appear and to voice their opposition to this motion, a motion which, if passed by Council, would require staff to investigate removing this very speaking opportunity under a new, fundamentally different neighbourhood planning model. If approved by Council, this motion will direct City staff to bring forward recommendations to allow the development of up to 12-story buildings without the need for any rezoning application or public hearing, so long as 100% of the new development's residential floor area constitutes social housing. The contents of the motion make reference to the current housing crisis and the need to ensure stable, secure, and affordable housing for Vancouver residents. It includes phrases like reducing barriers and deepening affordability. However, this motion does not achieve the affordable housing goals it seeks to purport, as other callers have noted today. If this motion is to be truly considered by Council and transparently presented to your constituents for consideration, then it must be accurately presented. The city's definition of social housing has been the subject of ongoing questions and concerns raised to this council today in terms of its consistent and transparent meaning. Those concerns were raised again and again and still remains unresolved. I myself was deeply troubled that in order to register my opposition to this motion, I needed to click oppose besides words like reducing barriers and deepening affordability. This motion was presented and packaged in a way that such a vote against it might be interpreted as an opposition to supporting social housing. But this social housing model, which this motion purports to endorse, does not actually envision a 100% low-income housing footprint, as the public might expect from the plain meaning of these words. Instead, the city's concept of social housing means a new building comprised of at least 30% dwelling units occupied by households with incomes below housing limits, leaving 70% of the remaining building open to market rental housing. Based on this math, the phrase social housing just doesn't add up. A motion that seeks to fundamentally alter the way our neighborhoods are built should add up. It should not require a special decoder ring to decipher what social housing means, and certainly not at the expense of depriving the constituents of the opportunity to be seen and heard on these issues. Last month, this council passed a new zoning bylaw which allowed this same social housing model, an ambiguous definition, to bypass the need for a rezoning application and eliminate the requirement for public consultation for a 6-story building. Remarkably absent from council's deliberations or from city staff's recommendations to council was the impact that this change would have on existing low-end-of-market renters. This motion passed despite no data being reported to council regarding the Vancouver population that would be most at risk of displacement from this change. No data was presented to identify the low-end-of-market rental buildings which would be most attractive to demolish and redevelop into a predominantly market rental housing site. No data was presented regarding the impact the change would have on surrounding land value, although as we have now learned from Councillor Wiebe yesterday, there's now at least one staff opinion rendered which confirms that land values will in fact significantly inflate as a result of this new development concept. And yet, here we are again. We still do not know the impact of the Council's latest zoning amendment yet. When we're talking about developing affordable and sustainable neighborhoods for everyone, as this motion suggests, we cannot afford to censor public consultation in this process or give real consideration to the consequences of these decisions. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. There are no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to speaker 88. Jamie McLaren.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, my name's Jamie McLaren. I'm a resident of Strathcona and the founder and an organizer of a group called Strathcona Stands for Safe Homes for All. And as we all know very well, this particular neighborhood has lived through some of the very adverse consequences of a city with a major social housing deficit, and a region and a country really with a major social housing deficit. So, excuse me, I'm speaking tonight in favor of the motion, or in principle, if not the exact details of the motion, because I don't know enough about them, and I don't know enough about the implications of everything the motion would entail. So one of the things I think could be worked on, of course, is the definition of social housing in order to make it truly meaningful and impactful for low and modest income residents of Vancouver, and also study on the implications and the consequences in terms of displacement and demo evictions, perhaps, of moving forward with this motion. But I think there is a fairly unique opportunity at hand with federal and provincial funding that's only come around, I think, because of the pandemic and a change of course in the senior levels of government. And I think it's the time is now, quite frankly, to seize that opportunity to think about things differently, to take a bold step in leadership, and to pursue more social housing generally. So that's not to say, of course, that again that the motion as currently written is perfect, but I think with staff study and scrutiny around the consequences and implications and a tightened definition of social housing, I truly think this could do a lot of good in Vancouver. So I encourage you to take it to the next step and see what can be done here. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
And thank you very much for coming to speak to council. As I say, very much appreciated. There are no questions for you. Thank you. On speaker 89, Robert Carvalho.
Yes, good evening. I'm opposed to the motion. I'm a resident of Vancouver. The last speaker was a perfect illustration of the speaker before her point about this motion, which really deals with process, being cloaked as dealing with social housing. None of the speakers have said they were opposed to social housing. The last speaker was very concerned about that. The majority of speakers have talked about process, and all we want is the process for implementing social housing to include a public hearing component. That's it. Whether it also involves an expedient zoning process, that can all be done as well, but it must involve public consultation. The motion, the issue, and the debate is full of ironies. I mean, we all see the irony of speaking at a public hearing, discussing a motion to do away with public hearings. The only justification I've heard in the 10 hours that we've been here is coming from housing nonprofits. Yeah, and the reason and the explanation justification they give is expediency because of locking in low interest rates in the current environment and just the excessive length of the regular zoning process. These corporations want council to listen to and make policy and decisions based on market forces, but not the public at large. It's another irony that the nonprofit industry wants market forces to be considered, but not the public at large. My wife and I sent our 3 children to St. Augustine's School. The school and parish community fundraised for years to raise the money to build the school, and was finally built after a dozen years. Along with those years of fundraising, there were years of back and forth with the city, years of community outreach, culminating with a consensus plan for the new school and grounds. It was not easy. There was not consensus all the way along. But the fact that it went through a consultative, albeit difficult, process not only resulted in the building of a great school, it resulted in the building of a great community and a great sense of community. Another irony. Had someone donated all of the funds on day one, and had we not had to have engaged the city and the residents, we would still have been able to build a great school, but we would not have built a sense of community. Building a community was the ultimate goal of those involved. That was accomplished in that case by building a school to educate children and teach them to be good people and good citizens. I believe this council wants to build something across Arbutus Street that will contribute to making the community even greater. But it's guaranteed that your intention will be thwarted regardless of what you build, if you build it in the way Motion B2 envisions, without community involvement and input. As city councillors, your job is not to get to a particular result. It is to ensure citizens understand that you have gotten to the result that the majority of them wanted. In our day and age of cynicism, in particular in the political sphere, the sense that people have a say, whether agreed to or not, must be jealously guarded. Removing consultation now, even for social housing, can and will make it easier for future councils to remove consultation for other issues, which may in future be detrimental to affordable housing. If the consultation process needs fixing in terms of ensuring a cross-section of participants are heard, as we heard one speaker mention, then fix that. I heard a speaker refer to a mandate that comes with winning an election. Winning an election does not necessarily grant an unfettered mandate. Winning the election gives those elected the responsibility to run the city. Now, consultation's not needed to fix every pothole, but more important matters such as zoning and those involving the direction or character of the city require a clear mandate. An elected official that received more than 50% of the votes of eligible voters may have a case for a wide mandate. But my understanding is our city officials received a fraction of that, with I believe our current mayor receiving votes representing less than 11% of the eligible voters.
Okay. You
Only
are
the
out
most
of time.
cynical.
Yeah, if you can just wrap it up in a sentence, you are just over time.
Sure. Only the most cynical of elected officials would equate apathy with agreement or permission. And just one last statement. Do you really want to approve developments without the neighborhood at least having a say and throw those new residents into that neighborhood? I don't think that's council's intention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but again, appreciate very much you speaking to council. Okay, PM Speaker 90, Monica Agala.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yep, just
Hello?
perfectly. Go ahead up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, so hi, my name is Monica, and I'm calling to oppose this motion. I'm a resident of Vancouver and have lived here for 20 plus years. I don't agree with this motion because it will eliminate the ability for residents to voice their opinions and provide input in the decision process. We residents live and work in these areas, and these rezoning building decisions will impact our day-to-day and our neighborhoods. This motion will override the democratic process and won't allow the due process and diligence that should be involved in new developments. I keep it simple. Thank you for listening, and I urge you to vote against this motion.
Okay, thank you. That was keeping it simple. I appreciate very much your speaking to council. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Moving on, Speaker 91 is withdrawn. 92 is just Sean.
Chair Carr, I understand that speaker number 92 is not on the line, but again, I am double checking.
Thank you.
And I'm told I'm correct. Speaker number 92 is not on the line.
And is 93 Shannon Downing?
I have listed that speaker 93 has withdrawn.
Okay, and speaker 94, Maria Hansel?
Yes, speaking.
Great, we can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Yes, I do oppose this motion. I find in the 70 years that I've lived in Vancouver, I've never seen anything like this. And I think to have community, it should be discussed with the people who live there. And also, I have worked in different districts, but the way the things are going in the city right now, I think we really have to be careful where our children go to school. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. You have no questions. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council. That takes us to Speaker 95, Greg Sexton.
Hi, Greg Sexton. I live in Vancouver in an RM4 zone. I'm calling in opposition to the motion. I think what you're hearing from everyone today is that we are all essentially want the same thing: affordable housing, available housing. But this motion doesn't do anything to advance the actual issue of social housing. As far as your definition goes, if you can call it that, 8 of 12 stories of housing at or above market rates is not social housing. You frame the issue in such a divisive and misleading way that it's creating the appearance of a division in the city that I don't think actually exists, just to further your own political goals. Nothing makes this more apparent than the rhetoric that we keep hearing today about mansions being easier to build than 12-story buildings. This has nothing to do with the issue. This tactic spreads division, and none of that division actually exists. And now you're using this process to further that campaign of misinformation. And it starts with the name of your motion, Councillor Boyle. I had to read through the list several times before I can even identify which this motion actually was. I'm a lawyer. I understand the importance of proper drafting, and this obviously wasn't a mistake. This was misdirection. Listening to the way you've handled this hearing itself
I
today.
will. Excuse me, Speaker. Excuse me. But one of the rules that we do follow in council is to ensure that no one makes disparaging and remarks around staff or other speakers or councillors. That we use this opportunity to speak with decorum around and respect around others.
I understand that. It doesn't change how I feel about the way this motion has been drafted. And listening to the way that the hearing itself has been handled, I think shows that the issue isn't social housing. You don't actually care about what the citizens think. You're interested in passing a motion that has the appearance of addressing social housing. I mean, you've only asked questions of people supporting your motion and no questions of people opposed to it, because that.
Excuse me, Speaker, but we really do have some very clear rules that you do not impugn motive or in any way speak in a negative context or disparagingly around others. So if you could please refrain from those kinds of comments, I'd appreciate it very much. Follow the rules.
Okay, I'm not entirely clear what comments you are, but I take your point. I think what you're hearing is the vast majority of people speaking today are strongly opposed to what you're doing. I don't expect that you're going to heed the public's concerns and you're going to pass this motion. It seems that the voice of citizens is more an impediment as opposed to, recognizing your duty to represent the citizens' interests. But at least today we get to be heard, and I think you've heard the citizens loud and clear, and I think that's very important in a democratic society. But if this motion passes, you're even taking that away. And the only method that the citizens currently have to provide input into the development of buildings that far exceed the zoning of their neighborhoods. And this is why I don't think you should be allowed to silence citizens just because it doesn't support your own views and you don't like what they're saying. And for those reasons, I don't support the motion.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you don't have any questions. Appreciate very much your taking the time to speak to council on this issue. We are on speaker number 96, Davis Osterbury.
Good evening.
We can hear you
Hi
clearly.
there.
Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Davis Osterbury, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and a development manager for Affordable Housing Societies, a nonprofit that owns and operates 3,600 units in the Lower Mainland, several of which the buildings are in Vancouver. I'm speaking in favor of the motion tonight. Thank you so much for your patience tonight in hearing everyone and the wide variety of opinions on the matter. It seems the definition of social housing got a lot of attention tonight in regards to this motion. I would like to iterate that making affordable housing or non-market housing projects work is extremely difficult, and the current definition of social housing does a great job in helping nonprofit groups provide that housing. When we go for financing for projects, even if we currently own the buildings as we do in Vancouver or the properties that are approaching the end of their lives, we need to justify those projects to BC Housing or CMHC, the partners in financing the projects and making them come to fruition. And when those partners look at the projects, they look at the projects as if they were banks. And the more risk and uncertainty that's involved in evaluating the viability of these projects, the less likely they are to be able to make a commitment, or they provide a long list of conditions that need to be met, one of which is always zoning. So this motion of providing 12-story buildings, or the option of, goes a long way in providing a badly needed flexibility that realistically I think the uptake would be pretty small. In building 6-frame wood frame is much more viable than if you're doing a 12-story building. It would need to likely be CLT or concrete, and which is a much more expensive method of construction. I would urge all those residents that are worried about looking at 12 stories to walk around South Granville and look at all the beautiful 12-story buildings that are around like Fir and 12th, and look at how nicely they blend in with the community. And I think that the diversity that these projects can provide to the neighborhoods and the badly needed housing, it would be extremely advantageous. And lastly, I think, I heard a lot of comments this evening talking about, or this day, it's been a long day, talking about how, people could potentially profit from this amendment. They thought that there were going to be crazy lifts in land value. I would just like to iterate that this is just the beginning of a process. And, there's much more to it, and there'll be many more steps in working with staff and consultation with, the community and finding that out. Like the process, it hasn't been defined yet. This is just the first step in a long journey. And through doing this, we might be able to provide housing to those that, aren't lucky enough to be able to be here tonight. And, I think that realistically, the number of projects that would actually be able to take this up and run with it, it's so hard, and the funding is so limited that, the fear-mongering of neighborhoods just being bulldozed for profit is not going to happen. This is for nonprofits, as well as, earlier I heard people thinking that nonprofits could take profits out of the projects, which is directly contrary to the definition of nonprofits with the government. So, I just like to reassure that the groups that are doing this are working really hard to provide badly needed housing. And thank you so much for, all the councillors that are in support of this. And I look forward to kind of continuing this process and evaluating options for helping out all those in need in our cities. So thank you so much.
Great, and thank you. And you do have questions, so if you could just stay on the line to answer, that would be great. Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks so much for signing up to speak. I'm just wondering if you could say a bit more about what you in the community housing sector do to deepen affordability in your own projects, and also what the city can be doing to help achieve more affordable housing in your projects.
Sure. So the facet of affordability is a really challenging one, because basically with the affordable housing societies, with our projects, when we envision a project and work through the process, we need to show to the federal government, if they're providing financing, that the project could earn market revenue in order to justify financing the project. And then our society on our own, we put in more equity to buy down the amount of the mortgages to provide lower rents. So the more risk that we have to take on in a project, and the more uncertainty that a project has, it pushes what we're able to justify to our financing partners as where the rents can come in at, and the levels of affordability that we can offer in those projects. So one of the big components, if you look at the CMHC's financing applications, are the amount of land lift, as been discussed today, in a project. And the federal government, when providing nonprofit housing, is actually willing to look at that land lift for a project, in the difference between your acquisition price or the land value versus what it would be worth if this project went through. And they're willing to credit that towards the government or towards your financing to reduce the amount of equity that the society needs to put in themselves. So it really helps having a municipal partner that we can go and say, hey, look, we're coming into this. We have the certainty of zoning with this, municipal partner. And not only that, the municipal partner is willing to, either contribute funds or waive fees, or, they've provided this path that is certain. And then we can get that letter of commitment sooner and more certain and justify, us picking that project, because it is so competitive.
Okay, great. Really appreciate hearing that from your expertise in the sector. Thanks.
Great.
Thank
Thank
you.
Councillor Boyle. And you do have more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, one of the concerns that some of the speakers have had is that what happens to the tenants if you want to redevelop a building and have to basically evict people? What happens to them?
Yeah, so as a nonprofit society, our first and foremost concern is the well-being of our tenants and realistically all tenants. We basically any project that we have or any nonprofit that I'm aware of, if we were looking at redeveloping a project that we had, we go as far above and beyond that we can in helping to relocate the tenants that are in that building, offering them first right of refusal in the projects that we do develop, and assisting them throughout the whole process. So, I can point to Burnaby's, very progressive tenant relocation policies that they recently implemented. And realistically, like any tenants that were on the existing site have to, both be compensated for their difficulties in moving away and be provided the opportunity to come back into the building at the original rents that they had. Now, that was mandated by Burnaby, and we electively do that in many other municipalities. So, just displacement, I think, realistically, of nonprofits is a lot of these buildings we already own and operate, and those tenants we're looking out for. They're living in old buildings that are aging, and we'd like to provide them new housing.
Let me squeak in another question here before the 3 minutes. Do you anticipate that you'll be buying new land or basically just building on land that you already own?
Realistically, buying new land is really hard. Like when we have to compete with market housing, especially in Vancouver, we have no chance. Like if there's market rental or strata, like we can't come anywhere close to the dollar figures that they're able to pay. So I would put it relatively unlikely that we would be acquiring new land, and if we were, it would be purely to provide an opportunity to relocate our existing tenants in our existing property to allow us to put them into a building that's built for the next 50 years, and then look at either selling or redeveloping the land that we own. But we have that awkward problem of well, not problem, but we have all the tenants that live in our existing building that's getting quite old. So and we do really care about their well-being.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. You do have more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of things that you said there piqued my attention. In particular, and I appreciate that a not-for-profit housing provider's mandate is to provide and retain affordable housing. The language in our actual social housing definition doesn't actually say not-for-profit housing provider, it just says a not-for-profit org. So theoretically, this could be the housing arrangements and the market side could subsidize another not-for-profit organization that's not necessarily in the business of housing, and they could keep their core 30% at the below market CMHC Hills rate. And so one of the things that we see in our tenant relocation I appreciate that you brought up the Burnaby's policies, because our tenant relocation policy actually has different stipulations for tenant protections in a nonprofit built in a nonprofit building. So my concern is that perhaps, do you think that, I guess you really kind of mentioned that there wouldn't be a big run on purchases, and I've heard this before. So should this kind of policy really just apply to existing buildings, and we'd have something different for new purchase buildings that were, for instance, the buildings that we're talking about, which are low rentals right now, purpose-built low rental, should we have a stipulation that is more specific to the purchasing of those for these new builds?
Yeah, I think my comment on that would be that kind of two prongs. So one would be that you have the power through the housing agreements that are negotiated for these redevelopments to really negotiate the nitty-gritty of the particulars of each individual site. And I think that the real challenge here is in redeveloping an existing older project. It's quite challenging to do that on its own without having somewhere to relocate the existing tenants to. So, the nice thing about Burnaby's aggressive relocation policy is that basically they force the hand of all the developers to figure out what to do with all the tenants while they're redeveloping it. So, I would urge you to kind of keep the flexibility of the potential of acquiring sites, but realistically, if you look at the nonprofits in the Lower Mainland, they're not super flush with cash. They're not going to be aggressively bidding against each other for land to buy up land assemblies because there's no motivation of profit there. And realistically, they're just trying to optimize projects to hedge the risk in being able to provide below market housing. So, with your social housing definition being 30% hills, 70% not, those hills units are great. They're hedged to BC Housing, and the remainder 70% are great for being able to justify to the financing that, hey, look, like we have the ability to service the debt on this building. Now, through the nuances in the housing agreements that are negotiated with the city and the director of planning, I think that that's a great mechanism in ensuring that project, the land is remaining in affordability in perpetuity or for 60 years. And furthermore, that market housing, the exact level of that market housing can be negotiated, to within a reasonable limit. Like it doesn't need to be set at anything egregious. And, I think that would do a good job in hedging, the concerns that were mentioned earlier this evening of, projects being bought up and sold off for further yield.
Is a housing agreement implicit if we're skipping the rezoning process altogether, though?
I would say not because, sorry.
I was just going to say, Councillor Fry has gone well beyond his 3 minutes.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry that I'm just going to have to move on to another councillor to be fair to all councillors.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Councillor DeGenova, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I actually have a background working in non-market housing and with nonprofits. And I'm just wondering, to your point, do you see this only being viable if nonprofits don't own the site necessarily, but being able to maybe even purchase sort of, and we're talking not soft costs, hard costs here, units in buildings? To be fair to all nonprofits?
So sorry, could you clarify your question a little bit? You're saying.
What I'm trying to say is it fair that some nonprofit housing operators, they own land and they've had that dirt for a long time, or they're looking to redevelop, and because they're a nonprofit, the tenant relocation policies, this was well pointed out, don't apply to them. So they may move people back, they may find other housing on other sites for people, but for those that don't own land, they don't own real estate, and they can't, and because there is no capital funding of that amount for them, the best they could do is purchase at, let's say, $250 a square foot. So if they're purchasing at $250 a square foot, just look at sort of the hard costs and soft costs and pro formas and the way that works, would you say that then this couldn't be completely nonprofit operated, and the only way that would work is it would exclude any nonprofit that didn't purchase their land prior to or they purchased their land that, let's say, in a community like Kitsilano, they purchased it for $25,000, a single family home, and now it's worth, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million. And they're able to use the equity in that to move forward, maybe with a joint venture. But do you think that this is going to benefit the nonprofits that don't own land? And how then do we make that fair and equal?
Sure. So I think realistically, when you're looking at the nonprofit sector, I think we're very gracious of any opportunity that there is to put more land or existing land, keep it in the hands of nonprofits for the future, because realistically the values and the missions of nonprofit organizations are generally the fighting for those that can't themselves or some community cause. And with those that don't currently own their land, I think it's kind of a moot point.
I only have a few seconds. Will they benefit from this, or will only nonprofits that own their dirt benefit?
I think that realistically, nonprofits that don't currently.
Over to you, Chair Carr.
Great, thank you. Council, good, we're back in order, and we are going to hear speaker number 93, Shannon Downing. Shannon Downing, are you on the line?
Yes, I understand the speaker is on the line. Chair Carr, just a moment, please.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting for a response, Chair Carr.
Great, thank you.
I'm hearing that there may be a connection problem. And we're just having TELUS confirm. Sorry, Chair Carr.
That's okay. Is one of the interesting side issues related to all our virtual meetings.
I'm still waiting confirmation. Would you like to go to the next speaker and we can come back?
I think that's a good idea. The next person on our list is speaker 97, Dr. Mark Battersby.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Good. I must say, I admire your endurance. It's very impressive. I've lived in Vancouver for over 50 years, and I oppose this motion. I'm the past president of the Kitsilano Arbutus Residents Association that led the community involvement in the development of the Molson property, Arbutus and 12th. Took us 7 years of citizens' involvement. But what I want to illustrate today, or mention today, is the big importance of having residents involved in planning and development. The Arbutus development is now viewed worldwide as a developmental and living success. And that success, with all due respect, is almost entirely due to the years of efforts put in by community volunteers advocating for lower density, greenways, and ground-oriented housing. The original proposal was for numerous 12 and 18-story buildings, but citizens not been allowed to be involved in the planning process. That original process would have gone through. This is but one example of the enormous benefit that comes from the democratic involvement of citizens in zoning and the development process. The current motion is unacceptably undemocratic. It will inevitably result in a development that is insensitive to the communities on which these buildings will be imposed. I admit, yes, democracy takes time, but it works. Surely, after today's meeting, you have seen the incredible thoughtfulness that the citizens of Vancouver can bring to a complex issue. The government needs citizens' input. They need the diversity of understanding and experience that is relevant to making a properly nuanced development. Seems to me, again, as I mentioned, that the evidence from today's speakers is the incredible thoughtfulness and multiple perspectives that planning, council, and the planners need that input.
Great. That's it.
Clearly,
Doctor?
sorry, Melody. Yep. Can I just finish? I'm sorry, I had to scroll on my computer, which had one more techno glitch. As you heard from almost all the speakers, there is support for lower cost housing. Nobody is opposed to this, and I applaud the various efforts by council to purge speculation and non-resident owners from the housing market in an effort to obtain reasonable house prices. But the skyrocketing house prices is a worldwide phenomenon, all major cities fueled by low interest rates, among other factors. As a recent speaker indicated, even the co-ops who must depend on the market can simply not provide reasonably priced housing given the price of land in the city. So that the proposed motion will not, in fact, enable co-ops to produce the kind of low-cost housing envisioned. Clearly, we need an alternative. We need some kind of subsidized, ground-oriented housing on leased city land. We need the federal and provincial governments to change their policies. It can't be done at the city level. The Arbutus development created a real community. The goal of housing development should be the creation of living community spaces, such as, for example, the Granville Island Falls Creek development or the Carr Arbutus lands to which I just referred. I appreciate the Councillor Boyle support for co-op housing, but that is no reason to disenfranchise the citizens of Vancouver for having a say in their development. The last council, I remind you, was defeated in large part because of their undemocratic approaches to development, and I suspect the current council will be so if this motion is passed. I call upon you to reject this motion. As you are all aware, increasing the FSR in the zone will in fact increase the price of land. There's no room for reducing the price of housing to increase more dense development than just price of land. Surely we know that by now. The federal and provincial governments must begin with funding to provide and the cities provide the land if we're at low-cost housing. Putting unacceptable and unimaginative and bulky developments onto unwilling residents is simply not the solution. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Do you mind remaining on the line? You do have questions. So, Councillor Boyle.
Answer them.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Boyle, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, and thank you for making the time to speak. I have a family member who lives in the development on that Molson site, and I agree that it's a beautiful community. I'm curious, because I don't know the specifics, can you give me a sense of what the affordability is of the housing there, or the if there's non-market or more affordable housing built into that site or community? I just don't have a sense of it.
My memory is, and it was some years ago, there was one building that was going to be dedicated for social housing. How that was all worked out, I don't know. Once we reached agreement with the city, once the Kitsilano Arbutus residents reached agreement with the city, the planners and city took over, and actually they made a couple of changes, and I don't actually know how things were finally resolved. But there was provision for some social housing in that development. I don't know how it finally worked out.
Okay, I can look into the details, and the rest of it was like strata townhomes and strata condos at a low density.
Yes, but the density relative to nowadays was low, but of course it was an increase in density compared to the surrounding area.
Okay, thanks. I'll read a little bit more, but appreciate your time.
Great, thank you, Councillor Boyle, and thank you, Dr. Battersby. That's it for questions for you. Appreciate that you took the time to come to speak to council. Thank you. We're just okay. So I believe we do have a speaker 93 on the line. Clerk, can you please advise about that?
Chair Carr, I'll break the silence. I do believe speaker number 93 is on the line.
Great. Shannon Downing, if you are there, please, you can now address council for up to 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for the confusion as I tried to call in. I certainly appreciate this opportunity to speak this evening. I will be brief, as my concerns for this motion are the same as what have been so eloquently expressed throughout the day. As you've heard, my name is Shannon Downing, and I oppose this motion. I live in Vancouver and am deeply concerned with this motion's lack of transparency, ambiguous definitions, and proposal to remove a fundamental right that we and those before us have fought so hard for, a fair and democratic process and a fair and just way for our voices to be heard and considered. The title of this motion is misleading, and that alone should be just reason to oppose the motion. Removing barriers and deepening affordability for nonprofit, co-op, and social housing in every neighborhood is something I would think most Vancouverites want. I enthusiastically support thoughtful social housing within all areas of Vancouver, but not without honest and fair public engagement, input, and consultation that this motion proposes to eliminate. We live in a city where affordable and accessible housing for all is of utmost importance, but to so boldly suggest that this motion will do that is not only misleading, as we've heard repeatedly today, but is irresponsible. Also, as has been said many times today, you have confused and manipulated the language around social housing, deliberately, it seems, to advance your own agenda through the guise of language ambiguity and unclear definitions of what social housing really is. This is yet another reason to oppose this motion. Ultimately, though, this motion erodes democracy and the right to be heard and have a say in how our communities and neighborhoods are shaped. Eliminating the process of consultation with all affected stakeholders in the communities in which these buildings will be placed is, in essence, taking away our voice, the very voice you all campaigned to represent. For these reasons and the clearly presented arguments already brought forth today by the speakers before me, I oppose this motion and urge the Council to give fair and thoughtful consideration to what has been strongly presented today and to do the same. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm actually have added myself to the speakers list. There's no other councillors on that list, but you did make a comment that I felt I should just question you on, and that is you said that that we have devised a definition of social housing that serves a certain interest. And I'm wondering if you were aware that the definition of social housing that this council is dealing with is actually several terms ago developed. I was on council at the time and fought that particular definition starting a number of years ago. So it's been an ongoing process, but not of this council's making. I'm wondering if you are aware of that.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. I think what most importantly, what I want to express is just how ambiguous the definition is and how it's very confusing. There have been so many terms thrown around within the guise of social housing, as also has been expressed today, that I think it's unfair to think that people have a real clear understanding of what social housing is and what the impact on it will truly be in the neighborhoods, because no one really clearly seems to understand what that definition is.
I think you'd find a lot of agreement around that on council. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you clarifying that.
Thank
Great.
you.
That's it for your questions. And thank you again for calling in. Okay, we are on now speaker 98, Andrew Paul.
Chair Carr, I'm told that speaker 98 is not on the line, but again, I like to double check to make sure.
Thank you.
And I got confirmation speaker 98 is not on the line.
Great. Thank you. Speaker 99, Ellen Woodsworth.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Hello, Ellen. Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm representing Women Transforming Cities, and we are in support of Councillor Board's motion regarding deepening affordability for social housing in Vancouver neighborhoods. As an organization working to build a more equitable city by advocating for policy using an intersectional lens, we support this motion because it addresses the needs of those evicted, displaced, and insecurely housed in the housing crisis. This motion is a pivotal step to ensure the city meets its target in the Housing Vancouver strategy by creating the conditions for more adaptable and affordable housing. This is an essential motion to meet the urgent requirement to house women and girls, particularly those facing violence, racism, misogyny, and this will increase women's overall safety while cementing the basic human rights of housing for Vancouver and municipalities around Canada. Vancouverites are desperate for housing, affordable housing, social housing. Vienna has just passed in 2018 a new law requiring all new buildings of 5,000 square meters or more to use at least 2/3 of space for affordable housing. Montreal's new 2020 development bylaw aims to meet community housing needs by including social, affordable, and family housing in new residential projects. Even before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, our profit-driven housing system has displaced or threatens the basic rights of tens of thousands of poor, working class, and middle class people, many of whom are facing the interlocking violence of gender and racialized oppression, including job losses, only magnified by the impacts of COVID-19. The waiting time for subsidized housing was just under 2.5 years, as reported by the Vancouver Sun in 2016. Given the impact of COVID-19 on job security and income, particularly the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs held by racialized working class women, Indigenous women, Black, Asian, and other racialized women, and women with disabilities and senior women, this wait time has undoubtedly been extended. This crisis requires an urgent and systemic response, such as the one outlined in this motion. For many, including low-income women fleeing gender-based violence, secure housing is a matter of survival, particularly those experiencing oppression from systems embedded in colonialism. Moreover, genderqueer individuals are 3 to 4 times more likely to be victimized of domestic violence, with 60% of women living with disabilities subjected to spousal abuse, as reported by the Canadian Women's Foundation. When considering the intersections of oppression, there are tens of thousands of women living in the city who depend on motions such as this one to secure their basic human rights to life and safety. Many of these women are mothers and single mothers. Thus, expanding social housing with childcare facilities will provide women with the security necessary to lead full and enriching lives. The National Housing Strategy commitment to allocate 25% of funding to women and gender diverse in new builds and acquisitions, and other announcements that we're expecting in a federal election that seems to be coming up, is money that we need to be ready and to move on quickly. Not only will this motion help women who experience domestic violence, but it will also pave the way for housing for all women and their children who live in poverty. This motion will greatly assist the city's goals across the priorities outlined in the Women's Equity Strategy. By building social housing without requiring rezoning and increasing the height and density of rental units set aside for nonprofit co-op and social housing, more women will be able to lead more secure lives and ultimately thrive. We need urgently a lot more affordable housing as soon as possible. All of the feminist economic recovery strategies call for affordable housing for women. We need zoning for co-ops and nonprofits. Citizens do need to understand that they can be heard, and that we urge you to ensure the staff move forward with this motion and understand the crux of desperation being felt in the city by many who are not able to speak to you today. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. You do have, if you want to stay on the line, please, you do have some questions from Councillor. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Yes, thanks for signing up. I know Women Transforming Cities has done some work around the barriers to participation, and so I'm wondering if you would comment on how the public hearing process how accessible the public hearing process is and any other best practices in terms of engaging and hearing from more folks and deepening our democratic engagement.
Well, I think the democratic engagement needs to start a lot sooner. People are also I've been waiting for hours to be able to speak. People have children. Some people, don't have the ability to be on a cell phone at this time, and they're certainly it is an intimidating process for many who don't feel heard. And of many of the speakers that I've heard today, many of them own homes, and I understand they want to preserve their neighborhoods. But for the younger generation and the low-income generation and new people to Vancouver, that's not what they're going to see in their future. What they're looking for is affordability. They're not looking for what we were looking for, and they're not looking at 6 stories. They're looking at much higher stories because they know that's what provides the affordability. We know that the federal government has to come up with the money and the province has to help. It's not the old 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. But I don't want to be sitting, as I was with many other women in the downtown east side, for 27 years before we could build bridge housing for women in the downtown east side. We are at a crisis right now. We're seeing people taking drugs, sleeping on the streets, violence. These people need to be housed and stabilized and get a sense that they've got a future ahead of themselves in Vancouver.
Great, thanks. I really appreciate your input and all of the work that Women Transforming Cities is doing.
Thank you for yours.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. You have more questions? Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Ellen. Nice to hear your voice.
Hi.
You mentioned a lot of really, really important points about affordability and working people and lower income folks and housing them. And that's obviously an objective I think everyone on this council shares. And as you're probably aware, the definition of social housing has changed since your tenure on council. It's no longer core needs or even income based. It's more of a market metric. And we've heard from some.
I was very disappointed when that happened.
Likewise. And so I'm wondering your thoughts on how we can leverage, and we've heard from nonprofit housing providers that they would really want to do as much as they can to provide housing. Do you think that we can just sort of leave it to the hope and a prayer kind of system, or should we be more assertive in kind of establishing what the housing we need is in these big?
I think you know what the housing is. Cities all over the world know that the speculators have taken over the housing market and now just use it for profit when it used to be a right under the UN Act. But I think that we're in a unique time when people are seeing it and saying that they want all levels of government to step up and create a city tailored to all. We don't want to go back to where the Amazon and the wealthy developers own our cities. There's no place for the young in this future. The young and the low-income people are saying, we want government intervention. We want you working with all levels of government to create affordable housing, because otherwise there's going to be the kind of unrest. There's going to be the refugee crisis expanding even further because they're not finding housing where they are and are having to leave their homes. We have to look at that economic recovery strategy, that feminist, green, just economic strategy, and figure out how to do this. And it won't be in the old fashion. It's going to be stepping on some toes. It's going to be saying this is a social right, and therefore the governments that collect people's taxes have to use that money for this human right.
So what are your thoughts on the notion that we're targeting older apartment blocks basically and replacing it with this now what we call a market definition of housing affordability and threatening older affordable units in the process?
I think there is a serious concern that people have that after someone moves out of a unit, that how does that get flipped and rented at an unaffordable rate or sold? Those things have to be addressed, and you have to direct staff to take a look at that and figure out how to do it. And they have to work with the provincial government as well to make sure you have the ability to do those things. But you've got a tsunami, you've got a crisis, you've got a huge crisis in this city, and it's not going to go away. It just keeps getting worse. So you've got to dream big, you've got to consult with people, and you've got to quickly move, because when the federal government's money's there, you have to be ready and say, this is what we want to do with it.
Thanks. The chair's graciously given me extra time, so thank you, Ellen.
Thank you. But you do have more questions. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor DeGenova, up to 3 minutes.
I've just been marking my time as yours there, Councillor Fry. Thanks very much for coming to speak to this very important issue. And nonprofit housing is something I'm also very passionate about. And I'm just wondering, I'm going to ask you a question that's similar to some that I've asked others. I've asked different questions of different speakers. But Ellen, I'm just wondering, do you think that this perhaps creates advantages for nonprofit providers that have that equity? Either they have land or they can purchase land. And some of the nonprofit housing providers, let's say, that were established, after the 90s or even in the early 2000s or recently, don't have that type of equity, don't have that type of fundraising, and won't be able to purchase the land necessary or even the units, if that's what this said. But this is specifically about owning a site. So I'm just wondering if that's an inequity that you see in this.
I don't see it as an inequity. I see it's a question, a valid question to be raised that has to be addressed, and the staff have to address that. But what I see is that we are pouring millions of dollars for shelters for women because they're leaving their homes because of domestic violence and homophobic violence, etc. And they're staying in shelters for God knows how much. Millions of dollars, literally millions of dollars of federal and provincial and municipal. And their children absolutely are staying in these shelters because they cannot afford housing. And if they go back into the situation they're in, there's a good chance that numbers of them will die. One out every 3 days, a woman is dying from domestic violence. So we have to provide housing that's affordable, that's in women's hands. It was a commitment in the gender equity strategy of the city has made. It's a federal commitment under the housing strategy funding. We need to act quickly, and addressing the concerns of some units of co-op housing or nonprofit owning their land. Well, that's great. Then there'll be less money that has to be spent on that can go to the other groups that are going to need to assemble something so they can build on. It's not one against the other. We're all trying to work for the affordable housing.
Because I just would hate to promise something and have nonprofits and people think that this is something that we are going to fund the operations of too, when I don't have those answers. I don't see where that's funded in the budget. Do you think we have to work hand in hand with the provincial government on this, or where do we go?
I'm with Mayor and Council that the cities don't get their fair share of the taxpayer dollars. There's no question about that. I think we're all fighting that one, and the FCM's fighting for us on that one. But right now, we need to be at the table. All three levels of government have to be at the table to address the housing crisis and the speculation that has taken over the housing market. And when the Prime Minister stepped away from a national housing strategy, we started to see homeless people on the streets. We started to see the escalation of people dying from drug overdoses and having no place to go. And now we're seeing the huge escalation of domestic violence and racism. And if we don't create safe, affordable housing, it's going to get worse, and it's going to be under your watch that it's going to happen. You have to face this. This is not the old world we lived in even a year ago. It requires cooperative.
I agree. It is my time. And Chair Carr has been very kind and generous. I just wanted to say thank you and happy to sit at that table together.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. And thank you, Ellen. for taking the time to speak with us and answer the questions of councillors. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, we are on now to speaker 101, Penny Bletch.
It's the clerk here, Chair Carr. I'm hearing that speaker number 101 is not on the line, but again, I'm just double checking that.
Right.
That is correct. 102 is next.
Great. Speaker 102, Carla McCauley. There, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Hi there. Thank you, first of all, for allowing me to speak with you tonight, especially so late. So I appreciate your patience, all of you. Thank you. My name is Carla McCauley, and I've been a resident of downtown Vancouver for 13 years now. And I'm just calling in opposition to motion B2. The primary reason for this is I do have some deep concerns with any motion that removes the ability for public consultation and any input. I strongly feel that ensuring people have a voice is absolutely essential to any truly functioning democracy, as echoed by previous callers. Any motion that dismisses a citizen of Vancouver's right to have a say in how their neighborhood is shaped, I would fundamentally oppose. The messaging that I hear from this motion is that our concerns and opinions effectively don't matter, and in fact, it's public consultation is being positioned as an impediment to progress to social housing, which effectively needs to be removed, which I think is ridiculous. If it is truly the city's goal to increase the levels of social housing across the city of Vancouver, it is absolutely imperative to have the public and the neighborhoods buy-in to ensure the overall success of each and every social housing site's integration into that particular neighborhood. And the best way really to achieve this is through public consultation and clear upfront communication. And not only does this process allow for the necessary checks and balances to be in place, but when done properly, it enables cooperation and facilitates dialogue. And this could be a way to catch potential unintended consequences that could be rectified early in the process versus fixing it later and effectively compounding the problem. The key really for me is that social housing in all its forms and various definitions, to be successful, you need community involvement and increased public participation and not the opposite. We really need to foster an inclusive environment for conversation that will effectively build trust in City Hall's decisions. And putting it plainly, dismissing the community's voice would greatly diminish the chances of success for any urban or city planning. So while I understand the need to streamline processes, removing public consultation is really the wrong way to achieve effective efficiencies. I would argue to look elsewhere. There's no doubt in my mind that social housing of all types are really needed in this city, and I'm definitely not arguing that point. Rather, it's just in the process and the journey to put these buildings into place that I do have concerns with. And even just on that basis alone, I would ask council to really reconsider this and just to reject that motion on that basis alone. But my last concern, and I'll try to keep it brief, is I have with that 30% number that's being allocated to social housing. I'm just concerned why that number is so low. I'm just not clear on that. I'm hoping that council can effectively rectify this, and if we all can agree that social housing is needed in Vancouver, then I'm just not sure why that ratio is in place and why effectively the bar is so low at 30%. So ultimately, my messaging to council is that I'd love to see that number being allocated to social housing being higher. So thank you.
And thank you. I see no questions for you, but thank you again for coming to speak to council. It's incredibly important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 103, Andrew Henniger.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andrew Henniger. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in Kitsilano, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. It's been a long day. I'm here this evening to express my opposition to Resolution B2, which has been opaquely dubbed Reducing Barriers and Deepening Affordability for Nonprofit Co-op and Social Housing in Every Neighborhood. If approved, this resolution will direct the City Planning Department to explore recommendations for allowing 12-story supportive and nonprofit housing without rezoning. The logical end of the path down which this motion sends the City is a planning process for such developments that excludes genuine, meaningful, and collaborative public consultation, which is already a struggle even with the public consultation process that the City currently notionally serves. No doubt, housing in Vancouver is an issue. It's an issue with an inordinate number of considerations, complexities, and emotions involved. It's the type of issue that begs for input from and genuine consultation with and responsiveness to stakeholders of all stripes to create projects that will have the intended consequences and benefits. Nearly all of you campaigned on promises to engage with your constituents and to look outside City Hall when making decisions. This motion is not that. You were elected to facilitate decision-making in an inclusive manner. This motion is not that. So I'm very disappointed that this motion was ever proposed and has been supported by our mayor. I'm also disappointed with any councillor who has enough gumption to point out the issues with this motion, but not quite enough gumption to actually vote against it, perhaps for the fear that they will appear against social housing, which would be an unfair characterization for anyone who is opposed to this motion. You were not elected to sit on the fence. I've been listening to prior comments today and have heard Councillor Boyle offer as a defense to some of the criticism around the requirement that these structures contain potentially only 30% below market rental units, that there would be an additional protection that the owner would have to be a, quote, nonprofit. In a stock email response to me, Councillor Boyle states that nonprofits, quote, CRA status requires them not to make any profit. This is simply incorrect, paints a picture that nonprofit structures are immune to abuse from unscrupulous entrepreneurs, and misleads. Unlike charities, nonprofits are not even registered with CRA, have no limitations on their spending and expenses, and are not prohibited by CRA or anyone else from earning a profit. A nonprofit is, by CRA definition, an association, club, or society that has as its purpose something other than earning a profit. But that doesn't mean that they are prohibited from earning one if doing so is collateral to their stated broader social purpose. In the normal course, I might not expect a city councillor to be an expert on these things, but in the context of using this as a defense of this motion, councillors can't afford to be wrong or even imprecise on this. Words matter, our elected representatives' understanding of the impacts of motions proposed matter, and it's dangerous to be spreading misinformation. Additionally, I've heard the contrasting of the fairness of the rezoning process for social housing to the lack thereof for construction of, quote, million-dollar mansions offered as a statement in favor of this motion, the idea that we need to level the playing field. Our councillors know or ought to know that this is a completely inaccurate false equivalency since, as others have rightly pointed out today, no rezoning is required to construct these single-family homes, and the homes are not built with public funds. This sort of gaslighting of constituents is insulting. I'd like to offer you a personal anecdote of how this motion plays out in real life, but since I'm not allowed to discuss actual pending projects, I'll ask you to imagine you have two elementary-age school children. Now imagine that the city announced that a subway station and bus loop would be built just meters from their school grounds. And after 18 months of attempts to engage with the city and TransLink on design and security elements of that project, nearly all of which have been disregarded, the city and BC Housing announced an intention to build a 12-story, 120 or 140 unit studio apartment supportive housing project 25 meters from the school grounds. Two major infrastructure projects, both meters from an elementary school. I know we can all agree a crazy idea, right? You might think if you found yourself in this scenario, you would have the opportunity through the rezoning process to attend public hearings, have your voice heard, and participate in the rezoning process to help facilitate thoughtful city planning and design of a supportive housing project that fits with the neighborhood. With this motion, that public hearing and consultation process would be on its way to disappearing, save for perhaps some input on inconsequential design elements. What is occurring in my hypothetical is hard to wrap your mind around, disappointing, and potentially dangerous. It's city planning run amok with regard to a single priority, in each case, transportation and low-cost housing. The rezoning process and community engagement.
Yeah, you are out of time, but you do have questions from Councillor Fry, so if you wouldn't mind staying on the line, that would be great. Councillor Fry, go ahead,
Sure.
up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for highlighting the notion around the difference between a nonprofit and a charity and the CRA status. I'm curious, have you read the city's definition of social housing?
I haven't. No.
Okay, so I'm just going to read an excerpt from it, and I just want to get your read on this. This is from section B of the definition of social housing, which is rental housing, which is owned by a nonprofit corporation, by a nonprofit cooperative association, or by or on behalf of the city, the province of British Columbia, or Canada. What does that first clause mean to you? You seem like you know a bit about nonprofits and charities and that kind of status. When I say it's owned by a nonprofit corporation, what could that potentially be in your mind?
I think that is a corporation that has stated in its articles that its purpose is some broader social purpose to allow it to qualify for nonprofit status and nonprofit status in terms of its income not being taxable.
Right. So, and I'm assuming you're an expert of some kind in this capacity. That doesn't necessarily imply that it's a nonprofit housing corporation, though. Its mandate is not to provide low cost or nonprofit housing.
Not having the words in front of me that you're reading, no, I don't think it would. I didn't hear you mention that it had to be owned by a nonprofit housing corporation, just a nonprofit corporation. Yeah.
Rental housing owned by a nonprofit corporation. Okay, thanks. It's something that's been in my mind as we've been going through this, so I appreciate you bringing it up. Thank you.
You bet.
Great. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have other questions. Thank you so much, Councillor Fry. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Would you make your comments to us available in writing? I'm surmising that you had a written statement that you were reading from.
Sure, I can do that.
That would be appreciated, and thank you so much for your input.
Great. Thank you very much. And that is it for your questions, but I really appreciate you taking the time both to speak to council and answer councillors' questions.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Speaker 104, Fritz Gerdes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Go ahead and speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Fritz Gerdes. For almost a decade and a half. I oppose Councillor Boyle's motions for the reasons expressed by many of the speakers before me, in particular because it will fundamentally erode democracy and also the principle of social and natural justice, which provides that a person should receive adequate notice and be given a meaningful opportunity to be heard on matters affecting their rights and interests. Also, this motion turns on a deeply flawed definition of social housing. Last year, Council identified that the definition of social housing was flawed, and yet has to date failed to rectify this problem. Moving forward and improving this motion on the current and flawed definition of social housing will necessarily render your decision fundamentally flawed as well. A proper decision cannot be made on this motion until the definition of social housing has first been clarified and residents have had a meaningful opportunity to provide input on that definition for Council's consideration. Lastly, approving this motion will be a significant waste of city taxpayers' money and public resources and will undermine and predetermine the city's current ongoing public consultation and planning processes with respect to the Broadway and Vancouver plans and also the Squamish and Musqueam Nations, Jericho and Sanak developments in Kitsilano, all of which will make provisions for affordable housing. Those important public consultation processes have no doubt already cost us, the city's residents, millions of dollars. I agree with Speaker Kyle Benvenue's earlier comments that there should be more and earlier public consultation and input in cities' neighborhood planning matters, not less. I'm originally from South Africa. Thousands of people in my country have been tortured, imprisoned, and killed in their fight for democracy. The erosion of democracy starts with small of the principles of natural justice. I ask Council to reject Councillor Boyle's motion. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us, a very important part of our democratic process. There are no questions for you, but thank you.
Thank you, Council. Good night.
Thank you. Speaker 105, Jacinta Ann Lawton.
Chair Carr and members of Council, thank you for hearing me this evening. I am a resident of Vancouver for over 40 years. I'm originally from the UK. I lived in Kitsilano for about 16 years, and I'm the mother of two young adults who also live with me, and I'm a single mum. I'm also work for the BC Prosecution Service. I've done so for over 20 years, and I'm Crown Counsel. I have worked for 14 of those years in the downtown east side, and the focus of my practice for much of that time has been working in the area of intimate partner violence and sexual assault of children. I wish to, at this time, echo the concerns that were raised by a neighbor of mine. I live near the Broadway and Arbutus SkyTrain development, or rather rapid transit development as well. And she emphasized, I think, a very, very important point. Everybody who's phoned in, I've been listening most of the day and all of the evening, is in support of social housing. Everybody wants to end the blight of homelessness that, as far as I can see from working the downtown east side, has become hugely worse in the past 10 years. It's an embarrassment to the city of Vancouver internationally, I think. The important point is that when you want to end homelessness, you have to have community engagement, you have to have secondary care, you have to have infrastructure. The downtown community court is an example of a similar experiment that has failed with the best of intentions. This motion simply opens a door, and yet we're not sure what's walking through it. We don't have a clear definition of what we are doing when we open this door, and what we're doing when we open the door, if you were to accede to this motion and pass it, is shutting down dialogue with the very people you need to engage to make this work. And I think we all want the end of homelessness to be effective. We want it to work. And the only way it's going to work is if you talk to the people it's going to affect the most. You've heard today from the current principal of St. Augustine's and the past principal of St. Augustine's, and both of them, in my respectful submission, have spoken eloquently about their desire to be involved in a project of social housing. And they're sincere in that. We're all sincere in that. We would welcome, I don't think you'd find anyone opposed to a 3 or 4 story mixed-use facility with 2 bedrooms, single bedrooms, and SROs. I just want to close with this. I'm currently prosecuting a file involving a man and his partner who share an SRO in the downtown east side, and he was a victim of a firearm robbery. He was injured quite seriously by a machete. He's a self-proclaimed drug dealer, and he was being robbed. And I talked to him about SROs, and he talked to me about how he wants to get out, how he has no pride of place there, how he doesn't feel like he's at home there, and there are no supports for him and his partner. These places don't work. If you've ever been in one, it's hell in most of these. And it's ill-advised. This motion is ill-conceived with the best of intentions. Don't shut down dialogue with the people that you need to have this kind of dialogue with the most to make it work, and we all want to make it work. So those are my comments, and thank you for staying awake to listen to me.
Great, thank you very much. And you have no questions, but again, appreciate very much the time you've taken to speak to us. So we're moving on now, Council, to number 106, Brad Bushell.
Hello, Council. Thanks this evening to the speakers, both for and against, and also to the councillors and city administration for their participation late nights and public service. I'm voicing opposition to B2. I kind of agree with many of the previous speakers. The council should vote against this motion for many different reasons expressed so well by others this evening. I won't rehash them, but we should definitely oppose removing the rezoning process without due democratic process, public consultation, and transparency. We should definitely oppose motions with erode trust in the civic process and motions which avoid transparency. Only a few weeks ago, we approved a motion that went from 3 or 4 to 6 stories. And here we are a month or so later with a motion to jump to 12 stories without fair notice or debate or consultation, as others have said. We should also oppose a community disruptive motion with an unclear definition of social housing or supportive housing or market rates. As you all have said, this is an opinion shared by many others and by this council. We should oppose a motion that does not consider the impact of market forces. We've talked about profit-taking, developer opportunity, inflating property values. We know increasing the FSR will increase the value of property in the neighborhoods, including my own, but it's going to result in long-standing neighbors. Those neighbors, many of them, will be gone. They will choose other alternatives. Large-scale development and changes on my street are what we can expect. We should oppose large-scale, high-rise structures popping up all over the city without context and consultation of these individual neighborhoods. I support all of those objections, but I want to add a slightly different voice or perspective. I grew up in Kitsilano. I live in Kitsilano, and I grew up in Vancouver. I participate in my community. I talk to my neighbors. My neighbors include a wide range of people. There's people in subsidized housing. I know the names of many of the homeless people in my neighborhood. We have elderly living and assisted living and more. These are the people in my neighborhood, and I really want to see them supported. I recently learned that we have 15 supported housing options in this neighborhood. I didn't realize there were so many. They seem to fit in. They seem to be accepted and embraced by my neighbors. And I have no doubt that we could accommodate many, many more. Maybe we could double or triple or quadruple those opportunities and still have a great, inclusive, and diverse community. But a 12-story monolith is simply disruptive in a city, in a neighborhood that's largely low-rise. It's massive. It's hugely out of scale with the community. We're not talking about preserving neighborhoods and keeping them the way they always have been. We're talking about managing the change and embracing that change. But the motions like this instead force us into opposition. Instead of being something a community can embrace, accommodate, collaborate, and support, it becomes something that my neighbors fear. They fear it now. They will fear it in the future. They will avoid it. They will cross the street. They will move away. It simply doesn't fit. It's a massive change, and it has the impact of disrupting many neighborhoods. Thank you.
Great, thank you. There are no questions to you, but again, appreciate very much your input to council tonight. Very important. We're on to speaker 107, Sarah Toth. Just before I do that, I'm just going to let council know that we are going to be recessing committee at 9:40 to give time for Deputy Mayor Hardwick to convene us in council and approve what has been done so far in terms of the bylaws, etc. So we'll give her just a bit of extra time to do that. So only take speakers for the next 10 minutes. So 107, Sarah Toth.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to everyone, including myself tonight. It's very much appreciated. I'm a resident of Vancouver, born and raised in Vancouver. I currently live in the Fairview neighborhood for the past 10 years. Before that, I was in Douglas Park and also in the West End downtown. I'm here to reiterate what everyone else has, or a lot of people have said before me. I am opposed to this motion by Christine Boyle to increase height without any public consultation. The reasons are the following. I believe this is undemocratic. Our local politicians should stay accountable to their constituents, the people who voted them in to represent them in the first place. And by being held accountable to the public, this will encourage them to create policy based on the wishes of those citizens rather than perhaps following their own agenda. So we are all aware that federal and provincial funds are within arm's reach and that the city is taking this opportunity to take the money and drop it into fast-tracking social housing developments. And by doing it with no public consultation is just undemocratic, and I'm against that. One city and Mayor Stewart I've seen on social platforms have been campaigning this motion disingenuously. Their slogan is "Make it easier to build nonprofit and co-op housing everywhere." It's misleading, as it makes it sound like they're building all these 100% affordable housing for all the low and middle income neighbors. But in fact, as everyone has said before me, social housing is really 30% of the units are offered at below market rental rates, with the 70% at market rental rates. So because the slogan's misleading, I just think that, based on that being a disingenuous campaign and misleading a lot of folks, that's another reason why I oppose. Lastly, creating these zoning laws and procedures and regulations took years and years of development and crafting to enact, and it has made Vancouver the beautiful place it is now. The added time and cost to start the process of rezoning application and development, it's a trade risk. It's a part of the business. And I think that's something that the city understands and they have accepted and they've dealt with over the years. So I hear a lot of noise and rebuttal saying, harder to build a 12-story social housing than it does to do $1 million home. And of course, it should. $1 million home doesn't require to be rezoned. It's within the parameters of its current zoning. But if you do want to build a high-rise in a zone that's intended for 3 or 4 stories maximum, then I don't see why it should be treated differently. So those are my main points. Everyone else has said it so eloquently before me. I just want to reiterate, I oppose this motion. I urge you, the councillors, to vote against it and vote for upholding the democratic process. I urge you to hold yourselves accountable to the public and keep with the public consultation. And I urge you to think of the long game here and the ramifications of having no community input for your future projects. So, thank you.
And thank you. There are no questions for you, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us as an important part of this democratic process. So thank you very much.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. We have time for one more speaker. Speaker 108, Tag O'Leary.
Oh, hello and good evening, everybody. Good evening to Carr, councillors and listeners. Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Tadhg O'Leary, and I'm a resident and a parent in our community, and also a parishioner in St. Augustine's Parish. I would like to state that I oppose this motion and support those speakers prior to me also opposing this motion. Personally, I'm concerned that the proposed motion of fast-tracking planning will remove the transparency concerning planning and also remove clarity and advice for those impacted by these decisions. I will try not to duplicate what has already been said, but thank you for the opportunity this evening for putting my voice to this motion. Thank you, everyone.
Great. And thank you very much for taking the time to speak to council. Council, maybe we have time for one more speaker. That speaker was took much less time than normal. So with speaker 109 on the list, Maureen Sharon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Having lived in Vancouver, I do not want to repeat what all the people who opposed the motion said so eloquently, other than just to say that, yes, we absolutely need more social housing in the city. I don't believe this is the way to go about achieving that. So I am very much opposed to this motion. It is undemocratic, and we shouldn't be rushing ahead with what I don't believe is a completely well thought out and researched motion to solve a problem, and I'm not even sure that it's actually going to do that. In fact, I'm probably pretty convinced that there's quite a few holes in it. I was doing some research while I was looking at this and realizing that Councillor Fry had asked and put the motion forward that was approved to redefine social housing, and the former city general manager planner decided that they didn't want to do that, but he's now departed. So I sincerely believe that anything of this major significant change should wait until the new city planner is appointed and this thing is reviewed again. I am going to say that I actually live on a quiet residential street in Kitsilano, which has a social housing building actually only 2 or 3 doors down from me. You would never even know that it existed there. But under this motion, kind of something that's 12 stories would dwarf the beautiful Douglas fir tree sitting in front of it if they even survived, and would completely overshadow those of us with front yards facing south that really, kind of, I moved to a ground-oriented neighborhood, and I must say that if these kind of things occur, and I'm getting more and more discouraged with how I see the city evolving, that I could even consider leaving the city that I've known my entire life and love. And that's a very, very, very sad statement. I was in a very good conversation with Councillor Swanson, and one of her comments was that I shouldn't be concerned, that my housing property value was not likely to decrease. And that gave me no comfort at all. I'm not living in this place because my housing is going to increase in value. The only people that are going to benefit from that are my niece and nephew when I'm not here anymore, because I hope to be here for the long term. And I live here because it's a relatively low-density, ground-oriented, maybe more ground-oriented, green leafy street because of the quality of life. And I'm disappointed that we seem to want to not consider taking specific areas of the city and changing them kind of into higher density areas. We seem to be just scattergun wanting to do it everywhere, and I totally disagree with that approach. I have a real problem because I do agree with that fellow earlier that said in great detail that this will inflate land values, and I believe that to be true. And how does that help the situation of trying to find affordable housing for people? So I think just dropping these kind of things in everywhere does tend to just inflate land values, and we're just going backwards. I must admit that, and some of you have seen the a latest communication from me. My reaction to this, if we're having problems with CMHC and the processes for getting approvals for housing, we really need to be working with them to change that process, because it shouldn't be impeding it. That's its whole goal in life, is to create housing. If its processes aren't working, maybe we need to change the process. And I wrote myself, oh my God, now I have another letter to write to the federal government.
So you have about 10 seconds.